Xiaoran won't get into other trouble because of Gu Yan in the future? Professor Gu can indeed provide significant assistance to the Lin family. But what if a future heir can't even save his own life? What's the point of this assistance? There's a huge uproar outside because of Gu Yan's post on WeChat Moments. Both the Lin and Ning families are under considerable pressure. The future heir of a family is willing to become someone else's mistress. This puts considerable public pressure on both families, especially given their prominent status in Kyoto. Grandpa Lin took a deep breath and frowned as he thought for a long time. Finally speaking, he said, while she's unconscious, have someone go to the hospital and try to get her to sign the divorce papers if she refuses. Send that hypnotist over there, he should be in Kyoto by now. It would be best if she could forget Gu Yan. If she can't, she still has to sign the divorce papers. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's body trembled with excitement. But in Mr. Lin's eyes, this was the release of the grievances he had been holding in. Upon hearing what old Master Lin said, the housekeeper hurriedly went out to make a phone call. That hospital is under the Lin family's control, so naturally no one would disobey old Master Lin's orders. Grandpa Lin looked at Ning Chen, his tone much gentler. Xiao-chun, I've always thought highly of you. If I had known before that you and Xiaoran were already together and that you'd been suffering like this, I would have found a way to give you an explanation long ago. The Lin family and the Ning family are old friends, and I won't let that relationship fall apart with your generation. Go back and rest first. Once things are settled, I'll take Xiaoran to the Ning family to discuss the engagement. Ning Chen nodded, not daring to meet old Master Lin's gaze. She was afraid that the other party would see the excitement in her eyes. He turned and walked out of the Lin family's old house. Ning Chen was extremely excited as she got into her car. The veins on his hands were bulging as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. He was even a little afraid that everything that had just happened was a dream. At first, old Master Lin was genuinely wavering. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite Gu Yan back to the Lin family's old house for dinner. It must be said that Professor Gu's identity as a grandson is indeed something that can touch the hearts of many people. But now, everything has taken a turn for the better. Lin Xiaoran was still unconscious. No one can expose a lie, as long as it proceeds smoothly according to plan. This made Lin Xiaoran forget Gu Yan. He got everything he wanted. Ning Chen took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down. But the smile on his lips was impossible to suppress, and his eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. He has waited all these years. So much effort has been put in. But unexpectedly, he got the result he wanted in such a twist of fate. Moreover, it was Gu Yan himself who pushed for this final step. Thinking of this, Ning Chen wanted to burst out laughing. Serves you right. That piece of trash deserves it. What good is having a great elder? Garbage is garbage. On the other side, after receiving orders from old Master Lin, the hospital immediately began operations. Specialized doctors and nurses wheeled the unconscious Lin Xiaoran out of the ward. As soon as he arrived at the door, Bai Yan stopped him. Where are you taking her? A hint of wariness flickered in Bai Yan's eyes. Lin Xiaoran fell into a coma mainly because of a fever. Although the person is currently unconscious, there is nothing seriously wrong with them. They've already had an 4 drip. Why did they have to take her out of the ward? Bai Yan stepped forward and glanced at the medicine in a nurse's hand. She didn't recognize the medicine, and it didn't seem to be the kind of medicine needed for a cold or fever. What kind of medicine is this? What is it used for? The doctors and nurses here all know Bai Yan. It's not just because she's a celebrity. This hospital is owned by the Lin family, and they all know that Bai Yan is Lin Xiaoran's good friend. One of the nurses explained, we're just following orders from above. Bai Yan frowned. What are these arrangements from above? Who made these arrangements? What are you being assigned to do? Bai Yan stood there, making it clear that he wouldn't let her leave until he explained himself. As Lin Xiaoran's good friend, how could she just stand by and watch Lin Xiaoran be pushed away for no reason? She was also holding a medicine she didn't recognize. At that moment, when Sheng walked over with breakfast in his hand. He originally didn't want to join in the fun. But Lin Xiaoran's ward was right next to Gu Yan's ward. He could hear what they were saying. Seeing Lin Xiaoran unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Yan questioned the doctors and nurses, and he couldn't help but become curious as well. Even though Gu Yan has now made it clear that he wants to divorce Lin Xiaoran. But after all, the two of them had been in love before. Wen Sheng felt that even if Gu Yan no longer loved her, he wouldn't just stand by and watch Lin Xiaoran get into trouble. The current situation clearly indicates that something is wrong. He had already figured things out both logically and emotionally before telling Gu Yan. Whether Gu Yan wanted to or not, he should have known about it. After thinking for a moment, Wen Sheng walked over to Bai Yan and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take her away? Where should we push it?" As he spoke, he glanced at the doctors and nurses. His pupils dilated when he saw the medicine in the nurse's hand. He recognized that medicine. It's a psychotropic drug. The side effects are significant. It can cause confusion. Or perhaps, this is itself one of the effects of the medicine. It is mostly used on mental patients. He had never heard of Lin Xiaoran having any mental illness. What are these people going to do with this drug? This medication isn't it for mental patients? You're going to give Lin Xiaoran this kind of medication. What exactly are you trying to do? Wen Sheng suddenly realized that these people might be here to harm Lin Xiaoran. If Lin Xiaoran had an accident before Gu Yan and Gu Yan divorced, and it happened in the ward next to Gu Yan's, this will likely cause Gu Yan considerable trouble. Perhaps someone is trying to frame Gu Yan. Upon hearing Wen Sheng's words, Bai Yan's expression changed drastically. This medicine is for mental patients. What exactly do you want? Who sent you here? As she spoke, Bai Yan reached out and grabbed the movable hospital bed. 274, Chapter 274. You've been holding back until now and still haven't gotten a divorce? Several doctors and nurses looked rather displeased when they saw Bai Yan's obstruction. They were all from hospitals under the Lin family, but they didn't dare to offend Bai Yan like that. The eldest daughter of the Bai family is someone they can't afford to offend. A nurse could only whisper, "This is old Master Lin's order." Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's expression changed. Old Master Lin's orders? He wants to inject Lin Xiaoran with this kind of psychological drug. Why? Bai Yan was puzzled. However, the strength in his hands loosened a bit. Wen Sheng, standing to the side, was even more confused. He had never heard of Lin Xiaoran having any mental illness. Could it be that Gu Yan doesn't know either? Thinking about this, Wen Sheng suddenly felt that he shouldn't continue to get involved in this matter. Bai Yan stood there hesitant. She knew very well that Lin Xiaoran did not have any mental illness. She didn't know why old Master Lin did this. However, she absolutely could not let these people do this. What is the purpose of this medicine? Seeing that Bai Yan's tone had softened, the nurse quickly said, "It's for calming down." Bai Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. She knew the nurse wasn't telling the truth. He turned his head to look at Wen Sheng. But they found that Wen Sheng had already taken 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to leave. Bai Yan looked at him and asked, "What is the purpose of this medicine?" Wen Sheng frowned upon hearing Bai Yan's voice. "I have no idea." Bai Yan's face turned cold. "I remember you're from Star Ocean Entertainment, right?" These words made Wen Sheng's face stiffen. This is almost an undisguised threat. Regardless of Bai Yan's status in the entertainment industry, or the power and wealth possessed by the Bai family, it would be incredibly easy to manipulate him. Moreover, Bai Yan is not like Huang Wanqing, who has little knowledge of the entertainment industry. If she wanted to ruin her career in this industry, there are countless ways she could do it. And all of these methods comply with the rules of the entertainment industry. No one can help him. Gu Yan won't work either. He genuinely enjoys his current job and situation and doesn't want to give up his identity as an actor. Upon hearing Bai Yan's threat, he held his breath and remained silent for a while before speaking. It is indeed a drug used to stabilize the mind. However, it has side effects, such as causing confusion. Side effects, very serious? Yes, it's quite serious normally. Mental patients wouldn't take this kind of medication unless it was very serious. Wen Chang learned this knowledge when he played the role of a psychologist. It was quite a coincidence. Bai Yan's face turned very ugly when she heard this. He turned to look at the doctors and nurses. However, the doctors and nurses did not show any signs of anxiety or unease at being exposed. On the contrary, he remained very calm. Miss Bai, this is old Master Lin's order, and we must carry it out even if you try to stop us, we will absolutely not back down. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan took a deep breath. I won't make things difficult for you. You can use this medicine, however, the dosage should be reduced. Halfway through her sentence, she turned to look at Wen Chang. Half, Wen Chang said softly. Using half of the product can still have some effect, but the side effects are not as significant. Yes, use only half at most, otherwise, even Grandpa Lin can't protect you all, understand? Bai Yan looked at the doctors and nurses in front of her with a very serious expression. After hearing Bai Yan's words, the doctors and nurses exchanged glances. The doctor in the lead then said, Okay, Miss Bai, however, I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened today, otherwise, we'll be in a difficult position. Just as Wen Chang said. Half the dosage can also have a certain effect. Anyway, they did the medication as instructed. As for the dosage, that can be determined by careful consideration. In this way, they wouldn't be considered to have disobeyed old Master Lin's orders. Moreover, if Bai Yan really wanted to deal with them, then old Master Lin might not protect them. They were just a few employees of the Lin Group. There's simply no comparison between her and Bai Yan. Several doctors and nurses pushed Lin Xiaoran away. Bai Yan then turned around and looked at Wen Chang. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, not a single person, understand? Bai Yan looked very serious. Old Master Lin drugged the future heir of the Lin family whom he favored. If word gets out, it will definitely be a troublesome matter for the Lin family. Moreover, Wen Chang will also get into considerable trouble as a result. The Lin family will not let him off the hook. Therefore, Bai Yan said that, actually for his own good. Wen Chang naturally had no intention of leaking the secret. He nodded quickly after hearing that. You understand, I have a variety show that needs a regular guest. I'll have my agent contact you later. After saying that, Bai Yan left. This can be considered her compensation to Wen Chang. Or perhaps it's a thank you gift. The variety shows that Baekhyun can appear on are all top-tier productions. Being a regular guest on these variety shows represents much more than just appearance fees. More importantly, it elevates one's status within the entertainment industry and increases exposure. This is quite a temptation for Wen Chang. But it is also a warning. Bai Yan can give him resources, and she can also make him lose all his resources, including those he once possessed. After watching Bai Yan leave, Wen Chang turned around and walked into Gu Yan's ward. He was feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, and his face was expressionless. Seeing his unpleasant expression, Gu Yan couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Did something happen outside just now? He had just vaguely heard that there seemed to be quite a few people outside the ward. However, the soundproofing in the ward was very good, he couldn't hear anything. It's nothing. Wen Chang shook his head. He was just a little conflicted about whether or not to tell Gu Yan what he had just seen. But when he thought of the post Gu Yan had asked him to make on WeChat Moments, and Bai Yan's threats, he gave up on the plan. It wasn't that he was intimidated by Bai Yan's threats. Rather, he understood that if Gu Yan accidentally leaked this information, it would be disastrous. The old man of the Lin family will also do everything he can to make him disappear. He didn't want Gu Yan to bear such danger as well. I brought you some food, eat this first. What would you like to eat tonight? Wen Chang placed the food he had bought on the bedside table next to Gu Yan. I'm not picky. I'll find you a caregiver in a bit. It must be inconvenient for you to eat like this. Okay. Gu Yan didn't stand on ceremony with Wen Chang. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wen Chang left first. He still has work to do today. Gu Yan was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, when his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, I found a message from Feng Shuo. I heard about your affair with Lin Xiaoran. You've been holding back until now and haven't gotten a divorce? 275, Chapter 275. The Lin family has nothing to do with me, and I dare not use them. Looking at the message, Gu Yan guessed that Feng Shuo must have heard the news in the industry. He hadn't heard much about the Feng family before. It seems they are not on the same side as families like the Lin and Ning families. The second generation of the Feng family rarely appears at gatherings on ordinary days. He just wasn't quite sure whether the Feng family didn't want to have contact with these people. Or perhaps these privileged young people simply don't want to have much contact with the Feng family. Regardless, the Feng family still wielded considerable influence within Kyoto's elite circles. However, they are not on the same path as the Lin family. Gu Yan sent a voice message. Do you have any trustworthy people on your hands? Could you lend me a few? Originally, he planned to divorce Lin Xiaoran and then simply take Lin Zhe and leave Kyoto. Go live in another city. If these second-generation rich kids in Kyoto still don't want to let him go, he might as well just go abroad. The world is so big, it's impossible for the Lin and Ning families to monitor every place. But not now. He has family now. Then we can't be so willful. Professor Gu definitely won't leave Kyoto. Then he can't leave Kyoto. He no longer trusts the bodyguards of the Kellen family. The only thing we can do is try to borrow some manpower from Fengshuo. At the very least, the people in Fengshuo's hands will not be controlled by the Lin or Ning families. It's possible, but what do you need people for? Doesn't the Lin family have anyone else? The Lin family has nothing to do with me, and I wouldn't dare to use them. Feng Shuo frowned slightly. The Lin family wields considerable influence in Kyoto. Lin Xiaoran's Zhuguang group is also very powerful. The two are not even divorced yet, and Gu Yan is already afraid to use Lin Xiaoran's people? Has the relationship between the two people reached this point? Feng Shuo found it strange. Over the years, he had met Lin Xiaoran before. Even if the two companies do different businesses. But Kyoto is only so big, and everyone there is from the same social class, so it's hard not to meet. At the time, Lin Xiaoran was with another man. But Feng Shuo didn't sense anything different about Lin Xiaoran towards that man. Compared to how she treated Gu Yan in the past, this was far from the same. Therefore, he doesn't really believe the rumors he occasionally hears from within the industry. Until that day, Gu Yan said he wanted to divorce Lin Xiaoran. He then made a special trip to inquire about it. At first, he thought the two were just arguing. But now it seems that it's no longer just a simple argument. You don't want Lin Xiaoran anymore? No, I don't want it. Gu Yan answered very decisively. After a moment of silence, Feng Shuo replied, Okay, how many people do you need? The more the better. I need people to protect me and my brother. I can pay their salaries. Giving money is a given. Gu Yan now has some money on hand. We can afford to hire some people. Of course, it doesn't mean that just because you paid money, you're no longer indebted to Fengshuo. The favor has been owed, and giving money is the proper thing to do. Okay, I won't make money off you anymore. 20,000 per person per month, and I'll move 10 people to your place. This price is very reasonable. Feng Shuo usually pays his subordinates more than 20,000 yuan a month. In his line of work, if the money isn't right, who'll risk their life for you? Thank you, but I'm not feeling well these days. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm feeling better, Gu Yan said, expressing his gratitude. Okay, but is it really impossible for you and Lin Xiaoran? It's impossible. Okay, I'll have someone contact you later. Feng Shuo didn't ask anything more. He had a grudge against Lin Xiaoran. If Gu Yan were still with Lin Xiaoran, he would still lend his manpower to Gu Yan. This would allow him to find out more information about Lin Xiaoran. Now that the two of them can no longer be together, he has an even greater obligation to help. Feng Shuo tossed his phone aside, lit a cigarette, and looked worried. His influence actually extends beyond the Kyoto circle. In earlier years, the Feng family was not active in Kyoto. The Feng family's businesses are not suitable for a place like Kyoto. They will die very quickly. It's just that it's in a city that's not particularly far from Kyoto. When he was brought back, the Feng family didn't really take him seriously. It's just that someone like that has managed to make a name for himself in Kyoto. If this continues unchecked, it could easily bring disaster upon the Feng family. After all, he is the illegitimate son of the Feng family, so it is impossible to completely sever ties with him. So bringing him back was just to save myself some unnecessary trouble. They wouldn't value abundance either. They even treated him like a prisoner, restricting him in every way. Feng Shuo, of course, was unwilling. He will spend several years cleaning up all those in his family who are targeting him. In recent years, it has also dominated many industries. After all, every time they encountered a problem, they solved it perfectly. It can be said that many shady businesses in the cities near Kyoto are under his control. This is especially true for some nighttime entertainment industries. My return to Kyoto this time was actually to find a suitable opportunity to see if I could develop my business here, do some more respectable business, and gradually clean up my image. He was happy to have a meal with Gu Yan. The conflict between him and Lin Xiaoran did not actually end just because his brother was injured. That was the time when he was at his lowest point. After his brother was seriously injured, almost all of his men fled. At the time, many people wanted to take advantage of his illness and kill him. They were just waiting for Lin Xiaoran to completely deal with him before they made their move. It was Gu Yan who stopped Lin Xiaoran, not wanting her to go to such lengths to kill her. Or perhaps it should be said that they didn't want Lin Xiaoran to do too many things that violated the law. Although it was for Lin Xiaoran's sake. But it did indeed get him out of a tight spot. He was deeply impressed by Gu Yan. From childhood to adulthood, he has always walked on a path where there is no light. One wrong step and you'll fall into the abyss. But after that incident, he stopped looking down on anyone. Even if it's just a woman. Therefore, he did not have to suffer too much hardship in the later tribulations. Feng Shuo raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. The woman was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was clearly not Chinese. It is said that they were sent by an overseas Chinese family that had been on good terms with the elders of the Feng family. During this trip to China, I couldn't find the elders of the Feng family, so I found him instead. The woman pushed a photo towards me. The photo also shows a woman who looks very beautiful. Mr. Feng, this is the person we are looking for. When the riots broke out in the overseas Chinese community, the Lin family had no choice but to send the little princess back for refuge. She later disappeared. The Lin family searched for many years without success. The old patriarch is now in poor health and wants to see his youngest daughter before he passes away. He doesn't believe his daughter is dead when she was sent back to China. The Feng family had extensive connections. If you have any information, please inform me immediately. The Lin family will not treat you unfairly. 276, Chapter 276. There's no need to worry about your safety anymore. Feng Shuo looked at the photo in front of him. If what the woman in front of me is saying is true, that all happened more than 2 or 3 decades ago. Finding relevant clues is not that easy. Moreover, the woman in the photo is very beautiful. It shouldn't be that difficult for such a beautiful woman to find out information. The Lin family spent decades trying but failed to find even the slightest clue. This is extremely difficult. If she were still alive, she would be in her 50s now, right? The woman nodded after hearing this. Yes, the patriarch's health is not good, and he left a portion of his estate to his youngest daughter. This was also his last wish. Regardless of whether the patriarch is still alive when the news is found, this estate must be handed over to his youngest daughter. What if this person is no longer alive, or what if we can't find any information about them at all? Feng Shuo continued. The woman didn't speak, but she made her attitude very clear. Cannot find it. I kept searching. If the person has indeed passed away, the Lin family will likely have other plans to deal with it. But most importantly, we must find clues, regardless of life or death. The woman said softly, Mr. Feng, We know that your businesses are currently in a very dangerous position in China. You also want to find an opportunity to clean up your act and go straight. Our Lin family has some involvement in the overseas entertainment industry. We can provide a lot of help with the path you want to take next. At least cleaning up your act shouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing this, Feng Shua's expression tightened. This is far more important to him than how much cash or assets he is given. Most of his businesses around Beijing are now related to nighttime entertainment. The most common of these are nightclubs and bars. It has something to do with color. One of his plans was to enter the entertainment industry to rehabilitate his image. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry rehabilitated their image in this way in their early years. Feng Shuo himself also possessed this ability. However, they will definitely negotiate and maneuver with several major families. It comes at a high price and is quite troublesome. He won't be able to achieve the results he wants for at least a few years. The temptation the Lin family offered him was very strong. He found it hard to resist. Feng Shuo held the photo in his hand and asked, "Grandpa Lin must have had quite a few children, right?" "There are quite a few, but she is the only daughter of the family head, and she is also the youngest child of the family head, so she has been very pampered since she was a child. Even now, the family head still misses her." Feng Shuo nodded. Her youngest child, and her only daughter. No wonder that even after so many years, on his deathbed, he still searched for clues about her. Feng Shuo put the photos away. "Okay, I'll contact you if I get any leads." The woman nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped again. "The little princess has been missing for 30 years. She was just 20 years old when she disappeared. China is a vast country, and it's difficult to find clues. But Mr. Feng, please rest assured that as long as we can find clues, the Lin family's reward will be far more than just helping Mr. Feng clear his name." Feng Shuo frowned. He sighed softly. "Don't worry, the Feng family will use all their connections to investigate the clues. To be honest, I originally thought you were here to confront me. Never expected you to be asking for my help." The woman still had a faint smile on her face. The Lin family doesn't care who's in charge of the Feng family. The woman left, leaving Feng Shuo sitting there alone. He beckoned his men over and showed them the photos. "Go check and see if anyone saw this woman 30 years ago now. She should be around 50 years old. No one knows why this woman disappeared back then. If you want to get information, besides official channels, people like him are the best at it." The Lin family probably already informed the authorities. There are only 2 reasons why they would come looking for him again. Either both sides placed bets, or the official channels couldn't find any information. However, Feng Shuo couldn't understand who was so bold as to target the Lin family. For decades, the Lin family has been the dominant force in overseas Chinese communities. To target someone from such a family, do they really not want to live? On the other side, Gu Yan lay alone in bed after hanging up the phone. For some reason, he felt much better. It seemed that just as she was thinking this, her phone rang. It was Professor Gu who called. Gu Yan's face stiffened. "Answer the phone, Grandpa." "Shayan, why didn't you come back last night? I called you but you didn't answer." Professor Gu's tone carried a hint of anxiety. "Oh, I'm fine, Grandpa. It's just that a friend invited me out to dinner yesterday, and I had a few drinks. I forgot to tell you." Hearing this, Professor Gu didn't think much of it, breathed a sigh of relief, and said gently, "It's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. In the future, if anything happens, tell Grandpa in advance. You don't know back then, your mother sigh. Grandpa knows you young people have many friends and many gatherings, but it really bothered me." Gu Yan understood that this was because his mother's disappearance had left Professor Gu with psychological trauma. "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll definitely let you know where I'm going from now on." Okay, Professor Gu seemed to be in a much better mood. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly said, "Alright, there's a young lady from the Wang family in Shanghai who says she knows you and wants to bring her brother to visit me in a few days. Do you know her?" Upon hearing the words Wang family of Shanghai, Gu Yan immediately knew who Professor Gu was referring to. The one who was previously with him, only Wang Yuyan, whom I met only once. But why would she suddenly visit Professor Gu under her own name? Moreover, it seems she contacted me last night? We do know each other. Oh, It's good that we know each other. I told her to contact you when she wants to visit. Professor Gu also really wanted his grandson to have more friends. He had heard about Gu Yan's experiences in the Lin family over the years. However, he was also worried that someone might be using his grandson's name to try and establish a relationship with him. That's why he gave the choice to Gu Yan. He believed that Gu Yan was discerning and could distinguish between good and bad. Even if he couldn't, he could still help Gu Yan make a decision. Gu Yan understood what Professor Gu meant, and her nose couldn't help but tingle. I understand, Grandpa. I'll ask her what happened later. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan was about to find Wang Yuyan's contact information to call her when a commotion suddenly broke out at the door. He frowned and looked towards the door. The door to the ward suddenly opened, and a man in a suit and tie walked in, looking very imposing. 277, Chapter 277. If a man can't act like a man, he can't blame her for looking for someone else. Looking at the man in front of him, Gu Yan's heart tightened. The noise coming from outside the ward earlier was quite loud. The soundproofing in the private rooms here is excellent. If he could hear the noise, there must have been a big argument. He had never seen this man before among Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards. I suspect they've come with ill intentions. The man walked straight to Gu Yan's hospital room, a scar still visible on his face. Even without any expression or words, he exudes a powerful aura. Before Gu Yan could ask anything, the man said, Mr. Gu, I was sent by young Master Feng. You can call me Scarface. The person is as their name suggests. Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that he was sent by Feng Shuo. Unexpectedly, Feng Shuo acted quite quickly. But what was that noise outside just now? What happened outside just now? Gu Yan couldn't help but ask. Scarface called out to the outside. Several burly men dragged a woman in. Gu Yan looked closely and realized that this was actually Lin Zhe's adoptive mother. Previously, Lin Zhe's adoptive father was beaten into the hospital by Gu Yan and then threatened Lin Zhe's adoptive mother. This time, Gu Yan stayed in the same hospital room as Lin Zhe. To avoid worrying Lin Zhe, he did not tell Lin Zhe about his injury and hospitalization. Lin Zhe's adoptive mother originally intended to visit her husband. I'll also see if there's a chance to meet Lin Zhe. Try to get some money out of him. I don't know where I got the news, but I learned that Gu Yan was also hospitalized. He was immediately in a great mood and wanted to go and get back at them for all the humiliation he had suffered. You should know that she had previously called the police, trying to extort money from Gu Yan. However, they were threatened by the lawyer several times, especially after the lawyer found some things that the couple had done in the past. They were forced to settle the matter privately. They only received 8 or 10,000 yuan in medical expenses. It was barely enough to cover the cost of Lin Zhe's adoptive father's hospital treatment. Lin Zhe's adoptive parents could not accept such an outcome. Su Ting was forced to sign a divorce agreement with Lin Zhe because of his infidelity. I'll leave with nothing. From then on, they couldn't even use Zhang Peng's affair to threaten Su Ting and get money from her anymore. There were bodyguards guarding outside Lin Zhe's hospital room. She simply ran to Gu Yan's hospital room. She was initially pleased to see that no one was outside Gu Yan's hospital room. Just as she was about to kick the door open, several burly men in suits appeared out of nowhere and restrained her. He even beat her up. She was still in a lot of pain, and her eyes were filled with hatred and loathing as she looked at Gu Yan. They wished they could bite a piece of flesh off Gu Yan. Gu Yan frowned when he saw her. Kick them out. He's not in the mood to deal with these clowns right now. Okay, Mr. Gu. Scarface was efficient. With a wave of his hand, the men carried Lin Zhe's adoptive mother out. Lin Zhe's adoptive mother didn't dare to say a word. She was in pain from the beating. But she still harbored resentment towards Gu Yan. She had always been used to throwing tantrums since she was a child and had never suffered such injustice before. She's determined to get revenge for all these grievances. Coincidentally, Su Ting also came to see Lin Zhe today, wanting to ask him to forgive her. Leaving with nothing means all her efforts over the years have been in vain. Lindsay will take half of all the savings. The house still belongs to her. But she was about to lose her place at the Lin Group. With Nguyen around, a single word from him could get her kicked out of the Lin Group. A person who was dismissed by the Lin Group. Finding a good job in Kyoto is not an easy task. She can't make her monthly mortgage payments. This doesn't even include the money Nguyen gave her earlier, which she also has to repay. She has spent more than half of the money. Where can I find the money to pay off this debt? She had to find a way to get Lin Zhe to forgive her. Zhang Peng has an uncle in a high position in the Lin Group. But how could his uncle possibly offend Lin Xiaoran for the sake of his nephew's lover? It's impossible no matter how you look at it. But she couldn't even get into Lin Zhe's hospital room before being kicked out by the bodyguards. Standing at the hospital entrance, she simply called her mother. They wanted her to come and persuade Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had always held his mother-in-law in high esteem. He would listen to whatever his mother-in-law said. Maybe her persuasion will be effective. Su Ting spoke very tactfully. She said she felt wronged and that Lin Zhe's lack of masculinity caused her to lose herself for a moment. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. But Lin Zhe stubbornly refused to let go and just wouldn't forgive her. Sure enough, a furious voice came from the other end of the phone. What, he's gotten so arrogant, where can he find someone who would want him without you, a grown man, raised like a dog since childhood, treated like an animal, he can't act like a man, doesn't he know how to reflect on himself, and he dares to blame you for finding someone else, daughter, listen to your mother, let's ignore him now, just leave him hanging, otherwise the more we pay attention to him, the more arrogant he'll become. He even dares to treat you like this now. The more he talked, the angrier the woman became. By the way, wasn't that Nguyen talking behind your back? It must be him. If it weren't for him, how could that good-for-nothing Lin Zhe dare to treat you like this? They're all spineless bastards, yet they dare to bare their teeth? Mom, you really need to come back first. Nguyen forced me to sign a divorce agreement, leaving me with nothing. If you don't come back to help me, your daughter is doomed. Oh, and please don't mention your surgery. I don't know if Nguyen knows about it, but he's pressuring me to pay back the money he owes. You're just pretending you're not feeling well and are still resting. Su Ting's mother cursed a few more times on the phone, and then hung up after the two finished discussing the matter. Su Ting was still thinking of going to talk to Lin Zhe again to see if she could get a few words out of him. Her mother is right. If a man can't act like a man, he can't blame her for looking for someone else. Lin Zhe doesn't reflect on his own actions, so why does he still take advantage of her and refuse to forgive her? Besides, Lin Zhe has always loved her this much all these years. How could I just leave her like that? She used to cry if she got off work late at night. If he doesn't see her again, Lin Zhe will definitely not be able to bear it. Before they even entered the hospital, they witnessed Lin Zhe's adoptive mother being thrown out of the hospital. After the bodyguards entered the hospital, Lin Zhe's adoptive mother finally couldn't hold back anymore and started pointing at their backs and cursing wildly. But he dared not speak too loudly, as if he were being overheard by others. As he was cursing, he caught a glimpse of Su Ting out of the corner of his eye. He rushed to Su Ting's side. Su Ting, you can't escape responsibility either, pay up. If it weren't for you, would my man have been beaten and hospitalized? Don't even think about running away, pay up now. 278, Chapter 278. Nguyen? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Ting had no intention of paying any attention to this woman. If she hadn't discovered her affair with Zhang Peng, why would she have given this woman money as hush money? Now that everything has been exposed, she wants even less to have anything to do with this woman. She's still thinking about trying to reconcile with Lin Zhe. Su Ting knew all too well how much Lin Zhe hated this woman. At this moment, it's best to stay as far away from her as possible. He turned to leave. But the woman wouldn't let her go, grabbing Su Ting's arm and refusing to let her leave. Pay up, don't even think about running away. Su Ting forcefully swung her arm and looked at her coldly. Pay me money, I didn't hit him, why should I pay you money? Get the hell out of here and don't bother me. If Nguyen hadn't come to you, would she have beaten my man up? I don't care, you have to pay me, otherwise, you're not leaving, come and see, you can't just hit someone and expect them to pay. The woman's cries attracted the attention of many people around her. Su Ting's face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, "Stop shouting, I don't have any money to give you, I left with nothing." Upon hearing Su Ting say that she had no money, Lin Zhe's adoptive mother's face immediately darkened. "How could you not have money? You left with nothing. You can ask Zhang Peng for it. His uncle is a high-ranking official. He's rich, you can ask him for it and then compensate me." Hearing the woman's words, Su Ting almost laughed in anger. Why should she pay this money? However, this woman did remind her. She wasn't saying she absolutely had to find a solution through Lin Zhe. She couldn't let Zhang Peng off the hook either. Even if in the end they can't reconcile with Lin Zhe and can't stay in the Lin group, we'll have to find a way to get some money from Zhang Peng. What if Zhang Peng could get his uncle to put in a good word for him at the company? Thinking this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She flung away Lin Zhe's adoptive mother's hand, pointed at her, and said, "If you want the money, then do as I say, otherwise, I won't get a single penny, and neither will you. If I lose the money, you won't have an easy time either, I mean what I say." Hearing that she had a chance to get money, Lin Zhe's adoptive mother naturally wouldn't refuse. The two stood there discussing for a while before leaving. Su Ting took out her phone and called Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng, on the other end of the phone, was a bit overwhelmed when he saw Su Ting's call. He already knew that Gu Yan was Lin Xiaoran's husband. He was very afraid of Lin Xiaoran, even though his uncle is a senior executive at the Lin Group. But she can't compare to someone like Lin Xiaoran. However, he also heard that Gu Yan was not highly regarded in the Lin family. Most importantly, Lin Xiaoran doesn't seem to like him. But no matter what, he didn't really want to have anything to do with Su Ting anymore, even if he is very satisfied with this lover. I took a deep breath, answered the phone, and prepared to make things clear. Brother Peng, where are you? What business is it of yours where I am? Let me tell you, let's part ways amicably and never contact me again." Upon hearing this, Su Ting's face darkened. "Fine, go ahead, but give me back all the money I gave you before, plus a 100,000 yuan hush money, otherwise, I'll sue you for rape." Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's jaw tightened. Similar things have happened before. He almost always solved problems with money. If Su Ting really has no shame and causes a scene at the company, or even makes the news, then even his uncle probably can't keep his position in the company. He originally had a chance to get promoted by relying on his uncle's connections. We can't afford to cause any trouble at this time. Zhang Peng was practically grinding his teeth to powder, his voice hoarse. "Fine, I'll give you the money, but you'd better shut your mouth and not say a word, understand?" Upon realizing she could get the money, Su Ting was immediately overjoyed. "Okay, you know my bank card number, transfer the money quickly." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Peng's face was extremely grim. Her hatred for Gu Yan intensified. If it weren't for Gu Yan, he wouldn't need to spend so much money now. He might be able to continue getting money from Su Ting and enjoying her services. Just then, the phone rang again. It was his uncle calling, asking him to go to the hospital to visit the injured Lin Xiaoran. As a senior executive in the company, Zhang Peng's uncle, even though he didn't belong to Lin Xiaoran's faction, still needed to do some superficial work. The purpose of bringing Zhang Peng along became even clearer. I just wanted to support him and pave the way for his future promotion. The two arrived at the hospital quickly. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran had already woken up. Her face was still pale, she looked very weak, and her spirits were not very good. Lin Xiaoran lay there, and He Qing poured her a glass of water. Lin Xiaoran got up and took a sip, but before she could put down her cup, the door to the ward was pushed open. "Mr. Lin, I heard you were sick, so I came to see you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran looked over. He recognized the person in front of him. He was a senior executive of the Lin Group. She didn't really recognize the person following behind him. "Oh, this is my nephew, he also works at our Lin Group." Lin Xiaoran nodded. After chatting for a few minutes, Zhang Peng prepared to leave with his uncle. But as soon as he reached the door of the ward, a hint of resentment and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Unable to resist, she stopped and turned to Lin Xiaoran, saying, President Lin, I think you should let Gu Yan leave the Lin group. You may not know, but he's a menace in the Lin group. He can't do anything right and always drags the department down. Beside Eshi's relationship with Lin Xiaoye is also ambiguous. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Peng, the uncle's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled him out of the ward, then turned to Lin Xiaoran and said, President Lin, my nephew doesn't think before he speaks, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Peng's uncle belongs to Lin Xiaoye's faction. Now his nephew is talking about his superior to Lin Xiaoran, who is considered an enemy, which is a big taboo. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran didn't seem to react much and didn't seem to care much about it. Zhang Peng was pulled out of the ward by his uncle and given a severe scolding. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know that CEO Lin and Lin Xiaoran are rivals? Uncle, what are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you a long time ago to help me deal with Gu Yan? It's come to this point and you still haven't done anything. Are you telling me to figure it out myself? Besides, judging from Lin Xiaoran's attitude, she obviously doesn't care about Gu Yan. Otherwise, why would she react like this? Zhang Peng was somewhat smug at this moment, thinking to himself that he must have guessed correctly. Lin Xiaoran really didn't have any feelings for Gu Yan. Hearing his nephew say this, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Lin Xiaoran's reaction just now was indeed a bit abnormal. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran, who was in the ward, turned to look at Yi Qing and spoke softly. Gu Yan, that name sounds familiar. 279, Chapter 279. Thank you for being willing to let go of the past. That afternoon, when Shang rushed back to the hospital from the film set and brought Gu Yan some fruit. Gu Yan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that when Shang's mood was strange today. He seemed somewhat distracted. What's wrong? Is work not going well? When Shang was really curious about how Lin Xiaoran was doing. He originally wanted to go to the next ward to take a look. But after standing at the door for a while, Ning Chen walked over. There was no one else present. He glanced at Wen Shang, then looked at Gu Yan through the window, a mocking smile on his face. He chuckled softly, pushed past Wen Shang, and entered the ward where Lin Xiaoran was. Wen Shang felt a surge of anger when he saw Ning Chen's face. She turned and walked into Gu Yan's hospital room. Upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, he quickly changed his mood and said with a smile, It's nothing, I'm probably just tired from work today. As you know, my resources are much better than before, and I've received many invitations from variety shows. Gu Yan nodded without saying anything and ate some fruit under the care of the nurse. In the next ward, Ning Chen looked at Lin Xiaoran, who had fallen into a deep sleep again, with a hint of smugness on his lips. His sister has been in a coma for years, and everyone now believes that he has been with Lin Xiaoran for a long time. Lin Xiaoran even said she wanted to have a child for him. It was only because of Gu Yan that he was unable to obtain a public identity. This made many members of the Lin family feel somewhat guilty towards him. And those people in the circle who were initially biased towards Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran after learning that Gu Yan was Professor Gu's grandson now hope even more that he and Lin Xiaoran can become a couple. And now, Lin Xiaoran has been hypnotized again. He didn't believe that Gu Yan still had a chance to turn things around. The ward was quiet. It took more than half an hour for Lin Xiaoran to wake up again. She opened her eyes, saw someone beside her, and sat up with a frown. The fever has long since subsided, but my head is still feeling dizzy. Yi Qing returned to her ward after completing the discharge procedures. Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran went into the ward together. Lin Xiaoran had already changed her clothes. Before leaving, Yi Qing asked a question. Should I tell the sir? Ning Chen stood to the side, looking at Lin Xiaoran with a somewhat uneasy expression. Lin Xiaoran held her forehead, seemingly having a headache, but didn't say anything. It was as if they hadn't heard anything at all. After standing there for a while, he turned and walked out. Stepping out of the ward. Ning Chen glanced at the ward next door, only to hear Yi Qing ask the same question again. Mr. Lin, should we inform the gentleman? Lin Xiaoran remained silent and walked straight toward the elevator. Yi Qing hurriedly followed. Ning Chen stood there, overjoyed. I tried hard to suppress my emotions and not let my happiness show on my face. He was too excited. This was a scene he had been looking forward to for many years. But unexpectedly, this scene finally unfolded in front of him. After Lin Xiaoran had entered the elevator and the elevator doors slowly closed, he finally couldn't suppress his emotions any longer. The smile on his face had a hint of ferocity. When I arrived at Guyan's hospital room, I knocked on the door, but no one answered. A nurse passing by said something. The patient in this ward has already been discharged, saying they need to go back to recuperate. Guyan's main injuries were on his hands and legs. There was no serious injury on his leg. After lying in the hospital for a few days, I was able to get out of bed and walk again. It still hurts a bit when I walk, and it looks a little awkward. The most serious injury is to my hands. If you've injured a bone, there's really no need to stay in the hospital to recover. Going home is the same. Moreover, Guyan doesn't like hospitals and doesn't like living here all the time. After learning that Guyan had left, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with regret. She pursed her lips, took out her phone, and posted a message on her WeChat Moments. Thank you for being willing to let go of the past. The meaning of this sentence is too obvious. Moreover, many people in the industry are now concerned about the time when Lin Xiaoran said she wanted to have a child for him. Almost everyone believes that Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran have been together for a long time. However, due to societal pressures, it was not made public. After all, it's really not a good thing for the president of Zhuguang Group, the future heir of the Lin Group, to have an affair with the future heir of the Ning family. If this gets out, it will have some impact on both families. No matter what, Gu Yan is Lin Xiaoran's husband in name only. Even though everyone used to hate him and despise him. Now, seeing Ning Chen's post on WeChat Moments, many of her friends have left comments offering their blessings. Ning Chen was in a great mood and hurriedly went downstairs to drive his car and follow Lin Xiaoran's car. At this time, he had to stay by Lin Xiaoran's side at all times. She had already forgotten Gu Yan. He can't waste such a good opportunity. If someone manages to seize this opportunity first, he'll have nowhere to turn and will have no one to blame but himself. But not long after he drove off, he received a call from the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. As an honorary professor at the university, he is required to teach a few classes occasionally. This position is quite important to him. Ning Chen has been trying to prove to everyone that she is no less capable than her older sister. Ning Mang was very skilled in piano back then. He has always strived to achieve something great on the piano. So he couldn't refuse the school's calls. I changed direction and drove to school. He received several phone calls along the way. Most of the calls were from the Lin family. Wang Lin called and said she thought highly of him and hoped he could become her son-in-law. Old Master Lin also called to remind him to take care of himself during this period. Protect Lin Xiaoran. Some friends in the industry congratulated him on finally getting the recognition he deserved after all his hardships. Ning Chen was in a great mood, and he pressed the accelerator harder. The news that he would be taking classes at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music today had somehow leaked out. Ning Chen also has many fans online. When he was winning awards abroad, it caused quite a stir in China. The number of followers on Weibo has surged. Now that they know he's going to teach at a school, many fans are thrilled. It was very popular and even trended on social media. Seeing this, the school simply turned the lesson into an open class and streamed it live online. This calmed down many fans. However, many fans simply went to the entrance of Kyoto Conservatory of Music to wait for him. In addition, many people on the internet had previously suspected that he was Qinyu. Many of Qinyu's fans also went to the gate of Kyoto Conservatory of Music to wait for him. As soon as I got out of the car, several reporters carrying cameras and microphones surrounded me. Mernang, you haven't given any interviews since you returned to China, and you rarely appear in public. Could you answer a few questions for us? Your fans are very concerned about you. 280, Chapter 280 wasn't written for a former lover, it's for someone I've always loved. Once one reporter spoke up, the others immediately offered their microphones to Ning Chen. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the reporters. Mernang, regarding the piano piece that won you an award abroad, some people say you wrote it for your lover, is that true? This piano piece has won so many awards and shone brightly abroad. Why did you choose to give up the piano and return to China? Was it because you were forced to give it up to inherit the family business? Many people believe that you are Qin Yu, who became an internet sensation back then. Is that true? Ning Chen is never intimidated by such occasions. Having grown up in a large family, this kind of scene was very common for him. Looking at the reporters in front of him, facing the camera, he wore a slight smile. This isn't written for a former lover, it's for someone I've always loved. It's just a pity that we couldn't be together for some reasons. After saying this, Ning Chen nodded slightly and turned to leave. It seemed he didn't want to be interviewed, but was only answering a question because he felt he had to. But the reporters naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass them by. He hurriedly pressed on, "Is the person you're talking about the one you love, Ms. Lin Xiaoran, the CEO of the Lin Group? I heard that you and she almost got engaged back then, but another man sabotaged the engagement party by drugging Ms. Lin, which forced them to get married. Is this true?" This question immediately caused an uproar among many people present. Immediately afterwards, the scene fell silent. That's a really tricky question. Everyone wanted to hear the answer from Ning Chen, and no one dared to utter a sound. He was afraid that he hadn't heard Ning Chen's answer clearly. Ning Chen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this question. It was as if that was a very heavy blow to him. A forced smile appeared on her lips. That's all in the past. Lin Xiaoran is married now. We're just friends, nothing more. So Mernang is so eager to distance himself from Lin Xiaoran because she is already married, and he's worried it will affect her reputation? You just confirmed that the piano piece you wrote earlier was for President Lin Xiaoran, right? Ning Chen's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Without saying anything, he turned and walked towards the school. After the previous incident, Kyoto Conservatory of Music is now paying great attention to security issues. The reporters and fans who had gathered near the school gates were kept outside. Moreover, many of Qin Yu's fans were furious after hearing the questions asked by the reporters and tried to stop them. However, some fans couldn't help but shout at Ning Chen, wanting to ask her some questions. "Qin Yu, don't you want that account anymore? We all miss you and are waiting for you. Even if you don't update your works anymore, it would be nice if you could reply to messages occasionally." Ning Chen paused as he walked, and turned to look at those words. His eyes held an unspeakable melancholy, and his expression was somewhat sorrowful. The reporters and fans at the scene were all focused on him, and some took photos and videos and posted them online. The account Qin Yu is extremely popular online. Especially after the previous cyberbullying incident, even more people are paying attention to this account. To explain and testify for my friend, I picked up this account that had been abandoned for several years, and then it disappeared again. Then, during Kyoto University's anniversary celebration, I helped someone wrap things up by playing a piece on the piano. These events repeatedly trended on social media, igniting a frenzy of discussion online. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry are very envious. In the current environment, whether it's an internet celebrity or a star, if they don't appear for a while, they'll have lost all their popularity when they come back. Where else can you find fans as devoted and passionate as Qin Yu? Qin Yu's ability to achieve this is truly enviable to many. But Ning Chen has never given a direct answer to the question of whether she is Qin Yu. No one has enough evidence to prove this. The news, once it broke online, instantly thrilled Qin Yu's fans. One trending topic after another. Of the top 10 trending topics, 4 were related to Qin Yu and Ning Chen, and they were all among the top ranked. Some people even added background music to these videos. The somber music, combined with Ning Chen's outstanding acting skills, created a captivating gaze and expression. This immediately caused countless Qin Yu fans to cry out online. I really didn't believe Qin Yu was Ning Chen before, but now I can't help but believe it. If Ning Chen wasn't Qin Yu, how could he have that kind of expression? He seemed to have so much to say, but he couldn't say anything at all. That look in his eyes broke my heart. Perhaps this is the unspeakable pain of the children of wealthy and noble families. The Ning family's business is so large, someone has to inherit it. How can they let him continue to do what he likes? No matter how well he does the piano, it is only one person's success and cannot inherit the family's glory. My god, Chinyu's fans are really touching. Everyone is trying their best to protect him from being disturbed by those reporters, and they don't ask him to keep creating accounts and posting content. They just hope that he can appear online occasionally, even if it's just to say a few words. The title that topped the trending searches was simple, yet it warmed the hearts of many. The love between Chinyu and her fans. But Ning Chen walked into the office prepared for him by the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. After leaving the office, his face instantly darkened. He has never admitted that he is Chinyu. They can't admit it either. He can't control Chinyu's account, so it's easy for it to be exposed as fake. However, Chinyu herself has never come forward to refute these rumors. Could it bet that something really happened to this person, which is why they chose to quit the internet? Ning Chen frowned as he pondered. Suddenly I remembered Wenchang. The last time the Chinyu account became active again was to help Wenchang out of a predicament. This shows that Wenchang must know Chinyu. Furthermore, the account Chinyu may currently be under Wenchang's control. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally made up my mind 10 minutes before class started. He's going to contact Wenchang and buy the Chinyu account. Given the current situation, if he can produce evidence that he controls the Chinyu account, it will bring him a great deal of benefit. Anyway, Chinyu has decided to quit the internet. Even with fans making such a fuss, no one has thought of standing up and saying a word. It would be better to sell the account to him, he could make the most of it. However, he couldn't contact Wenchang in his own name, he needed to find a middleman. Between fans. Wenchang helped Gu Yan complete the discharge procedures. After leaving the hospital, Gu Yan actually had nowhere to go. He didn't want to go to the Lin family's house, nor could he go to his maternal grandfather's house. I had no choice but to go with Wenchang and stay at his house temporarily. Wenchang is often away filming, and his rented house is empty for most of the year. Fortunately, the security level is relatively high, and with the manpower borrowed from Fengshua, Gu Yan doesn't need to worry about his safety for the time being. After dropping Gu Yan off at home, Wenchang went back to work. He also has a live interview today. It's not easy to make it in the entertainment industry these days. Resources are limited, and new people keep entering this industry every year. Wenchang is still somewhat popular, and he wants to take advantage of this popularity to maintain his exposure so that he can have more scripts to choose from. Towards the end of the interview, there was also a live chat environment where viewers could answer questions from the live chat. The host was filtering through the comments when suddenly his eyes lit up. He began by asking, Wenchang, some fans want to ask you, is reneging Chinyu? You're probably the only one on the entire internet who knows the truth after all. Everyone knows you and Chinyu are good friends. Can you give us a definite answer? The fans are very curious. In recent years, apart from appearing in the Wenchang incident, Chinyu has not spoken out on the internet again. Unable to get a definite answer from Ning Chen, the fans had no choice but to seek answers from Wenchang. Wenchang had been thinking that his workday was almost over, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Upon hearing this question, he immediately frowned. Reneging, who? After hearing that Wenchang was willing to answer the question, the number of comments on the livestream increased several times over, with netizens frantically spamming the screen. Is Ning Chen really Chinyu? This is all over the trending topics. Did Chinyu decide to leave the internet because she had to temporarily give up her piano career to inherit the family business? Wenchang, I'm begging you, please tell me, nobody has given me a definite answer yet. Wenchang was also watching these comments and couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. Trending topics? A staff member quickly handed over a tablet, which displayed the latest trending news. He naturally saw the video that fans had uploaded to the internet. Seeing Ning Chen's pretentious manner, he felt disgusted. He's not Chinyu, has nothing to do with him. Chinyu doesn't even have the surname Ning. Don't try to write on any trending topic. Only someone with the closest relationship to Chinyu would protect him like this. Ning Chen has quite a few fans online. After all, he has won many major awards abroad, and many people know him. Moreover, he is the future heir of the Ning family, a powerful clan in Kyoto. Aside from people who have an extremely close relationship with Chinyu, Ordinary people generally wouldn't dare to speak like that. They were all afraid of offending Ning Chen and his fans. The live chat exploded instantly. People who care whether Ning Chen is Qin Yu are not just Qin Yu's fans, but also Ning Chen's fans. Hilarious, trying to ride on someone else's coattails. Who is Ning Chen? She's won awards all over the world. In terms of popularity, isn't she way more popular than some washed-up internet celebrity? I wonder who's trying to ride on her coattails. This is hilarious. A third-rate internet celebrity and a third-rate actor have the nerve to say that a young master from Kyoto is riding on your coattails. Do you even deserve to? The Ning family's assets are right there. It's more wealth than Wen Chang and Qin Yu could earn in 10 lifetimes, and you still have the nerve to be sarcastic? Wen Chang was already unhappy because of Gu Yan's injury. Seeing Ning Chen putting on an act outside and trying to ride on Gu Yan's popularity, she was furious. With a cold face, he said, "Mernang is not Qin Yu. We don't understand why, with such a clear and obvious fact, Mernang refuses to clarify it when others ask, why does he have to act as if he has suffered some great injustice? Isn't this just trying to ride on someone else's coattails, or are you trying to forcibly claim that account as your own?" This one sentence instantly ignited another online frenzy. It even sparked a war of words. It was an even more intense battle than the previous verbal fight between Wen Chang and Huang Wancheng. Countless netizens are watching. Those netizens who learned that Ning Chen was not Qin Yu immediately deleted the videos they had posted and began to angrily curse Ning Chen. Wen Chang has already said no, so Ning Chen definitely isn't either. I'm just curious, he's been asked this so many times, why hasn't he ever given a straight answer? Yeah, every time, they either pretend to be wronged or act like they want to say something but can't. They avoid the topic, but they interact a lot with the fans at the Sinai Ascent that just trying to ride the wave of popularity and secretly acknowledge this account. Their behavior is disgusting. Is this really the future heir of a wealthy family in Kyoto? He's so shameless, he dares to admit to such an obvious lie. Is this all there is to a rich young master? Ning Chen's fans are also quite formidable, including a group of people who enjoy watching the drama unfold, as well as others who only care about his achievements. No, what is Ning Chen's background? Putting aside his status as the young master of the Ning family, he has won so many awards and honors abroad. Would he really try to ride on the coattails of a washed-up internet celebrity? Exactly, does Ning Chen really need an account like this? He's rich, handsome, and incredibly talented. Creating an account would be a piece of cake for him. What's the point of having an account that's been gone for years? Putting everything else aside, even the smallest award Ning Chen has ever won is one that Qin Yu could never achieve in her entire life. Exactly, that Qin Yu has been online for so many years he hasn't even published a single complete original piano piece. All he's done are fragments. How can he compare to Ning Chen? The fan war between the two sides was fierce. It even entered a heated phase right from the beginning. Especially Qin Yu's fans. They all felt that Ning Chen had deceived them emotionally, and at one point they suppressed Ning Chen's fans by cursing her online. Over the years, they have never brought any negative attention to Qin Yu online, they have simply been quietly waiting for her return. Then someone deceived their feelings, causing their pent-up emotions to erupt instantly. However, there are too many people in this world who judge by achievements. Many people who were originally uninvolved started to stand on Ning Chen's side after seeing the many honors he had received. The war of words between the two sides intensified. Meanwhile, Ning Chen was attending a class, which was being broadcast live. You might be a little nervous, and your technique is a bit stiff. You should try to get used to it in the future, otherwise it's easy to look awkward on stage. Also, there's the issue of emotions. You must release your emotions in sync with the rhythm of the music so that the audience can have a better sense of immersion. After finishing his one-on-one tutoring session with the last student, Ning Chen turned around to look at the other students and teachers in the classroom, and then found an angle so that the camera responsible for the live broadcast could capture his profile. 282, Chapter 282. Ning Chen's shamelessness. He was already used to it. That's all for today's lesson, students. Please remember that the piano is not just a musical instrument, but also a bridge between you and music. The deeper your feelings, the more solid the foundation of this bridge will be. You don't necessarily need to use special techniques or play very difficult pieces. As long as your hearts are connected, you can create your own musical path. This lesson was quite successful. In particular, Ning Chen's final performance of the piano piece that won an award abroad, followed by her remarks, drew applause from many in the audience. Ning Chen lowered her head slightly. These were the words his older sister, Ning Mang, had said to him when he had just started learning piano. Now I'm just learning it and using it myself. Ning Meng is indeed very talented at the piano. It has been said that Ning Meng's talent in piano is in no way inferior to her talent in business. The most terrifying thing is that she is able to manage both of them at the same time. She will not let the piano interfere with her career at all. And I won't let my piano skills decline because I'm too busy. The Ning family naturally had high hopes for such a future heir. With such a genius aura, who wouldn't like it? Ning Chen has also been learning from Ning Meng. She plays the piano, and I'm learning to play it myself. Unfortunately, he couldn't have both like Ning Meng, nor did he have Ning Meng's talent. If Ning Meng hadn't been ruined by Gu Yan, how could he have been chosen as the future heir of the Ning family? Just as Ning Chen was about to leave, some of the students who had finished class couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, are you really not Qinyu? Yes, teacher, there are a lot of Qinyu's fans online who are cursing you. These students are at the age of youthful vigor, easily swayed by emotions, and most interested in all sorts of gossip. These people had just been instructed by Ning Chen and were feeling grateful to him. They were also most eager to speak up for Ning Chen. Perhaps some of these are former fans of Qinyu. But now that they are Ning Chen's students, they can't hold any resentment towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen's expression wasn't very pleasant when she heard these words, but she quickly regained her composure. He smiled at the students. I just returned to China, and I'm too busy with family matters to pay much attention to things online right now. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom and got into a car under the escort of bodyguards and college security guards, leaving Kyoto Conservatory of Music. As soon as the car drove out of the road in front of the school and onto the main road, his face instantly darkened. He took out his phone and called his assistant. Didn't I tell you to contact Wen Chang and buy Qinyu's account? The assistant on the other end of the phone was also feeling wronged. President Ning, Wen Chang was very aggressive as soon as I said I wanted to buy the account. He hung up the phone. I called again, and he started cursing at me after that. He just blocked me. Ning Chen's face grew increasingly gloomy. A few seconds later, he suddenly laughed again. But there was a chilling undertone to that smile. If we can't buy it, then let's destroy it. Since he can't control the account, he might as well just make it disappear. If they can't bribe Wensheng, surely they can bribe the website? Within half an hour, many fans were surprised to find that Qinyu's account was in an abnormal state. I can't follow or comment. Furthermore, they are prohibited from publishing any works or statements. Wensheng was the first to discover this situation. Gu Yan has no interest in reading the news online right now. Only Wensheng kept an eye on it, and as soon as someone discovered that Qinyu's account had a problem, he immediately sent her a private message. Wensheng was furious when he saw the account was abnormal. He called Gu Yan directly. Who do you think wanted to buy your account, and when that didn't work out, they even tried to get it banned? Ning Chen originally intended to have the account deleted. But the people on the website don't dare. The influence of the Qinyu account is enormous. It also has a huge number of fans. Deleting it directly from within the system would cause a lot of trouble. Even if Gu Yan wanted to cancel his account, the website wouldn't easily agree and would try to contact him to dissuade him from canceling his account. Being able to ban it for a period of time now is considered doing a job for money. Gu Yan sat on the sofa, listening to Wensheng's somewhat indignant voice, but his expression remained remarkably calm. It should be Ning Chen. Upon hearing this name, Wensheng frowned instantly. He's actually planning to acknowledge your account. He's shameless. Gu Yan didn't speak. He was already used to Ning Chen's personality and way of doing things. So what are you thinking? He's banned your account now, so you probably won't be able to say anything you want to say. Wensheng was a little worried. If Qinyu's account remains banned, then after a while, Ning Chen only needs to create some buzz online, and no one will be able to clarify the truth that Qinyu is not his. Those netizens may not necessarily believe his one-sided account. As long as the account Qinyu doesn't speak out, it can't be considered to have conclusive evidence. Ning Chen could easily say that he wanted to take over Qinyu's account, that the two had fallen out, and were no longer friends. Compared to the Ning family, he, a mere actor, is simply no match. It's alright, instead of worrying about this, why don't you come with me back to the Lin family's old house tomorrow? Gu Yan believed that his fans, who had always trusted him, would not be fooled by Ning Chen. It's a lie. Besides, he can't play the piano now. The injury to both hands intensified his existing fear. Go to the old house? What are you going there for? You almost died when you came out last time you went there. Wencheng disagreed. In his view, the Lin family's old house was like a hellish abyss, and every time Gu Yan went there, nothing good came of it. We should urge them. The sooner the divorce agreement is signed, the sooner the cooling-off period for divorce can begin. Okay, I'll go back in a bit, and I'll take you there first thing tomorrow morning. Since Gu Yan insisted on going, Wencheng couldn't very well stop him. Anyway, he'll go with her, and if there's any danger, he can protect Gu Yan. The next morning, the two got up early. Wencheng helped Gu Yan into the car, and the two drove towards the Lin family's old residence. After walking only halfway, Wencheng's expression turned serious, and his eyes were filled with endless vigilance. Two cars have been following us the whole way. Should we find a police station to hide in? Upon hearing Wencheng's words, Gu Yan glanced at the rearview mirror. No. 283, Chapter 283. You should ask the master yourself. Those were the people I arranged. One sentence surprised Wencheng. He didn't expect Gu Yan to bring someone along to the Lin family's old house. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Given the serious incident involving Gu Yan last time, we definitely need to be more prepared this time. The two quickly drove to the entrance of the Lin family's old residence. The two cars behind him also stopped next to Wencheng's car. Scarface walked over. Mr. Gu. Gu Yan looked at Scarface and said, "You guys just wait for me outside. He will be safe inside the Lin family's old house. No matter what, he is now Professor Gu's grandson. Even if the Lin family dislikes him, they won't let anything happen to him in the Lin family's old residence." They didn't want to do something that would obviously offend Professor Gu. Gu Yan then turned to look at Wencheng. You shouldn't go either. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Wencheng asked, somewhat worried. Don't worry, Gu Yan said, then turned and walked into the Lin family's old house. As soon as I entered the old house's hall, I saw Lin Xiaoran sitting on the sofa with an impatient look on her face. Gu Yan's figure attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Xiaoran also saw Gu Yan, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But for some reason, the hint of impatience between his brows seemed to have disappeared. When the old master of the Lin family saw Gu Yan, he became nervous. He glanced at Lin Xiaoran out of the corner of his eye to observe her reaction, then asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Yan remained calm. "Come and get the agreement. Have you signed it yet?" Hearing this, old Master Lin observed Lin Xiaoran's reaction again. She didn't seem to have any emotional change, which reassured him a little. "I'll have someone deliver it to you in the next couple of days. Is there anything else?" Gu Yan found old Master Lin's reaction somewhat strange. When did he become so easy to talk to? And they agreed so readily. This was completely different from the last time old Master Lin saw him. Moreover, he seemed very reluctant to be here. It seems she secretly hopes Lin Xiaoran can be with Ning Chen, and still doesn't approve of her. Gu Yan was too lazy to think about it that much. Getting a definite answer is a good thing for him. Okay, I want to see the signed divorce agreement in 2 days. Upon hearing the words divorce agreement, a strange look flashed across Lin Xiaoran's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. Grandpa Lin didn't notice this, frowned, and waved his hand. If he hadn't wanted Gu Yan to stay in front of Lin Xiaoran for too long, he definitely would have lost his temper if Gu Yan had spoken to him like that. Gu Yan didn't say anything more and turned to leave the Lin family's old house. After getting into the car, he took out his phone and called Lin Xiaoye. "Hello, Sister Xiaoye, I want to resign but I'm injured right now and can't go to the company to complete the paperwork. Could you help me with the paperwork?" Lin Xiaoye remained silent for a while on the other end of the phone. "Xiaoyan, can you tell me what happened? Did what we said last time make things difficult for Xiaoran? You can tell me if you have any trouble." Gu Yan found this somewhat strange. Last time, wasn't he and Lin Xiaoye just trying to spite Lin Xiaoran and Wan Lin? One of them wants a divorce. One reason was that he was somewhat disheartened by the Lin family. But Lin Xiaoye's attitude seems a little off. However, thinking back to what happened that day, he also felt somewhat guilty towards Lin Xiaoye. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been beaten by Lin Xiaoran that day. He didn't do anything wrong. Similarly, Lin Xiaoye didn't do anything wrong either. Both of them are innocent. Moreover, it was he who first said he wanted to be with Lin Xiaoran in order to get a divorce from her. It seems that Lin Xiaoran must have caused her a lot of trouble during this period. Sister Xiaoye, it's not what you think, I just don't want to anymore, I am leaving the resignation to you. After saying that, Gu Yan hung up the phone, not giving Lin Xiaoye a chance to ask questions or try to persuade him to stay. If he has the opportunity in the future, he will try to repay Lin Xiaoye. After hanging up the phone, he closed his eyes and remained silent. During his recovery at home, he wanted to be alone for a while. He didn't want to see anyone except for matters related to the divorce proceedings. Especially Lin Xiaoran. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran also walked out of the old house. We returned to the villa. Looking at the villa, there was only one person's pajamas, toiletries, and slippers. But it seemed as if a place had been reserved for someone else. Even when the maids are cooking dinner, they habitually prepare meals for two people. Lin Xiaoran frowned and lit a cigarette. Upon seeing this, He Qing, who was standing nearby, hurriedly said, "President Lin, it's best if you don't smoke given your current health condition." She came to report to Lin Xiaoran. As soon as I entered the room, I saw her smoking. Gu Yan, is he feeling better? Lin Xiaoran's voice was a little hoarse. He Qing sighed inwardly, you should ask the master yourself. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, lowered her head, took another drag of her cigarette, then put it out without saying a word. He Qing, who was standing to the side, thought for a moment, but still couldn't help but speak up. Mernang isn't actually as kind and gentle as he seems. Before He Qing could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoran waved her hand to interrupt her. Continue with the report from just now. He Qing didn't say anything more, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Gu Yan was unaware of these things. He recuperated at his home in Wencheng for many days. Every day, someone comes to clean and do housework. Everything he ate was inspected by Scarface. It is very safe. Wencheng goes to work early and returns late every day. During this period of time, Gu Yan did not see anyone. It wasn't until that day that Wencheng couldn't help but ask before leaving the house. Have you and Lin Xiaoran not been in contact recently? Gu Yan felt something was strange in the past few days. Wencheng seemed to be very concerned about the matter between him and Lin Xiaoran, and had vaguely asked about it a few times. Previously, when Wencheng learned about Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran's relationship, he was very reluctant to hear that name. Why are you suddenly so concerned now? Wencheng, is there something you want to say, or do you know some secret you haven't told me? Wencheng shook his head repeatedly. No, I just wanted to check on you. I have to go now. Today's variety show was quite important. Gu Yan nodded. Okay, don't worry, she's been like she's disappeared these past few days. I haven't had any contact with Eros for the Lin family, the divorce papers haven't been delivered yet. Upon hearing this, Wencheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly left the house, lost in thought. Today is the first recording of the wildly popular variety show that Bai Yan had told him about. He is appearing as a new regular guest on the show. After leaving Wencheng, Gu Yan started to space out. He can't do anything at home these days. Even wanting to go online to see the messages from fans is impossible because my account is temporarily banned. When you've been alone in your room for a long time, that familiar feeling of boredom returns. 284, Chapter 284. Threats again and again weren't enough. Gu Yan was alone at home, lost in thought, while Wencheng quickly arrived at the recording site of the variety show after leaving home. Upon entering the backstage dressing room, Bai Yan was surrounded by many people. Among all the people present, Bai Yan was the most prominent, and as a second-generation member of the Bai family in Kyoto, many people naturally wanted to establish a connection with her. The skill of currying favor with the powerful is something almost everyone in the entertainment industry possesses. Except for a very few, like Wensheng, who wouldn't. Everyone else would love to have more godfathers and godmothers. Wensheng watched this scene with a calm heart. Over the years, he has seen far too many scenes like this. But the next second, he couldn't stay calm. Bai Yan walked straight towards him. A group of people followed him over. Upon arriving in front of Wensheng, Bai Yan suddenly smiled. "Let me introduce you, this is Wensheng, a friend of mine, please take good care of him." I saw Bai Yan smile. Everyone present was taken aback. Over the years, apart from in front of the camera, how many people have ever seen Bai Yan with a smile on her face? Now, she's even taking the initiative to introduce Wensheng to others, and even asking everyone to take care of him out of respect for her. Those present couldn't help but turn their attention to Wensheng. Their eyes were filled with envy. Who knows when this person got involved with Bai Yan? I heard that this person was a temporary addition to the regular cast, and that Bai Yan specifically requested him to come. The production team went so far as to remove one of the original, high-profile regular guests. It now appears that the rumor was true. Some quick-witted individuals hurriedly spoke up. "Teacher 1, I've heard so much about you. Teacher 1, let's add each other as friends. I've seen your work before, and I'm a fan. Teacher 1, I have a role here that would be perfect for you. I wonder if you'd be interested?" Looking at the people present, who were praising him just as they had praised Bai Yan, he realized that they were doing the same thing. Wensheng felt no joy whatsoever. Yes, it is, but it is a kind of fear. He had never felt Bai Yan's influence in the entertainment industry so directly before. The people in front of him were all big-name celebrities he had almost never been able to meet before. But now you treat him with this kind of attitude. Wensheng didn't think that Bai Yan was taking care of him. Rather, it is a threat to oneself. She wanted to showcase her influence in the entertainment industry. Even without relying on the Bai family's power, she could easily ruin her own career. The smile on that face seemed icy to him. With a forced smile on his face, after dealing with everyone, Wensheng approached Bai Yan with a rather unpleasant expression. "I've remembered some things you have to keep to yourself forever." Bai Yan's voice was soft, but her tone made him feel uneasy. Wensheng took a deep breath but did not give her a direct answer. Instead, he asked a question in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Lin Xiaoran, has she really forgotten Gu Yan?" Bai Yan didn't say anything, but just gave him a deep look. She had seen Wensheng's previous performance. The other party understood the meaning behind what he had just done and appeared somewhat frightened. Judging from his appearance, he's not that brave, but he's not stupid either. But now I dare to ask myself this question. It seems that he was somewhat reckless and impulsive. Seeing that Bai Yan didn't speak, Wensheng asked again. "Have you really forgotten?" Bai Yan stopped looking at her and focused on the script in her hand. Only Xiaoran knows the truth about what happened. Instead of asking these questions, you should think about what you're going to do later. Bai Yan pointed to the script in her hand. This variety show has always been known for its explicit content. They enjoy digging up other people's secrets. In other words, they are fixated on other people's dirty laundry. The reason it has such a high level of popularity and has become a top-rated variety show is it's because this show dares to speak its mind and never holds back just because a celebrity is too famous or rich and powerful. So even though Bai Yan just said that everyone should take care of Wensheng, the questions prepared for Wensheng in the script were not lenient at all. Most of them are about the incident that caused a huge uproar online before. Another issue is his status as an illegitimate child in Wensheng. Looking at the script in his hand, Wensheng's expression turned somewhat grim. This variety show is indeed very popular. But he also suspected that Bai Yan had deliberately given him this notice. He really dislikes these kinds of variety shows that rub salt in people's wounds. By the end of the recording, Wensheng's face was deathly pale. Each of those questions was more piercing and more heart-wrenching than the last. She recounted almost everything that had happened to him before. They kept pressing him for the so-called truth. They seemed determined to hear even more explosive news. He had to exhaust himself to cope with it. But when he returned backstage, he saw Bai Yan walking towards him again. He left after saying that there's an extreme reality show the day after tomorrow where we'll be climbing the Himalayas. Eve signed you up. Upon hearing this, Wen Cheng's eyes widened instantly. He is afraid of heights. He just mentioned this during the recording of the show. Bai Yan must have heard it. This person is ruthless. One or two threats are not enough. They actually had to use this method to make themselves feel fear. A few days later, Gu Yan's hand had recovered from the swelling. He could already feel that his hands were still alive. However, the fracture requires a long period of rest. It will take at least another month before he can use it flexibly again. In the past few days, he hasn't heard a single word about Lin Xiaoran. There was not a trace of a divorce agreement. Pick up your phone and open, he posted on Weibo. Besides the account Qinyu, he also has other accounts. Although he can't see the private messages from his fans, he can still see the words of concern from some of the works posted by his fans. These days, Gu Yan has been relying on these things to get through his depressed mood. As soon as I opened Weibo, I found that today's trending topics were dominated by other people. This is the first time that other news has dominated the trending topics since the fan war between Ning Chen and Qinyu began. The trending topics are about Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. 2.5 years ago, an eyewitness who witnessed Lin Xiaoran saving Ning Chen in a car accident gave an interview. I only remembered this matter after seeing the recent news about Murning. The man in the video had little expression on his face, but the emotions in his eyes seemed somewhat complicated, as if he were lamenting the impermanence of life. When Ms. Lin saw that he had been in a car accident, the front of the car was on fire, and all the airbags had deployed, she rushed over without any hesitation. They kicked open the jammed car door a little and pulled Ning Chen out. Mr. Ning seemed to be unconscious at the time, but all the cars had leaking fuel tanks, and no one dared to help, so Mr. Lin carried Murnang out by himself. At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh softly. 285, Chapter 285. He can protect himself, but he can't protect the people around him. The two hadn't gone far when a car exploded behind them. President Lin instinctively shielded Murnang with her body, and then several more cars behind them exploded in quick succession, each one more violent than the last, the flames almost engulfing them both later. President Lin was seriously injured and unconscious, and was immediately rushed to the hospital. I always thought these two were married long ago. I never imagined President Lin would marry another man. She was willing to risk her life for Murnang. Sigh. The middle-aged man also took out a photograph. The photo shows Ning Chen, who had regained consciousness and was covered in charred sores, rushing into an ambulance. Although his face was charred black, it was still easy to see the anxious look on his face. Ning Chen's fans couldn't help but share the interview after seeing this photo. Suddenly, more people started talking about Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran. Ning Chen was already quite popular recently. Lin Xiaoran has always been the focus of public attention. The appearance of these two people together almost overwhelmed Weibo's servers. These two were actually together before. I heard that President Lin has been married for 3 or 4 years now, right? More than 2 years ago, she rushed into the car accident scene for Ning Chen, and even during the explosion, she prioritized protecting Ning Chen. This shows that she still loves Ning Chen, right? Speaking of which, Ning Chen is quite pitiful. His fiancée was stolen away, and he had no choice but to go to a foreign country, where he wrote down all the love he had for Lin Xiaoran and composed a piano piece. This love made him who he is, but it also represents the regret of not being able to have the love he wanted. It's really hard to say whether this is a good thing or not. Are there still people arguing about whether Ning Chen wants to take over that internet celebrity account? Putting aside the fact that Ning Chen is the future heir of the Ning family, Lin Xiaoran herself represents two behemoths, the Lin Group and the Zhuguang Group. Even a small project she casually pulls out is more than Qinyu could earn in her entire life, right? Dude, you're too brave. Aren't you afraid that Qinyu's fans will come and cyberbully you later? What's there to be afraid of? That's how it is. Qinyu is just an internet celebrity. Would a top-tier rich kid like Ning Chen care about such an internet celebrity status? Wouldn't that lower his status? During a previous interview, a reporter revealed that Ning Chen's fiancée was stolen away by someone using underhanded tactics at his engagement party. Whether it's Ning Chen's fans or some gossipy netizens, they all want to know who the man who stole Lin Xiaoran away is. Strangely, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any information. There wasn't even the slightest clue. Ning Chen has also been paying close attention to the online public opinion. At the same time, they are also closely monitoring Lin Xiaoran's movements. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoran had been staying at the villa these past few days, and that Gu Yan had not been going to work at the Lin Group, Gu Yan was relieved. The two haven't seen each other for a while. Ning Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning the news. At the same time, I felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. He suddenly came up with an idea. Although it might not be possible to kill Gu Yan directly, but it also gives them the opportunity to drive him out of Kyoto. At least, with Professor Gu's power, he might not be able to protect him. Ideally, it would trigger Gu Yan's depression, causing him to commit suicide. He had spent a lot of money to generate buzz after seeing the eyewitnesses' interview. They managed to make this matter known to the entire internet. There is deep malice towards the man who ruined his engagement party with Lin Xiaoran, whether it's his fans or casual netizens. It takes quite a bit of skill to not be able to find any trace of this man after all this time. Are the netizens these days any good? I can't even keep up with all the gossip. I know a little bit. This man seems to have a bad background. The Lin family is keeping a close watch on him and doesn't want his affairs to be exposed, for fear that it will affect Lin Xiaoran. That's not right. I heard that Lin Xiaoran and this man don't have any feelings for each other, so they've never been seen together outside, which is why there's no trace of them. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoran has been completely ignoring all these rumors about herself, and Ning Chen doesn't that essentially tell everyone her stance. That's right, maybe Lin Xiaoran is currently going through divorce proceedings with that man, preparing to marry Ning Chen. She definitely wouldn't release that man's information at this time. What if he comes up with some despicable tricks to cause trouble? Ning Chen is working hard to guide public opinion on the internet. However, some netizens are more level-headed. But if she really didn't like that man, why wait until now to start the divorce proceedings? Lin Xiaoran is already married, yet she's still having this ambiguous relationship with Ning Chen. Doesn't that make Ning Chen a mistress or a lover? People who are clear-headed are always in the minority. Moreover, people don't like to see opinions that contradict their own. Ning Chen didn't even need to do anything. Many netizens flooded the comments section with criticism. Some people even suspect that he is the alternate account of the man who married Lin Xiaoran. Some netizens who were still relatively clear-headed dared not say anything more after seeing this. Ning Chen looked at the almost unanimous public opinion online, and a clear smile appeared on his face. However, his expression turned cold again after he thought of Gu Yan. Now, Gu Yan has the identity of Professor Gu's grandson. It was no longer possible for him to take Gu Yan's life as he had done before. We have to use other methods to deal with Gu Yan. We still need to do our best. Do not reveal yourself. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Since he couldn't completely get rid of Gu Yan for the time being, he couldn't let Gu Yan have it easy either. Gu Yan couldn't be dealt with, but the people around him weren't untouchable. Ning Chen was conflicted for a moment. Should they target Wen Chang or Lin Zhe? But when he heard that Bai Yan had brought Wen Chang along to participate in a wildly popular variety show, he found his target. Bai Yan and Lin Xiaoran have a very good relationship. She can't find out that I'm causing trouble for the people around Gu Yan. The only person left to choose from is Lin Zhe. After thinking for a moment, I made a phone call. Contact that woman named Su Ting and have her find a way to lure Lin Zhe out of the hospital, to a remote place, have him kidnapped, and sent abroad to work in the mines of Africa. Mining in Africa is, in other words, going to Africa to be buried alive. Oh, and remember to film a video. Take good care of him before he starts mining. There aren't many places for him to burrow underground. Loosen his muscles and bones first, and dig out any useless organs. Remember to film everything and spread the video online as much as possible. I want Gu Yan to see with his own eyes how his brother goes to hell. Since he wasn't dealing with Gu Yan, he didn't need to worry too much about anything. Instead, we need to make Gu Yan understand that even if he is Professor Gu's grandson, it won't make a difference. He can protect himself, but he can't protect the people around him. 286, Chapter 286. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Ning Chen's people quickly contacted Su Ting. Su Ting was still trying to win Lin Zhe back. When I received the call from an unknown number, I thought it was a prank. It wasn't until the stranger on the other end of the phone accurately described her relationship with Lin Zhe's relationship with Gu Yan, and her current marital status that she understood. She then realized that this was not a prank. 20 million Miss Su, I know you are facing the risk of being fired by the Lin Group. If you can get Lin Zhe out of the hospital and take her to a more secluded place, we will arrange for someone to take her away. The 20 million is yours. Upon hearing this, Su Ting couldn't help but swallow. My eyes started to redden. 20 million is enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. Even if she were to be promoted 2 more times in the Lin Group, she would never earn this much money in her entire life. She no longer has to worry about mortgage payments, car loans, or whether she can continue working at the Lin Group. With this money, she could do whatever she wanted. Su Ting was panting heavily, her body trembling uncontrollably. It took me a long time to come to my senses. He rushed out to the train station to pick up his mother, and then the two of them went to the hospital together. She had originally planned to have her mother come and brainwash Lin Zhe today. Lin Zhe's mother-in-law always held a superior position when facing Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe has always respected her very much. Faced with his mother-in-law's various complaints and insults, he never dared to say a word against it. Su Ting's mother also enjoyed this feeling. As soon as the two entered Lin Zhe's hospital room, his mother-in-law couldn't help but start cursing. My daughter went out to find other men, and it's all because you're impotent. If you could give her a child, would she need to go to other men? Lin Zhe, you're a piece of trash. You've been raised like a dog since you were little. You're a beast. Without my daughter, who would want you? My daughter is top-notch in both her work and looks, and there are countless men out there who want to pursue her. Lin Zhe's mother-in-law became more and more smug as she spoke. You'd better behave yourself and hurry up and apologize to my daughter, then I'll have her find a man and have a child with him. You can still raise that child, and he'll call you dad. I think Zhang Peng is pretty good. I'll wait for you to apologize to him and politely ask someone to have a child for you. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe stood there stunned, unable to utter a single word. He simply shifted his gaze slowly, looking at Su Ting. For some reason, Su Ting has not felt any guilt towards Lin Zhe these past few days. They even harbored some resentment towards Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe weren't incompetent, if he weren't always so timid and submissive, how could she possibly go looking for another man? How could Gu Yan possibly catch her cheating? At first, when she was with Zhang Peng, she always felt flustered. When facing Lin Zhe at night, she felt guilty and couldn't sleep. Later, she got used to it. She even felt that Lin Zhe was a bit of a nuisance, and that she shouldn't let her hang out with Zhang Peng so often. As one's mental defenses crumble, one's morality is gradually eroded. Lin Zhe trusted her too much and cared for her too much. So much so that she felt it was all to be expected. Even if she had cheated on him, it was because Lin Zhe hadn't done a good enough job. It wasn't her fault at all. Lin Zhe looked at Su Ting's expressionless face and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. These days, he has nothing to do while staying in the hospital. My mind kept replaying all the little things that had happened between me and Su Ting over the years. Those memories that he once cherished. Only now do I realize that it has always been filled with deception and betrayal. Lin Zhe acted as if his mother-in-law didn't exist, simply watching Su Ting quietly. His voice was a little hoarse. Su Ting, I want to talk to you. Lin Zhe wanted to part ways with Su Ting amicably. The divorce agreement has been signed. Once the time comes, you can go through the formalities to end this marriage. He didn't want things to end in an even more embarrassing way. The ending was already ugly enough, he just wanted to get through it peacefully. But what Su Ting was thinking about was those 20 million. She had never seen so much money in her entire life. They've completely lost their minds. How exactly can Lin Zhe be persuaded to leave the hospital, avoid the bodyguards at the entrance, and go alone with her to that secluded place the stranger mentioned? Su Ting looked at her mother and said, Mom, you should go back and rest first, I'll talk to him. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law snorted coldly. Lindsay, you'd better be sensible otherwise, I won't let you off easily. You dare to throw a tantrum at my daughter, you've really got some nerve. Lindsay didn't say anything. Judging from my mother-in-law's condition today, her voice was full and confident. He doesn't look like someone who has just had surgery and needs to recuperate at all. Gu Yan had previously shown him the money Su Ting had transferred to Zhang Pang, as well as the gifts she had bought for Lin Xiaoran. The money he used was all borrowed from Gu Yan, ostensibly for his mother-in-law's surgery. This mother and daughter never treated him like a human being. They're either using him or scheming against him. Both trusted Su Ting too much. I never suspected anything, so naturally I didn't notice anything amiss. He was actually a little confused. How did Su Ting, who once held me with such tenderness and promised to give me a home, become like this? The beautiful impression she had left in his heart has gradually disappeared. Now it looks rather ugly. As her mother-in-law walked out of the ward, Su Ting went up to her and opened the ward door. The door closed. He turned around and walked to the bedside. Su Ting suddenly looked aggrieved and regretful, her eyes reddening, and she sniffed. His tone was tinged with grievance and helplessness. Husband. Don't call me that. Lindsay had completely figured it out. This marriage is to be dissolved. He didn't want to disappoint Gu Yan. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't let Su Ting still call him that. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Su Ting was stunned for a moment, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. Mom isn't actually sick. She lied to me back then. Later she returned all the money to me and wouldn't let me tell you otherwise. She threatened to commit suicide. She raised me from childhood to adulthood, so I can't disobey her. At this point, Su Ting looked up and observed the expression on Lindsay's face. After realizing that he didn't seem to have any emotional change, she quickly said, there's still about 200,000 yuan left. I'll transfer it all to you. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? 287, Chapter 287. Staring blankly at the divorce certificate in his hand. Su Ting, do you remember when we first got together? You had just started working at the Lin Group at that time. Neither of us earned much money. In order to supplement our family income, I had to work 3 jobs, but I still got up every morning to cook for you, hoping that you would eat less takeout and eat cleaner food. As Lindsay spoke, his voice choked with emotion. You said you wanted to achieve something at the company, so I tried my best to manage everything at home so you wouldn't have any worries and could focus on what you wanted to do. I know we don't have the education, the culture, or the abilities you have. When you told me you were being ostracized by your boss, I went to him, apologized, and gave him gifts, hoping he would treat you better. Su Ting, I'm not a perfect husband, but I've always tried my best to be good to you and take care of you. I don't understand why you've suddenly become like this. Lindsay's tone was calm, but his voice was somewhat hoarse and choked with emotion. It felt like a natural physiological reaction, but my heart felt completely calm. Su Ting frowned upon hearing this. She was completely unaware that Lindsay had gone to apologize to her boss. In the past, she might have felt very touched. They also felt that Lindsay's tendency to do things without saying anything left a bad taste in their mouths. But now, she just felt that Lindsay was somewhat unpresentable. As her husband, not only did he fail to stand up for her, but he also went to apologize to the person who bullied her. What's this? Compared to Zhang Peng, he's far inferior. Su Ting couldn't help but think of Zhang Peng again. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. What happened before was my fault. Don't worry, I have completely cut off contact with Zhang Peng. If you are willing, we can still live happily together like we did at the beginning. I promise I will not make the same mistake again. Su Ting made a vow to Lindsay. Lindsay, however, expressionlessly shifted his gaze away from Su Ting. Su Ting felt a little uncomfortable. Looking closely at Lindsay, I suddenly realized that he seemed to have aged quite a bit. She's not even 30 years old yet, but she's already got some gray hair. She hadn't observed Lindsay so closely in a long time. When she first got together with Lindsay, he was very handsome. Working as a waiter in a bar, he attracted the attention of many wealthy women who wanted to take him under their wing. Compared to those rich kids, Su Ting couldn't compare in terms of either wealth or looks. But Lindsay still chose her. He said he could feel that Su Ting was sincere towards him. And those people weren't very sincere. After getting together with Lin Zhe, Su Ting felt very proud. He even took Lin Zhe to the bar where he used to work a few times. He just wanted to show those rich kids and rich women who Lin Zhe would ultimately choose. He also wanted to show those colleagues who had advised Lin Zhe to accept those rich heiresses that Lin Zhe ultimately chose her. And now, Lin Zhe has become like this. He looks old-fashioned and decadent. Even if the two divorce, those who were attracted to his looks will no longer have any feelings for him. Su Ting felt that if it weren't for Gu Yan, Lin Zhe would never have dared to divorce her. However, she doesn't care much about it now. No longer worried that Gu Yan might do something to her after Lin Zhe divorced her. Even Gu Yan might not be able to keep Lin Xiaoran now. My future wealth and prosperity are almost gone. And what about her? There are still 20 million waiting for her. Su Ting took a deep breath and forced a smile onto her face. If you really insist on getting a divorce, then let's have one last meal together at the restaurant where we had our first date, just the two of us. Okay, we started there, so let's end it there after the divorce. I'll sell the house and leave Kyoto. I'll give you half the money, and I'll pay back all the money I owe Gu Yan. Consider it punishment for my wrongdoing, okay? These words moved Lin Zhe deeply. This is the Su Ting he first met. She seemed to have genuinely realized her mistake. But even so, Lin Zhe never considered forgiving her. His heart was broken. Seeing that Lin Zhe remained silent, Su Ting simply extended her hand and swore an oath. I've been reflecting on myself these past few days. He did make a mistake, but our feelings for each other were really just want our relationship to have a proper ending. To end with some dignity. Let's end it where it started. Let's not make things so awkward at the end after we finish eating. I won't bother you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a little more at ease. He originally wanted to end the relationship in a dignified manner, but he didn't expect it to end up being so ugly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept Su Ting behind for a private talk. Lin Zhe took a deep breath. Okay, our cooling off period for divorce is almost over, so let's get the divorce certificate today, but I need to tell Xiaoyan about this. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's expression changed. But when he thought of those 20 million, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Lin Zhe called Gu Yan and gave him a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan hurriedly made a phone call to Lin Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, do you know any lawyers who specialize in divorce, preferably someone who is good at property division? When Lin Xiaoye heard this, she thought it was Gu Yan who wanted to use it. He hurriedly said, give me an address, and I'll send someone to find you. Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan sent the hospital's address to Lin Xiaoye. Within half an hour, the lawyer arrived at the ward, bringing with him several templates of property division contracts. When Su Ting saw that Gu Yan had brought a lawyer over so quickly, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Gentlemen, the property division agreement has been drafted. It will be officially effective once you both sign it. As for the divorce certificate, I have also prepared a power of attorney, which you only need to sign as well. I will deliver the divorce certificate to you in an hour. Lin Xiaoye originally thought that this divorce lawyer was what Gu Yan needed. Therefore, I specifically instructed them to expedite the process. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's expression turned even more unpleasant. Seeing that Lin Zhe had already signed his name, he gritted his teeth, said nothing, and signed his name as well. The two waited silently in the ward. A little over an hour later, the lawyer returned with the divorce certificates and handed them to the two of them. Su Ting stared blankly at the divorce certificate in her hand. She hadn't expected this to happen so quickly. But there was no turning back for her. The property division agreement has been signed. In order to expedite the paperwork, the house was even purchased by a lawyer at Lin Xiaoye's suggestion. The money was all transferred to Su Ting's account. Of course, only half. No, it's less than half, by 500,000. The 500,000 yuan was transferred to Gu Yan's bank card. Money, house, marriage all gone. Su Ting suddenly realized that she had no way out. She had to get her hands on those 20 million, or her life would be over. Su Ting took a deep breath. Let's go eat together at the same restaurant we used to go to. 288, Chapter 288. Especially her. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lindsay's former mother-in-law called. "Honey, what's going on? Why is someone suddenly coming to our door saying our house has been sold?" The woman's voice sounded very flustered. Standing in front of her were several burly men in suits. Facing these people, she no longer displayed the arrogance she had shown towards Lindsay. Su Ting felt a little annoyed when she heard this. "Mom, I'll explain when I get back. Don't worry about it, just find a hotel to stay in first." After saying that, he hung up the phone. She then looked quietly at Lindsay, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lindsay was unaware that the expectation in her eyes did not signify an amicable parting. Instead, they were determined to get those 20 million. Lindsay sighed softly. "Let's go." He wanted to part ways amicably. That's been the case from the very beginning. So I didn't even consider refusing Su Ting's request. For him, his marriages over the years have proven to be failures. But he also devoted all his efforts to it. It's over just like that, and I have very mixed feelings. Su Ting was overjoyed when she saw that Lindsay had agreed. She hurriedly hailed a taxi and led Lindsay to the restaurant where they had first started dating. When the two first got together, they didn't have much money. They can't afford to go to those expensive restaurants when they go out on dates. I often look for affordable and delicious restaurants online for dates. These restaurants are inexpensive and the food is delicious. But it also means that their locations are all very remote. The place Su Ting had arranged to meet the stranger was also near that restaurant. The taxi took almost an hour to reach its destination. After the two got out of the car, Lindsay suddenly frowned. Before him lay desolation. The restaurant they used to go to together has closed down. All that's left are ruins slated for demolition, and there's hardly anyone around. After Su Ting got out of the car and chased the taxi away, she walked up to Lindsay. Lindsay frowned as he looked at her. "This restaurant has closed down?" Su Ting's expression was a little unpleasant, but she didn't say anything. "Why did you let the taxi leave? This restaurant has closed down, so we still need to take a taxi to get somewhere else, don't we?" Lindsay wasn't stupid, he could naturally see through Su Ting's ulterior motives. They clearly had ill intentions. Su Ting didn't say anything. Suddenly, a black car drove up from not far away. It stopped in front of the two people. Several burly men then surrounded the two men. One of them said to Su Ting, "You can go now, the money will be transferred to you later." Upon hearing this, Su Ting seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Lindsay grabbed her arm. "What do you mean, what do they do?" Lindsay's eyes were filled with extreme disappointment. Su Ting didn't want to stay there for even a second longer and wished she could escape immediately. She tried desperately to break free from Lindsay's grasp. The burly men stepped forward, grabbed Lindsay, and pinned him to the ground. "Kid, if you've offended someone, just behave yourself and avoid getting messed with. Come with us, and you might suffer less before you die." Upon hearing this, Lindsay's already pale face turned even paler. He is now finally convinced. Su Ting sold him. He didn't know who he sold it to or who he had offended. However, Su Ting's actions completely broke his heart. The last bit of feeling he had for her completely disappeared. Lindsay struggled desperately to break free from the restraints of these people. However, he was no match for these people at all. His struggles only resulted in them punching and kicking him. "Su Ting, you'll die a horrible death," Lindsay shouted through gritted teeth as he endured the beating. Su Ting's expression changed upon hearing this. Looking at Lindsay, his eyes held a complex and uncertain expression. He gritted his teeth, his voice a little hoarse. "Lindsay, if you had just listened to me and we hadn't gotten a divorce, and you had stayed home and taken good care of me, I wouldn't have done this. You've pushed yourself to the limit, you took my house and my money, now I might not even be able to keep my job. I was just thinking about my future. It's not my fault if anyone's to blame, it's you and that damned Guyen. You got what you deserved." Upon hearing Su Ting's words, Lindsay suddenly smiled. This was the first time he had ever discovered that the woman he had once loved so deeply had such an ugly face. It was clearly she who cheated and betrayed the relationship. But in her mouth, it became her own retribution. Lindsay gradually stopped struggling. He knew he couldn't beat these people. There's no point in struggling anymore. Seeing that Lindsay had given up struggling, Su Ting snorted coldly. Thinking about the huge sum of 20 million that he would soon receive, a smile appeared on his lips. He turned around and took light steps to leave. But before they had taken 2 steps, they suddenly noticed 2 cars parked not far away. 6 or 7 men in suits got out of the car. The man in the lead had a scar on his face. Su Ting frowned as she looked at the menacing way these people were coming. Turning to look at the men beating Lindsay, he couldn't help but ask, "Are these your people too?" Several men looked over upon hearing this and frowned. "I haven't heard that anyone else was arranged to come over." But a few seconds later, they saw those people rushing towards them. Almost instantly, he pulled out a stick and began to beat the group indiscriminately. The situation changed so quickly that Su Ting couldn't even react. Several men who had been beating Lindsay were knocked to the ground and kept howling. They were calling out. Su Ting stood there, stunned, watching this scene unfold. Scarface wiped the stick in his hand, glanced at Su Ting, then took out his phone and made a call. "Mr. Gu, the person has been found and is now under control. What's the next step?" Gu Yan, on the other end of the phone, had a livid face. From the moment he received Lindsay's call, learning that Su Ting had taken the initiative to contact him to ask for a divorce and wanted him to help her find a divorce lawyer, he felt something was amiss. Why would Su Ting be so proactive in wanting a divorce? There must be a secret behind this that he doesn't know. So when he sent his lawyer to find Lindsay, he called Scarface and asked him to bring some people to take a look. Throughout the entire process, Su Ting and Lindsay's actions were under his control. "Help me take Lindsay back to the hospital. Take the rest of you away and lock them up." "Yes, Mr. Gu," Scarface replied crisply. "By the way, help me teach them a lesson." Gu Yan's voice was somewhat low. "Including this woman?" "Especially her." 289, Chapter 289. When did I ever say I wanted to have a child for you? Lindsay stood up with the help of several people. Su Ting was also taken into custody and was being forced into a car. Su Ting was completely panicked at this point and hurriedly shouted, "Lindsay, save me, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Lindsay looked at Su Ting, who was calling for help, and sneered. "You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're doomed." He no longer has any feelings for Su Ting at all. Without even glancing at Su Ting again, he got into another car and left with the help of several people. On the other side, after resolving the matter with Lindsay, Gu Yan gathered the remaining men he had borrowed from Feng Shua and took them to the Lin family's old residence. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's old house, they saw Ning Chen walking out from inside. Upon seeing Ning Chen, Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged. Ning Chen, on the other hand, looked at him with a hint of hatred and smugness in her eyes. He is still unaware that the people he sent have been taken into custody by Gu Yan's men. He walked up to Gu Yan. "What are you doing here? You're not here to get back together with Xiaoran, are you?" Gu Yan acted as if he hadn't heard anything and walked straight into the Lin family's old house. Seeing Gu Yan ignoring him like this, a shadow crossed Ning Chen's face. But soon, he started laughing again. Looking at Gu Yan's back, it was like a victor looking at a soon-to-be defeated opponent, his eyes full of arrogance and pride. He got into his car and prepared to drive to the Lin group. Before leaving, he glanced at the bodyguards Gu Yan had brought and chuckled. He had never met these people before. In his mind, he only thought that Gu Yan had hired bodyguards from somewhere after his last encounter with danger. He didn't take these people seriously either. The truly capable bodyguards have long been recruited by the elite circles of Kyoto. Most of the people Gu Yan temporarily hired were probably not very capable. Gu Yan had already entered the Lin family's old residence. Grandpa Lin was sitting in the hall drinking tea. He frowned when he saw Gu Yan arrive. "What are you doing here?" Old Master Lin's tone was filled with deep dissatisfaction, which was almost completely undisguised. "Come and ask if the divorce agreement has been signed yet." Gu Yan sat down opposite the old man of the Lin family. Old Master Lin's breath hitched. He really didn't expect Gu Yan to be in such a hurry to get a divorce. This seemed somewhat different from the Gu Yan he remembered, who was wholeheartedly devoted to being with Lin Xiaoran. Old Master Lin looked at Gu Yan with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just like the emotions in his eyes when he saw Gu Yan over the past few years. They just became kinsmen with Professor Gu, and now they're acting so arrogantly. If he hadn't divorced Lin Xiaoran, he might have done something outrageous in the Lin family later on. Over the years, Gu Yan, without anyone to back him up, has already caused so much trouble for the Lin family. If the two of them stay together, the Lin family will definitely face a lot of trouble in the future. In comparison, Ning Chen is much more sensible. At that moment, Old Master Lin suddenly made up his mind. So what if he is Professor Gu's grandson? Such a shallow person is not worthy of being the future heir of the Lin family. It seems that Old Master Lin has forgotten. Gu Yan simply stopped being as subservient as before, trying to gain the approval of all the Lin family members and adopting an extremely humble attitude. He simply regained the composure and dignity that a normal person should have. It simply erased the fact that Old Master Lin had always looked down on his cowardice. But he still couldn't stand Gu Yan. Old Master Lin waved his hand, and the butler handed over a copy of the divorce agreement shortly afterward. Originally, he was thinking of waiting a while longer, until Lin Xiaoran had completely calmed down and their cooling-off period for divorce had passed, before taking out the divorce agreement and having the two of them go to get their divorce certificates. It's not a big deal to bring it out now. Gu Yan took the divorce agreement and saw Lin Xiaoran's signature on it. I suddenly felt a sense of relief. Finally. He can be free now. Without saying a word, he turned and walked out of the Lin family's old house. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. After leaving the Lin family's old house, he even felt that the air was much fresher. I took a picture and posted it on my WeChat moments. Happy divorce. It didn't take long for his post to get several replies. Most of the comments were from people who had a good relationship with Ning Chen. Now that others know that Gu Yan is Professor Gu's grandson, they dare not offend him easily, and the number of comments has decreased significantly compared to before. Sister Xiaoran has finally come to her senses, she's finally divorced. Ha, I told you, Sister Xiaoran and Brother Chen are the perfect match. Brother Chen has finally made it, he can finally claim his position legitimately. Humph, that shameless bastard has finally done something decent. You're the one who stole Brother Chen's lover and kept her for so many years, it's time to give her back. Gu Yan glanced at the comments and curled his lip. These people seemed to know that they were Professor Gu's grandson. The insults aren't as harsh as they used to be. He couldn't even find a single comment worth responding to. Upon seeing this post on WeChat moments, Ning Chen slammed on the brakes in excitement, nearly causing a rear-end collision with the car behind him. I tried my best to calm myself down. Take a deep breath. After a while, she gradually settled down. He stepped on the gas and sped off towards the Lin group. After parking the car, I quickly walked to the elevator lobby. Take the elevator to Lin Xiaoran's office. I took out my phone and glanced at my face. The flush from my earlier excitement had subsided. It's decreased a lot. I knocked gently on the door, opened it, and went inside. When he saw the stunningly beautiful woman sitting in the office chair, he couldn't help but feel excited, and his eyes even reddened. Xiaoran, I've been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Lin Xiaoran, however, remained unusually calm. He sat there, staring at his phone without saying a word. The atmosphere gradually quieted down. Ning Chen's excitement subsided. Looking at Lin Xiaoran sitting there motionless. He then said softly, Xiaoran, are you busy with work? I'll go first. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoran interrupted him. My father called me and scolded me for being two-timing, he said. I once told you I wanted to have a child for you. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoran slowly raised her head and looked at Ning Chen with slightly narrowed eyes. Ning Chen, I'd like to ask you, when did I ever say I wanted to have a child for you? When did I start having an affair? Lin Xiaoran's tone was cold. It was so cold that Ning Chen couldn't help but shiver. 290, Chapter 290. You say I have no feelings for him now? Once a person has used deception, they will lose the trust of others. One lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Gu Yan's revelation of this news caught Ning Chen completely off guard. Lin Xiaoran personally said that she wanted to have a child for him. In a sense, it's like telling everyone that she's been with him for a long time. But Lin Xiaoran knew this better than anyone else. If Gu Yan hadn't exposed it, everything would have been fine. But now, Lin Xiaoran knows. That's when trouble started. Ning Chen's body tensed up, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and his mind went blank for a moment. At that moment, he suddenly understood what it felt like for those who faced Lin Xiaoran's rivals in the business world. The pressure is too much. But then he remembered that Lin Xiaoran should have already forgotten Gu Yan and her feelings for him. To her, Gu Yan was nothing more than a stranger. Ning Chen took a deep breath, a renewed courage to struggle within him. Xiaoran, do you still remember your past with Gu Yan? Remember one thing. Well, you only remember a little bit because your memory is incomplete right now, so you probably don't remember what happened between the two of us abroad either. Ning Chen put on an extremely aggrieved expression. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, I don't want you to be branded as a two-timing woman. You are a woman of high birth, and you should always enjoy the admiration of everyone. I don't want you to be vilified by the world because of my feelings. As Ning Chen spoke, he took a few steps closer to Lin Xiaoran. Upon seeing her, her expression didn't seem to change, and she didn't seem to mind his approach. He then continued, those things you told me, I only told my therapist. As you know, I have severe depression. In order to get better as soon as possible, I didn't hide anything from my therapist. Maybesh accidentally revealed it to someone else in the end. Someone told Gu Yan, and that's how it became known to everyone. Ning Chen pursed her lips. I never expected that he would be so indifferent to your reputation. Ning Chen said this, and he seemed to feel very guilty. But the implication was that Gu Yan shouldn't have exposed this matter. So, that's why the old man made me sign the divorce papers and then prepare for our wedding, right? Lin Xiaoran's tone was devoid of any emotion. It was as if they were talking about something trivial. Ning Chen was extremely nervous, her mind racing. But he just couldn't figure out what Lin Xiaoran was thinking at that moment. She slowly lowered her head, trying her best to control the expression on her face. A few tears welled up in the corner of her eye. Xiaoran, as long as you still have even the slightest feeling for Gu Yan, I will not marry you. Even if you two are already divorced, I will not force you. I hope that when we can be together legitimately, we will only have each other in our hearts. I know that you, like me, hope that your feelings for your partner are pure. Ning Chen placed herself in a very low position. It was as if he loved Lin Xiaoran to the core, and loved her in a very humble way. Most women would be moved to see a man love them so deeply. But Lin Xiaoran is not the majority. Her face remained expressionless, and her tone was extremely flat. So, when and where exactly is it that I'm going to tell you I want to have a child with you? Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's relaxed mood immediately tightened again. He didn't expect Lin Xiaoran to hold on to this point so firmly. Just as I was thinking about how to smooth things over, my phone rang. He hurriedly answered the phone and said to Lin Xiaoran, there are some things to take care of at home, I have to go back first. I will explain this to you later. Ning Chen didn't linger at all and turned to leave immediately. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, nor did she stop him from leaving. After Ning Chen left the office, she stared blankly at the post Gu Yan had made on her WeChat moments on her phone screen. After an unknown amount of time, He Ching knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Lin, it's time to take your medicine. He Cheng placed a glass of warm water in front of Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, picked up the medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. He Cheng stood to the side and said softly, President Lin, your current condition is estimated to last for at most another week. You've taken too much medication before, so this one isn't very effective for you, hence the lack of hypnotic effect. You should recover in another week. Lin Xiaoran slowly closed her eyes, still remaining silent. He Ching pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then said, President Lin, I still suggest you find a way to retrieve that divorce agreement from the old house. At least keep it yourself for now. This will prevent you from regretting it later. Get it back, that's impossible. If you can't get it back, Don't let the master know about it and don't see him for a while. Why? You don't have any feelings for your husband right now, so you might say some hurtful things if your husband finds out that you've already signed your name. Things might get out of control. Lin Xiaoran knew from the beginning that something was wrong with her. He Qing was contacted immediately. He Qing did a thorough investigation at the hospital, but most people were afraid to tell her the truth. However, some people couldn't resist He Qing's financial temptations and told the truth. He Qing was somewhat surprised after learning the truth. According to these doctors and nurses, according to Shi, Lin Xiaoran will definitely forget about Gu Yan. Not a single memory will remain. Neither the medication given to Lin Xiaoran nor the mysterious hypnotist should have failed. But the result was that Lin Xiaoran still retained some of her memories with Gu Yan. Perhaps it's because the two of them have too many memories from the past. It's impossible to forget everything. Lin Xiaoran finally looked up at He Qing, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Tell me, I have no feelings for him now? He Qing did not respond. Whether or not she had feelings for him, Lin Xiaoran knew best. Then why do I feel upset when I see his posts on WeChat moments? Lin Xiaoran showed He Qing her phone screen. He Qing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant after seeing the photo of the divorce agreement posted by Gu Yan on his WeChat moments. To everyone's surprise, Gu Yan had already obtained the divorce agreement. Lin Xiaoran may not feel much right now, but she subconsciously feels uncomfortable. But what happens when she regains her memories? What kind of reaction will that be? 291, Chapter 291. I only want to be with Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, but her phone rang. I glanced at it and saw it was a call from Old Master Lin. Lin Xiaoran hung up immediately. Grandpa Lin called again immediately, but the call was hung up again. Seeing that his calls had been hung up on twice in a row, Old Master Lin's expression turned rather unpleasant. He took a deep breath and frowned. At this moment, Lin Xiaoye was sitting opposite him. Grandpa, I can give up everything I have now, I just want to be with Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoye suddenly spoke. Old Master Lin's face grew even more somber. He has high hopes for Lin Xiaoran and hopes that she will inherit the Lin group in the future. But he also didn't want Lin Xiaoye to be with a divorced man. Especially since this man is Gu Yan. Old Master Lin was extremely dissatisfied with Gu Yan. However, he has not yet explicitly rejected Lin Xiaoye's idea. The reason is quite simple. Gu Yan is Professor Gu's grandson. If Lin Xiaoye and Gu Yan were together. Therefore, the Lin group will continue to receive strong support from Professor Gu in the future. Even more support than ever before. The Lin group could instantly become one of the most prestigious families in Kyoto. There is none other than this. But this also means that Lin Xiaoye is qualified to compete with Lin Xiaoran for the future successor of the Lin group. Even though Lin Xiaoye said she could give up all of this. But Old Master Lin didn't dare to gamble. I dare not bet that Lin Xiaoye was telling the truth. If anything goes wrong, it could bring utter destruction to the Lin family. Originally, the two people were competing for the right to inherit the Lin group, and the struggle was still within his control. If Lin Xiaoye had Professor Gu as an assistant, he really couldn't control it anymore. By then, the Lin family might not be able to become one of the top families in Kyoto. Instead, their conflict will lead to their destruction. Gu Yan is indeed a menace. Even though they had already signed the divorce agreement, it still caused him so much trouble. Xiaoye, what are you really thinking? Old Master Lin found it hard to believe that Lin Xiaoye truly liked Gu Yan. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoye knelt down on the ground and bowed her head slightly. Grandpa, as you know, I've been busy working hard all these years, striving for the future of the Lin group. There have been very few men around me. You all keep urging me to get married and want to introduce me to young men from various families, but I've refused them. I also know that my family prefers Xiaoran. I also know that she is indeed more outstanding than me. At this point, Lin Xiaoye paused, pursed her lips, and her voice became slightly choked. I know you plan to let Xiaoran and Mingchen get married. She has already signed the divorce papers with Xiaoyan. I don't want to fight for the title of heir to the Lin group now. I just want to be with Guyan. I also want to be able to take control of my own life and choose someone I like and want to spend the rest of my life with. Old Master Lin took a deep breath, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Lin Xiaoya's words left him speechless. Lin Xiaoran has already signed the divorce agreement with Guyan. In just over 20 days, the two of them will be able to get their divorce certificate. At that point, what reason would he have to refuse Lin Xiaoya's request? She's already put it so bluntly. Even though old Master Lin had long ago made up his mind to abandon Lin Xiaoya. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to let Wan Lin drug Guyan and Lin Xiaoya in the first place. But he never considered letting the two of them actually get together. I just called Lin Xiaoran to ask her to come back and talk to her about this. The purpose was to give Lin Xiaoran another layer of insurance, to completely sever her thoughts of continuing to be with Guyan, and to let her know that Guyan had already fallen in love with someone else. Seeing that Grandpa Lin remained silent, Lin Xiaoya continued, Grandpa, if you're worried, I'll take Guyan and leave Kyoto. All the projects I have will be transferred to Xiaoran in the future. I won't be doing any more projects or starting anything new over the years. I've accumulated some savings, enough for Xiaoyan and me to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing these words, old Master Lin finally let out a long sigh. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. Do you know what this decision means, and that Guyan will leave Kyoto with you? He is now Professor Gu's grandson. Can he really leave Kyoto with Lin Xiaoya and abandon his newly recognized elder? I know, but I'll have to trouble Grandpa to tell Xiaoran about this. I am afraid it's not appropriate for me to appear in front of her anymore. As for whether Xiaoyan is willing to leave with me, we'll go with him to visit Professor Gu. Old Master Lin waved his hand and stood up with the help of the butler. He muttered something as he walked toward the backyard. Suit yourself, however, since you've made your decision, don't go back on your word. Lin Xiaoya came out of the old house and got into the car. The assistant has been waiting here. Mr. Lin, are you sure you're okay with what you're doing? Isn't it a bit too risky? Lin Xiaoya crossed her arms, a cold smile and smugness playing on her lips. The old man still doesn't understand. Lin Xiaoran. Guyan is her life. As long as I can control Guyan, she will give everything she has to trade with me in the future, whether it's the Lin group or the Zhuguan group, they will all be mine. As she said this, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiaoya's eyes. Also, I want Professor Gu's patent licenses too. At first, she really didn't expect that Guyan had such a relationship. He merely wanted to use Guyan to seize the position of heir to the Lin group, or even to take away Lin Xiaoran's position. Guan group. Guyan's identity was an unexpected surprise for her. With the added advantage of being Professor Gu's grandson, she is now even seriously considering marrying Guyan. With the patent licenses from Professor Gu, even if she loses the opportunity to inherit the Lin group, she will have enough confidence to create a business that is no less successful than the Lin group. The assistant, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but swallow hard. He had always felt that people in large families like this rarely had genuine feelings. But to his surprise, things turned out to be even more callous than he had imagined. At the same time, he felt sorry for Lin Xiaoran. A devoted lover, yet living in such a cold and indifferent family. Her deep affection was destined to become her weakness. However, he also had some concerns. As Lin Xiaoya's assistant, his future is tied to Lin Xiaoya's. If Lin Xiaoran wasn't so infatuated, she happily gave up Guyan, took everything from the Lin group, plus her Zhuguan group. Even if President Lin has Professor Gu's patent authorization, can he really defeat Lin Xiaoran? Seeing Lin Xiaoya's confident expression, he dared not say anything. 292, Chapter 292. The divorce agreement has been signed. It's time to let Xiaoyan go. The sensation caused by Guyan's post on WeChat Moments has not yet subsided. He has hardly posted anything on WeChat Moments in recent years. It was around this time that he seemed to return to the public eye. Especially in the previous few times, every time he posted something, it would cause a war of words. Nowadays, there aren't many people who dare to directly criticize him. But news about him always spreads very quickly. This time, in particular, he directly posted the divorce agreement. This is something that countless people have been looking forward to ever since he and Lin Xiaoran got married a few years ago. Now that there's finally a result, almost everyone is discussing it. Lindsay naturally saw Gu Yan's post on WeChat moments as well. He was lying in a hospital bed at that moment, lost in thought. There was a sudden knock on the door of the ward. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked in. Lindsay looked up. Lin Xiaoran walked up to him. "Congratulations." Lindsay was a little confused. "Congratulations on your divorce." Lindsay opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Congratulations on his divorce? Is this something a normal person would say? But when I think about the fact that this person is Lin Xiaoran, it seems to make sense again. Lindsay pursed his lips. "Congratulations to you too." "Congratulations on what? Didn't you also sign the divorce agreement?" Lin Xiaoran fell silent instantly. After a while, he changed the subject, asking, "Where is he staying now?" "At Wenqing's house." Lindsay frowned. In his opinion, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't need to expend any effort to find out such things. Moreover, he himself didn't even know where Gu Yan was now. But that's what she asked. They clearly came to ask this question with an answer in mind. Lindsay took a deep breath. "Mr. Lin, I've seen all the rumors about you and Ning Chen. You two are practically divorced now, so I don't think you need to care about him so much anymore, right?" Lindsay seemed to be more courageous than ever before. "I wonder if it was the divorce that gave me the courage. A few years ago, you bravely went into the scene of a car accident for Mr. Ning. Since you're willing to give your life for another man, it proves you love him very much. Now that the divorce papers are signed, it's time to let Xiaoyan go." Lin Xiaoran frowned and remained silent upon hearing this. Lindsay continued speaking. "When I first met you and Xiaoyan in the urban village, I felt that you didn't belong there. I felt that Xiaoyan shouldn't be with you. You two are from different worlds. Especially later, after your business started to improve, I realized that the gap between the two of you had widened." Lindsay's expression became somewhat complicated, as if he was reminiscing about something. "I still remember when you told me that you would definitely give Xiaoyan a good life. You said that you worked so hard so that the future of the two of you would be better. At that time, you were completely focused on him. It was also at that time that I made the decision to try my best not to disturb your life. At that time, I believed that you and Xiaoyan could live happily ever after." Lindsay had never said these things to anyone else. He had no relationship with Su Ting, nor with Gu Yan. When I saw Lin Xiaoran today, it seemed like she wanted to say everything that was on her mind. "Back then, I believed in love, but now you see I am divorced, and Xiaoyan's life after marrying you was also very painful. Maybe I've lived a very poor life all these years, not as luxurious as you and Xiaoyan, but like Xiaoyan, I haven't felt true love." Lindsay's gaze gradually hardened as he stared directly at Lin Xiaoran. "Now, it's all over. My own marriage didn't end well, but I hope that you and Xiaoyan can part amicably and not end up making things so unpleasant." After hearing Lindsay's words, Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything and turned to leave. Lindsay wasn't sure if she had listened to what he said. But these words have been bottled up inside him lately. Now that I've said it, I feel a sense of relief. The next morning, Gu Yan arrived at the hospital early. Today is the day Lindsay is discharged from the hospital. After a period of recuperation, his health has almost fully recovered. If it weren't for Gu Yan's insistence, he could have been discharged from the hospital long ago. Gu Yan insisted that he stay in the hospital to recuperate for a longer period of time. After picking up Lindsay at the hospital, Scarface drove the two of them to an apartment building. Lindsay currently has no place to live. Gu Yan couldn't take him to stay at Professor Gu's or Wenqing's house either. Anyway, Gu Yan still has some savings. You might not be able to afford a large house in Kyoto, but you can easily afford a small apartment. At least, it will give Lindsay a place to stay here. The two went upstairs together with the agent they had arranged to meet in advance. Lindsay couldn't help but speak up. "Xiaoyan, buying a house is too expensive, renting is fine." Looking at the expression on Lindsay's face, Gu Yan understood what Lindsay was thinking. He didn't want to be a burden to himself. He had no choice but to say, "It doesn't necessarily have to be bought, renting is fine too, but if the house is really nice, I can buy it as an investment." The real estate agent walking in front also chimed in. Yes, we have plenty of apartments available for rent or purchase. More than half of the apartments in this building that are ready for rent or sale are with our company. Hearing Gu Yan say this, Lin Zhe felt somewhat relieved. The agent led the two around for a while, and finally stopped in front of a loft apartment that was less than 40 square meters down. This room is not bad. The layout is quite reasonable, and it has all the necessary furnishings, Gu Yan said from the side. Lin Zhe hurriedly asked, how much is this room rented for per month? The agent smiled and said, the landlord is willing to rent or sell this room. The rent is currently 5,000 yuan a month, but if you want to buy it, the landlord's asking price is 38 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned. It's a bit expensive. Gu Yan sighed softly upon hearing this. Brother, don't worry about the price, I have the money. He has enough savings to buy this apartment. However, after buying everything, there really wasn't much money left. Can we talk to the landlord about the price again? Lin Zhe hurriedly said from the side, renting is fine, we don't want to buy. Gu Yan felt somewhat helpless. He knew that if he wanted to buy it, Lin Zhe would never agree to it under any circumstances. Gu Yan now has a place to live and has just found relatives. Buying this house can only be for Lin Zhe's sake. He didn't want to be a burden to Gu Yan. The agent nodded, turned around, walked out of the room, and made a phone call. When he returned, he had a smile on his face. The landlord compromised, offering 4,500 a month, including a parking space. This is the final price. Gu Yan nodded. Let's sign the contract. Upon hearing this, the agent smiled broadly and said, please wait a moment, I'll go and draft the contract right away. Before he could even leave the room, he heard a cold voice coming from the doorway. 5,500, I'll rent it. 293, Chapter 293. Grandma said she wants to see you. The group turned their gaze toward the direction of the sound. The moment Gu Yan and Ning Chen saw Lin Xiaoran, they both frowned. What are you doing here? Gu Yan asked in a rather unfriendly tone. Come rent a house. Lin Xiaoran's voice remained cold. Hearing this, Gu Yan found it laughable. Will Lin Xiaoran need to rent a house? Or should we rent an apartment like this? Can you please stop causing trouble? Is renting a house considered causing trouble? Lin Xiaoran's face was expressionless. Why would you rent a house? Don't you have enough villas to live in? Gu Yan's eyes held a hint of anger. Lin Xiaoran is deliberately going against him. She was avoiding me the other day, and even though we had signed the divorce papers, she wouldn't give them to me. Now they're causing trouble again. He really couldn't figure out what Lin Xiaoran was trying to do. Provide employee benefits, such as free housing. Lin Xiaoran's expression was very serious. Gu Yan almost believed it. The Lin Group is more than 20 kilometers away from here. You're renting houses here as employee benefits. Are you out of your mind, or are the Lin Group's employees just asking for trouble by moving so far away to live? It's free, what's wrong with being a little far? Lin Xiaoran is still the same Lin Xiaoran. She could always leave Gu Yan speechless with just one sentence. Free perks, even if they're only 20 kilometers away, are something many people would definitely want. For the same price, you can only rent a single room near the Lin Group at most. What's more, this is a free benefit. Gu Yan took a deep breath, turned to look at the real estate agent, and asked, are there any other properties available? Something similar to this one would be fine. The agent looked at Lin Xiaoran, then at Gu Yan, and said, yes, please come with me. The group arrived at another apartment on the same floor. How much does this room cost? 5,200 a month, 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent in advance. Let's sign the contract. Gu Yan was a little anxious and wanted to finalize things as soon as possible. 6,002, I'll rent it. The familiar, quiet business sounds rang out again. Let's go to another one. Gu Yan's expression was somewhat cold. How much? 5,000 yuan. 6,000, I'll rent it. I looked at more than a dozen places in total. Without exception, they were all snatched away by Lin Xiaoran. Finally, Gu Yan couldn't hold back any longer. He walked up to Lin Xiaoran. What exactly do you want to do? You're renting all these houses just for employee benefits. The Lin Group has a large number of employees. Gu Yan laughed, a laugh born of anger. He turned to look at the agent. Ask if there are any houses for sale, I want to buy one. Before the agent could answer, Lin Xiaoran spoke first, saying, I'll take everything he wants to buy. You want them all? The agent was a little confused. I've been completely confused since just now. At first, he thought Lin Xiaoran was there to cause trouble. But the woman following behind Lin Xiaoran signed the contract with him directly after he said he wanted to raise the rent for the house, and even paid the full amount. This shows that even if the other party is there to cause trouble, they are not there to cause trouble for themselves, but rather to help them achieve their goals. But buying a house is different from renting a house. He alone has dozens of units for sale in this apartment building. That adds up to tens of millions. This is no small amount. Gu Yan was so angry that he trembled all over. He took a deep breath and it took him a long time to calm down. No need, I won't buy it. After saying that, he led Lin Zhe outside. He realized that Lin Xiaoran was deliberately targeting him. He just couldn't understand it. Why did Lin Xiaoran do this? The two of them had even signed the divorce agreement. Why are you causing me trouble now? But Lin Xiaoran and He Qing stood in front of him. Get out of the way. Lin Xiaoran's face remained expressionless. She has been busy with work these days. Try your best not to think about anything. There was hardly any time to catch my breath. I was completely absorbed in my work. She suddenly remembered that she had worked so hard back then because she wanted to live a good life with Gu Yan. To live the life they once dreamed of together, the life they would have after becoming rich. Now, good days are here. They were very wealthy, even extravagant. However, the feelings between the two have faded to the point of almost disappearing. It seems that everything has changed. The days of poverty are over. Even feelings are gone. The moment she learned that Gu Yan had brought Lin Zhe to rent a house, she suddenly felt a pang of panic. These days, she hasn't seen Gu Yan at the villa. You can't even see many of his belongings. There are only some traces of his past life there. Previously, He Qing had told him to try not to see Gu Yan these days. But when she learned that Gu Yan wanted to rent a house, she couldn't help herself. If Gu Yan has already rented a house, I will never go back to the villa again. Whether he stays at Professor Gu's place or in the house he plans to rent. She was the only one left in the villa. For some reason, she couldn't resist coming over to cause trouble. As long as I don't rent or buy a house, Gu Yan might still be able to return to the villa. She had this thought inexplicably in her mind. Grandma said she wants to see you. Gu Yan nodded after hearing Lin Xiaoran's words. Okay, I'll go see her. Can you move aside now? Lin Xiaoran remained motionless, still standing there blocking the doorway. She hasn't been feeling well lately, and the doctor said she might not have much time left. Hearing this, Gu Yan was somewhat moved. His voice also became a little hoarse. I see. The old lady was the only person he couldn't let go of in the Lin family. The reason someone still wants to see themselves is probably because they can't let go of themselves and want to see themselves again. I'll go see her later. After Gu Yan finished speaking, he prepared to continue walking out. But Lin Xiaoran still didn't move. I was hypnotized a few days ago. Gu Yan didn't react to these words. He grunted in response and prepared to use his hand to block Lin Xiaoran as he walked out. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his arm. I said, I was hypnotized a while ago. So, did it interfere with your work? No, not at all. Oh, Gu Yan suddenly smiled. Then what are you worried about? It won't interfere with your career. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips as she looked at the smile on Gu Yan's face. His eyes were fixed on the calm expression on Gu Yan's face. It was Grandpa who arranged it, wanting me to forget you. The divorce papers were also tricked into signing by them at that time. Now I really can't feel any feelings for you anymore. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression finally changed slightly. It was as if they breathed a sigh of relief. Then I congratulate you, isn't this the result you've always wanted? Without those feelings that were a burden and a drag on you, you can finally be with Ningchen properly. I can finally be free too. Ningchen can finally be with you as he wishes. He comes from a good family and is a good match for you. This is a good thing, good for everyone. 294, Chapter 294. I felt nothing, and even wanted to stay far away. After learning that Lin Xiaoran had been hypnotized, Gu Yan felt no sadness whatsoever. All I felt was relief and gratitude. Fortunately, she was hypnotized. Otherwise, who knows when we'll be able to get a divorce. Seeing Lin Xiaoran still standing there, Gu Yan frowned. Didn't you say you couldn't feel any affection for me? Then why are you still standing here, Lin Xiaoran? We've known each other for many years and were once very much in love in your circle. Everyone's impression of me is that of a piece of trash who would do anything to climb up to you. Maybe you feel uncomfortable if I'm with someone else. That's normal. After all, you're a very possessive and controlling person. At this point, Gu Yan paused for a moment. Did you think I would say I wouldn't be with anyone else in the future to put your mind at ease? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned. On what grounds? Gu Yan's brows and eyes held a hint of anger. I've had enough of these past few years. I am fed up with living the way you want me to every day, so from now on, I'll do whatever I want, and nobody can stop me from doing whatever I don't want to do. After saying that, Gu Yan used his shoulder to bump Lin Xiaoran aside and walked out with Lin Zhe. Lin Xiaoran's expression finally changed as she watched Gu Yan's departing figure. Just as she was about to see Gu Yan, she shouted, Gu Yan, I said I've been hypnotized. Gu Yan did not stop and continued walking towards the elevator. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath. Over the years, she has rarely spoken in a loud voice. Given her status and position, she doesn't need to shout at all. Everyone will listen attentively to what she has to say. This was the first time she had been forced to shout so that others could hear her. But Gu Yan didn't stop for even a second for her. Upon seeing Gu Yan, he continued walking forward without turning his head. Lin Xiaoran simply ran over and stood in front of Gu Yan once again. Right now, my head hurts a lot every time I think about our past. My head hurts terribly, but I can't help it. I want to recall more memories about you and Mei Heiqing said this condition will last for another week. That means I will be in a lot of pain for this week. So what? What do you mean, so what? You didn't care about me at all anymore. A hint of melancholy flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. Gu Yan finally turned his attention to her. Lin Xiaoran, you feel sad because I don't care about you, right? But have you ever thought that you haven't cared about me at all in these past few years? I've been suffering for 3 years and you've only been here for a few days. Over the years, I've been slandered, insulted, and bullied by them. Why didn't you care about me then? A while ago, I almost died. Did you care about me then? Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath. I'll investigate that matter. There's no evidence yet. He was interrupted by Gu Yan halfway through his sentence. Don't give me that nonsense about having no evidence. I told you it was Ningchen who did it, and you said no. Fine, let me tell you, the last person I saw before I was caught and fell into a coma was Yan Sheng. One is the man I love, and the other is your best friend. Between these two people, could you bring yourself to avenge me? No. As Gu Yan spoke, his emotions became increasingly agitated. You won't touch either of them. You don't care how much pain I'm in, or how much I've suffered. I just don't want anything to do with you anymore. I just don't want to care about you anymore, and you can't stand that, Lin Xiaoran. What makes you think you can't stand it? Lin Xiaoran suddenly fell silent and lowered her head slightly. Gu Yan couldn't see the expression on her face at that moment. But he didn't want to go see it. I've already started working on Yan Sheng's side. The Yan family's new project has failed these past few days, resulting in losses of at least several hundred million. Is also injured and recovering at home. I am not hesitant to take action. As Lin Xiaoran spoke, she covered her head again. She had a headache again. My breathing became much more rapid. But Gu Yan acted as if he hadn't seen it. With cold words, he plunged the final knife into her heart. Back when we were in the urban village, a drunk bumped into me. You immediately kicked him. I told you not to be so impulsive, but what did you say to me? You said that no one, no matter who, could bully me. Swore to you then that I would protect you with my life for the rest of my life. No matter what danger there is in the future, I will protect you. Gu Yan wore a cold smile. So later, some thugs made lewd jokes at you, and I fought them without thinking. They outnumbered me, and I couldn't win. When I got home, your eyes were full of heartache after applying medicine to me. You found some more people and we beat up all the people who had hit me. We didn't even spare those who hadn't actually fought but had just watched. Back then, you weren't as rational as you are now. You had to find evidence before taking action. It's simply because I'm not worth you doing something so impulsive again, and I'm not worth offending your relatives and friends for my sake. Guyan didn't give Lin Xiaoran another chance to speak, and walked out past her. Suddenly a sound came from behind. Immediately afterward, He Qing shouted, "Sir, President Lin has fainted." Guyan turned around and glanced at He Qing, who seemed to be rummaging through something. A moment later, they found some medicine, fed it to Lin Xiaoran, and then gave her a few sips of water. "Sir, Mr. Lin, I haven't been feeling well lately. I get headaches and even faint when I get emotional." Guyan turned back and continued walking out. "If you're sick, go see a doctor. What's the point of telling me all this?" After Guyan and Lin Zhe stepped out of the elevator, Guyan took a deep breath and enjoyed the fresh air without Lin Xiaoran beside him. Suddenly I felt a sense of relief. Lin Zhe couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yan, is Lin Xiaoran alright?" Guyan shook his head. "I don't know anyway. The Lin family won't let anything happen to her." In the past, he would have been extremely anxious if he saw Lin Xiaoran was unwell. "I would run around taking care of her, making sure she was alright or could fall asleep after taking her medicine, before I dared to rest myself." But now, seeing Lin Xiaoran faint from a headache, he felt nothing at all, and even wanted to stay far away from her. After a while, Lin Xiaoran also woke up. He looked up and around, but couldn't see Guyan. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. After sitting for a while, he stood up with He Qing's help. He took out his phone and sent a message to Guyan. "Remember to go back to see Grandma tomorrow morning. The doctor said she only has a few days left." 295, Chapter 295. Guyan seemed more like the one who had been hypnotized. Guyan would naturally go to see the old lady. He didn't expect that Lin Xiaoran would be waiting for him at the door of Wenqing's house early the next morning. Yesterday, he found a hotel and booked a room for Lin Zhe for a few days. They booked several more rooms next door and left a few men with Scarface to protect Lin Zhe. Then I went back to Wenqing's house to sleep. Wenqing works outside and has rarely come home these past few days. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he thought it was Wenqing returning. But when they opened the door, they found Lin Xiaoran and He Qing instead. Before he could say anything, his phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoye calling. "The family doctor said that Grandma's health is very poor now and she may not have much time left. I am worried that she might keep it from you." "Sister Xiaoye, I already know about this." Upon hearing the name Sister Xiaoye, Lin Xiaoran's expression suddenly turned cold. He reached out to try and snatch the phone from Guyan's hand. Guyan quickly dodged and couldn't help but say something. "Are you sick in the head?" Lin Xiaoye suddenly fell silent. It seemed she didn't know how to respond to that statement. Guyan hurriedly said into the phone, "Sister Xiaoye, I wasn't talking about you. I am going to the old house to see Grandma in a little while. Thank you for telling me about this." After hanging up the phone, Guyan put his phone away and then ignored Lin Xiaoran, turning around and going into the house to change his clothes. Not long after, he finished washing up, changed his clothes, and came out. He walked past Lin Xiaoran and her car, heading straight towards the entrance of the residential area. "Where are you going?" Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but ask. Guyan didn't speak. He's in a condition where he can't drive, and he doesn't want to ride in Lin Xiaoran's car. He could only go outside the residential area and have Scarface pick him up in his car. When Lin Xiaoran saw that Guyan was ignoring her, her face darkened. She said something to He Qing beside her and then got into the car. "Pull him into the car." He Qing pursed her lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Guyan is different now than before. She had no confidence that she could persuade the other party. Forcibly pulling the other person into the car was not something a woman could do alone. She could only quickly step forward, stand in front of Guyan, and say, "President Lin has been taking medication for the past few years. It's been especially severe in the years since her marriage, sir. You should also be understanding of her situation." Upon hearing this, Guyan felt a surge of anger well up inside him. Considerate of her, who does she think she is, God, that everyone has to revolve around her, that everyone has to consider her feelings? Hearing this, He Qing knew that Gu Yan was very angry. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but didn't know how to say it. After hesitating for a moment, he could only say, "That's not what I meant, sir." Gu Yan sneered, looking at He Qing in front of him, trying his best to control his emotions. He shouldn't have vented his anger on unimportant people. Moreover, over the past few years, He Qing has shown me more care and concern than Lin Xiaoran has. He had no reason to get angry at He Qing because of Lin Xiaoran. Okay, let's not talk about that, just tell me why she needs to take medicine and what illness she has. He seemed to have recently heard from Lin Xiaoran and He Qing that Lin Xiaoran's health was not good. But I didn't explain it to him in more detail. After hearing Gu Yan's question, He Qing shut her mouth and remained silent. Seeing this, Gu Yan simply changed the question. Or, explain to me why the rumors about her and Ning Chen are still circulating online. If she really cares, why doesn't she try to stop them? Instead, she comes to me as if those rumors don't exist. He Qing took a deep breath upon hearing this. Sir, Mr. Lin didn't go to the car accident because of Ning Chen. What was the purpose of that? He Qing fell silent again. Lin Xiaoran wouldn't let her say it. She naturally dared not say it. Seeing He Qing remain silent, Gu Yan's face curled into a cold smile. Without saying a word, he turned and walked out. He Qing knew in her heart that she couldn't stop Gu Yan. But just as Gu Yan reached the entrance of the residential area, he saw Lin Xiaoran drive up and stop her car in front of him. Get in the car. Gu Yan ignored her and took out his phone to send a voice message. Lin Xiaoran didn't hear what he said, and frowned as she looked at his indifferent attitude towards her. Get in the car, I'll go back to the old house with you. Gu Yan still ignored him. The next second, a car stopped next to Lin Xiaoran's car. Gu Yan stepped forward, opened the car door, and got in. The car quickly drove towards the Lin family's old residence. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoran's expression darkened further. He stepped on the gas and gave chase. Both of them got up very early today. There weren't many cars on the road. It took us a little over half an hour to get to the Lin family's old house. As soon as Gu Yan got out of the car, he saw Lin Xiaoran park her car next to him. He opened the car door and got out before even turning off the engine. He walked up to Gu Yan, his expression somewhat complicated. Husband. Gu Yan frowned. I am no longer your husband. Lin Xiaoran opened her mouth. For some reason, she didn't have a mental response when she heard those words. But I felt extremely uncomfortable. Especially in my heart, I feel a bit blocked up. I wanted to tell you, if you still have feelings for me, then we. Before she could finish speaking, she realized that Gu Yan was already almost at the entrance of the old house. The emotions in Lin Xiaoran's eyes were complex. Gu Yan of the past would never have ignored her like this. They would even cherish every single word she said. And now, it's clearly me who's being I was hypnotized and couldn't feel my feelings for Gu Yan. But Gu Yan seemed more like the one who had been hypnotized. When I look at myself, it's like looking at a stranger. Or perhaps, he no longer sees himself in his eyes. Gu Yan knocked on the door of the Lin family's old mansion. The maid who opened the door was the one who specifically served the old lady. Upon seeing Gu Yan, she quickly said, Mr. Gu, the old lady has been waiting for you since she got up. Gu Yan nodded and, led by the maid, arrived at the old lady's room. The moment Gu Yan saw the old lady, his nose tingled with emotion. The old lady's health is very poor now. She looked completely lifeless. He looked like he was about to die. Only after seeing Gu Yan arrive did she regain her spirits, and her eyes brightened. In such a short time, she has become so haggard. Over the years, the Lin family and Lin Xiaoran have been trying their best to find medical experts and various traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for the old lady, hoping to help her improve her health and live a few more years. But now it seems to be of no use. The old lady's life was coming to an end. Upon seeing Gu Yan, the old lady smiled. Xiao Yan, you're finally here. Grandma, how are you feeling now? Gu Yan stepped forward, her voice very soft. The old lady didn't answer, but just smiled again. It's good that you're here. Accompany your old wife for a walk. I've lived in this old house for most of my life, and I've had enough of it today. You'll come with me for a stroll. 296, Chapter 296. Don't repeat my mistakes. The two walked out of the Lin family's old house together and got into the old lady's car. With the old lady by his side, Gu Yan wasn't worried about his safety, so he simply had Scarface and the others follow behind in a car. The two got into the car, and Gu Yan helped the old lady fasten her seatbelt before sitting down next to her. The old lady's health is too poor now. Even when she's sitting in the back, she needs the seatbelt to help her stay upright. The car slowly drove away, not knowing where it was going. Gu Yan didn't ask. The old lady forced herself to speak. I know everything your grandfather did. He only cared about the future of the Lin family. Looking back on all these years I've been with him, I really regret it. The old lady used to be quite lively. Occasionally, he would argue with Lin Xiaoran. But today he seemed quite dejected. For some reason, Gu Yan felt that her condition was not solely due to physical discomfort. Xiaoyan, I heard that Xiaoran once told Ningchen that she wanted to have a child with him. Have you asked her about this? What difference does it make whether I ask or not? She won't admit it. Besides, it's all in the past. Upon hearing this, the old lady's face darkened even further. Don't think I'm nagging Xiaoran, that child Shisai. The old lady stopped halfway through her sentence. She looked up at Gu Yan and sighed softly. You're right, it's all in the past, child. What are your plans for the future? Gu Yan shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet, but it won't be worse than before. The old lady also shook her head slightly. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Gu Yan asked softly, Grandma, what are we going to do today? He wanted to change the subject. He didn't want to see the old lady looking so worried at this moment. When I was young, I opened a tea house and it's still there. Although I haven't made much money over the years, I still earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. The old lady glanced at Gu Yan again. Originally, I was thinking of giving it to your brother so that he could have a similar income in the future, but now that you have Lao Gu, you probably don't have to worry about these things, but having something is better than having nothing. The rest of the family doesn't even want such a small business. Hearing this, Gu Yan was deeply moved, and her nose tingled with emotion. He knew that the old lady was thinking of him. The old lady had always wanted to hand over her shares in the Lin Group to him. From now on, he will no longer need to struggle for a living. But the old lady also knew about her relationship with Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe is not doing well, I will definitely not stand idly by. But what if he used the Lin Group assets that the old lady gave him to help Lin Zhe? Then the Lin family will have an excuse to cause trouble. He was given to him because of the old lady's will. It's understandable that the shares of the Lin Group would be given to the Lin family's son-in-law. Giving it to an outsider would be unreasonable. That's why the old lady, fearing she would be put in a difficult position, found a small business that others might look down on, but which was enough to ensure Lin Zhe's future financial security. I never expected that Gu Yan would now recognize Professor Gu as a relative. Most likely, they won't need her help anymore. Gu Yan opened his mouth, as if to say something. But the old lady spoke up again. Ning Chen will also be there today. Some things need to be discussed openly. Gu Yan frowned. He knew the old lady meant well. She wanted to settle her final concerns before she left. But will Ning Chen listen? Will he appreciate it? That man's worries are terrifying. He had fallen in love with Lin Xiaoran from the moment he met her. For so many years, he has pretended to be a victim, gaining everyone's sympathy and letting everyone know his deep affection. After driving for more than an hour, the car stopped in front of a 3-story tea house with a rather rustic decor. The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Entering an office, the old lady sat down with Gu Yan's help. Gu Yan casually brewed some tea. The divorce papers have been signed. Are you really sure about this? Gu Yan knew that the old lady was referring to the divorce. He nodded without saying anything. The old lady sighed deeply, seemingly relieved. Forget it, it's better to end it like this before. I was thinking of using my shares to tie you and Shaoran together after all. I know you well, you're a very kind person lately. I can't help but overthink things when I think about it. I think of myself when I was younger back then. I was with your grandfather, and I thought that if two people are together, no matter how big the difficulties are, they can get through them. I thought that he and I were of one mind and that we would definitely be able to go all the way. The old lady's tone was very gentle, and there was no discernible emotion in her voice. But later, another person appeared in his life, someone who made him look at me with the same tender eyes he used to look at me back then. Gu Yan was at a loss for words upon hearing this. The old lady looked at Gu Yan and patted his head. Child, if there is an afterlife, I definitely won't be with your grandfather even if it's just for a short time, and he puts his heart into someone else, I should leave decisively. I think you think so too. Grandma Gu Yan wanted to say something. Shayan, I know you want to comfort me, but I've already come to this point, and I've already figured it out whether you're a man or a woman. You should be a little selfish towards yourself. Your grandfather and that girl Shaoran are like that. Being a little selfish is the only way to make your life better, and you and I are the ones being bullied by other people's selfishness. People have to learn to love themselves first. I understand this. It's too late for the principles/truths, but it's not too late for you, old woman. I hope you'll have a better future and not repeat my mistakes. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy. The old lady seemed to be giving herself her final instructions. He didn't want it to be like this. But he also understood that the old lady really didn't have many days left. If the Lin family, with their wealth and power, can't find anyone to cure the old lady, what can he do? Ta-da! A knock sounded, and the office door was suddenly pushed open. When Ningchen saw the old lady, a smile appeared on his face. Grandma, I'm here. But when he saw that Gu Yan was also there, a shadow of gloom flashed across his eyes. In just a moment, he concealed it. Grandma, did you invite other people too? In front of others, Ningchen always pretends to be sensible and understanding. The old lady seemed to have talked too much and was a little thirsty. After taking a sip of tea, she said softly, Xiao Chun, come and sit down. Ningchen walked over to Gu Yan, frowned and glanced at him before sitting down. 297, Chapter 297. Don't ruin your own future. Gu Yan glanced at Ningchen but did not make him any tea. He simply poured himself and the old lady another cup of tea. Making tea for the enemy who wants to kill you? Dream on. Ningchen seemed to have been in a hurry on the way here, and was also a little thirsty. I glanced down at the table in front of me. There was no teacup. He frowned but didn't say much. The old lady witnessed this entire scene. But she didn't say anything. With a sigh, the old lady suddenly asked, Xiao Chun, I know you're someone who keeps things to yourself. I am your elder, so I won't ask you about your secrets, but regarding that girl Shaoran, I still hope you can tell me the truth. Ningchen was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then a smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, Grandma, just ask. All right, for the sake of this old man who's about to die, tell me the truth. Did Shaoran really say she wanted to have a child for you? Were you two really together all along? Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Ningchen's eyes. But things quickly returned to normal. He gritted his teeth and said, yes, she did say those things to me. He pretended not to hear the old lady's second question. The old lady looked up at him and sighed deeply. Then they turned their attention to Gu Yan. Shayan, the person in charge of this tea house is downstairs right now. Go and talk to him. I have some things I want to say to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded. He was curious about what the old lady wanted to do, but since she didn't want him to listen, he wouldn't stubbornly stay there. Ning Chen, on the contrary, felt somewhat excited upon hearing this. He felt that the old lady had accepted his identity. In the Lin family, everyone except the old lady had once hoped that they could be together with Lin Xiaoran. Now, even the last person who once opposed them is turning against them. Gu Yan, what else do you have to fight me with? Ning Chen looked at Gu Yan with a hint of smugness and mockery in her eyes. The two of them sat here. Ningchen poured out the tea that Gu Yan had brewed a new cup of tea for the old lady, and also brewed a cup for herself. The old lady didn't say anything, she just sat there drinking tea. Her health condition was very poor. Even just sitting here, she looks extremely tired. However, she didn't seem anxious at all. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was the first to get restless. She asked, "Grandma, is there something you want to tell me?" The old lady then slowly spoke, "Xiao Chun, you are too impatient sometimes. Stopping, slowly feeling the passage of time, and emptying your mind a little is not a bad thing." Ning Chen was stunned for a moment. The old lady had said something similar to him before. They said he was too impatient and always wanted quick success. But Ning Chen never took it seriously. If he gets impatient, how could he have waited for Lin Xiaoran for so many years? He just didn't expect that the old lady would still see him this way. The two fell silent again, and the atmosphere became even more subdued. After drinking another cup of tea, Ning Chen couldn't help but say, "Grandma, I actually know that you've never liked Main Your Eyes. It's because I've been bothering Xiaoran, and it's because I ruined the relationship between Gu Yan and Xiaoran." The old lady was concentrating with her eyes closed and did not open them when she heard Ning Chen's words. This old woman is getting on in years and doesn't like dishonest people. The fact that you can lie to an old woman like me who is nearing the end of her life shows that you've made up your mind. You're determined to go down this path no matter what. Whatever the consequences may be in the future, you'll have to bear them yourself. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen couldn't help but show a ferocious expression on his face. Go down a dead end? Why do you say that the future between him and Lin Xiaoran can only lead to darkness? Even now, the old lady still doesn't like him. They refuse to acknowledge him. Ning Chen looked at the old lady with a hint of hatred in her eyes. "Grandma, Xiaoran has feelings for me. We've been together for a long time. If it weren't for someone interfering, I would be your grandson-in-law now." Upon hearing this, the old lady slowly opened her eyes. His face was expressionless, except for a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Xiao Chen, if a person's lies can only deceive themselves and not others, isn't that a kind of tragedy? You'd better think about what's best for you." Ning Chen had been feeling quite pleased with himself lately. Lin Xiaoran has been hypnotized and has basically forgotten Gu Yan. She no longer had any feelings for Gu Yan. However, in the past few days, Lin Xiaoran still hasn't contacted him proactively. Moreover, every time he took the initiative to approach Lin Xiaoran, the conversation would inevitably turn to Gu Yan. When the topic turned to Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran no longer expressed her feelings for him as she had before. But now she has become silent. This silence. This only made him feel worse. I was incredibly jealous. Hypnosis is effective. This is beyond doubt. But why is it that even after being hypnotized, Lin Xiaoran still doesn't change her attitude towards me? Ning Chen was about to lose control of her emotions. The gentle and sensible demeanor that had always been on the surface was now replaced by savagery and hatred. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Ning Meng. Back then, my jealousy of Ning Meng was exactly the same as it is now. What's good about Ning Meng? She always pretends to be gentle, but in private, she's incredibly ruthless. They never show mercy to their enemies. Otherwise, how could she achieve such success? Isn't it because of her ruthlessness? Once upon a time, it was because he wasn't ruthless enough that everyone in the Ning family had high hopes for Ning Meng. Nobody sees his efforts or his hard work. His feelings for Lin Xiaoran were unwavering. He loved Lin Xiaoran with all his heart. Is it possible that now, like when I competed with Ning Meng, all my efforts will be ignored and no one will see my contributions? Was all I could do but flee in dissatisfaction? The old lady looked at Ning Chen's gloomy and uncertain expression, and the disappointment in her eyes became even more obvious. "Xiao Chun, the Lin family and the Ning family have always had a good relationship. I also like your sister very much. I originally planned to have a good talk with you both in these final moments, so that you could see your true feelings, but the things you're carrying in your heart are more serious than I imagined." This old woman was a bit presumptuous. Cough cough. The old lady coughed twice as she spoke. Regardless of whether you and Xiaoran are together or not, and whether she has ever said she wants to have a child for you, you need to understand that the person she loves is Xiaoyan. The relationship between her and Xiaoyan is not something you can destroy. Even if they don't end up together, it will be very difficult for you to achieve your goal. Ruin your own future. Impossible. Ning Chen couldn't help but shout. Just then, the old lady's phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoran calling. Ning Chen's eyes reddened. Don't answer. 298, Chapter 298. The old lady is gone. Before the old lady could react, Ning Chen rushed over and snatched the phone away. He pushed forward forcefully, knocking the old lady to the ground. He snatched the phone from his hand, and it was still vibrating. Ning Chen's expression looked somewhat terrifying and ferocious. Do you think you're about to die, so you ought to persuade Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan to be together in your last moments? Do you think that because you're going to die, everyone has to listen to what you say? Wait, what's so great about that Gu Yan? He doesn't deserve Lin Xiaoran at all. I've put in so much effort and done so many things for Xiaoran. I'm the best person for her. I can give her everything that Gu Yan can't give her. Ning Chen became more and more excited as she spoke, her body trembling uncontrollably, her hand gripping the phone so tightly that her fingers turned white. You know perfectly well that Lin Xiaoran listens to you, yet you still want to use your dying words to force her to be with Gu Yan. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Calm down. The old lady lay on the ground, her voice trembling, sounding weak and listless, with a look of pain on her face. Calm down. You have the nerve to tell me to calm down. I've liked Lin Xiaoran since the first time I saw her. What is Gu Yan anyway? He just met Xiaoran a few years earlier, a piece of trash from the countryside, a bastard who was born but not raised. All he can do is bring Xiaoran endless trouble. If it weren't for him, Xiaoran would have become the future heir of the Lin group long ago. Only I can help her. But you want to protect this piece of trash. The old lady struggled to get up. But Ning Chen had already lost her mind. The phone stopped vibrating, and he forcefully smashed it at the old lady. With a bang, the phone hit the old lady's forehead and shattered. Blood gushed from the old lady's forehead instantly, and she fainted. Seeing this, Ning Chen suddenly felt a little flustered. He hurriedly stepped forward. He gently nudged the old lady with his hand. The old lady groaned twice in pain while unconscious. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned even uglier. What do you mean? You can't argue with me, so you start knocking me unconscious. Get up, get up. Ning Chen shook the old lady's body forcefully, but received no response for a long time. Gradually, the old lady inhaled less than she exhaled. But Ning Chen still couldn't calm down and kept shaking. I don't know how much time has passed. Ning Chen's body stiffened upon realizing that the old lady seemed to have stopped breathing. He reached out and touched the tip of the old lady's nose. She stopped breathing. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his mind going completely blank. Two didn't mean toy didn't mean two. Ning Chen's lips trembled, and he looked helplessly at the old lady's corpse. He crawled out of the office door on all fours. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly struggled to his feet, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He had no way out. We must find a way to handle everything here. He took a deep breath, glanced one last time at the old lady's body, and as if he had made up his mind, walked out of the office. She found Gu Yan in the lobby, trying her best to hide her emotions on her face. Gu Yan, the old lady is looking for you. Gu Yan frowned upon hearing Ning Chen's voice. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Ning Chen's voice was a little strange. But I didn't think much of it. He had just finished coordinating with the person in charge of the tea house. They assumed it was because the old lady had said something to Ning Chen. He turned around and went upstairs to the office. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Ning Chen. Ning Chen seemed a little anxious and impatient, saying, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and go inside." Without thinking much, Gu Yan opened the office door and went inside. "Grandma, did you call me?" As soon as I entered the office, I did not see the old lady. Gu Yan was puzzled when he heard the office door behind him suddenly close and lock from the outside. Gu Yan knew in an instant that Ning Chen was behind it. For some reason, he felt the office was a bit stuffy and had a faint smell of smoke. Looking around, I suddenly saw the old lady lying on the floor behind the office chair. Gu Yan rushed over in a hurry. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Gu Yan shook him gently, but received no response. He reached out and touched the tip of the old lady's nose. Only then did they realize that the old lady had passed away. She was already at the end of her life. The doctor said she didn't have much time left. Gu Yan had also considered that the old lady might pass away soon. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Ning Chen had taken special precautions before leaving. The old lady's condition at this moment was as if she was feeling unwell, and when she tried to stand up, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. His forehead hit the ground, a sign of his untimely death. But Gu Yan couldn't think about that much at the moment. After searching carefully, I realized that I didn't have my phone with me. But the old lady's phone was already broken. He turned around and went to the office door, trying to open it, but he couldn't open it no matter what he did. Open the door, Ning Chen, open the door, Grandma's in trouble, open the door quickly. Gu Yan shouted loudly, but received no response. Suddenly, he felt a sour sensation in his eyes, and the stuffy, smoky smell became even stronger. Turning around and looking around, I realized that the office had caught fire sometime earlier. The fire spread very quickly. The fire almost completely burned the wall behind the old lady. Gu Yan hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to pick up the old lady and carry her to a place where the fire was less intense. But as soon as I picked up the old lady, I saw her fall off her what is it? He carried the old lady to a less affected area and laid her down, then turned around and picked up her belongings. Before I could even see what it was, the paintings on the wall collapsed because of the fire. Gu Yan was also knocked to the ground. My head is spinning. I don't know how long it took before I came to my senses. At this point, the fire had intensified, and it was almost impossible to see anything clearly. He hurriedly crawled to the old lady's side and confirmed once again that she had indeed lost all vital signs. Gu Yan's eyes were filled with helplessness. The old lady still passed away. He didn't even have a chance to save her. The old lady had already left when he arrived. He got up, went to the office door, and banged on the door forcefully. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break it open. Left with no other choice, I covered my mouth and nose with my hands and went to the window. The window was always open, but the gap was small. Pull the window open and quickly move to the side. The fire is gushing out of the window. It took a while for things to calm down after hiding for a while. This is the 3rd floor. You won't die if you jump. If he doesn't jump, he'll definitely die here. He gritted his teeth, climbed out of the window, and jumped. 299, Chapter 299. Gu Yan is a menace. Does he even have a heart? In a moment of distraction, Gu Yan felt a sharp pain in his legs. My leg injury had just healed when I experienced severe pain again. He didn't know whether his bones were broken or not. But it really hurt. Once he came to his senses, he reached out and rubbed his legs, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be a fracture. A commotion arose from the surrounding area. Many people were there putting out the fire. Among them were staff from the tea house, as well as people brought by Scarface and Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards. A figure walked up to him, blocking the light in front of him. Lin Xiaoran looked up and squatted down. How are you? Gu Yan felt a little dizzy, pointed to the tea room, and opened his mouth as if to say something. But his mouth was very dry, and he couldn't speak because of his hoarseness. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Gu Yan looked over. Ning Chen was standing there, his clothes looking like they had been burned. Gu Yan swallowed hard. Grandma is still inside. Lin Xiaoran hummed in agreement. The fire in the tea room was very large. By the time the fire was completely extinguished, all the furniture inside had been burned away, and nothing was left. The fire started spreading in the office. There were no other sources of fire elsewhere. Forensic experts and firefighters were also present at the scene. Of all the people who died in the fire, only the old lady lost her life. Ning Chen slumped to the side, crying. Suddenly, she stood up and walked to Gu Yan, her face filled with endless grief. You just jumped from the office. Why didn't you take Grandma with you and escape? Gu Yan, you only care about your own life, you're so selfish. Gu Yan sat there, and upon hearing Ning Chen's accusations, instinctively wanted to refute them. But when he opened his mouth, his throat was so dry and hoarse that he couldn't make a sound. The fire occurred during the day. The moment the fire was discovered, everyone in the tea room ran out. Ning Chen was also outside. In full view of everyone, he rushed towards the office several times, trying to rescue the old lady. But they were stopped by others. The marks on his clothes were from the fire outside the office. Ning Chen kept crying very hard. She pointed at Gu Yan with her finger, her body trembling uncontrollably. Grandma has been so good to you, how could you bear to run away and save your own life? She even wanted to leave this tea house and her shares to you, and you only cared about saving your own life. Gu Yan, you've gone too far. Also, why did the fire happen? What exactly happened? Did you start it? The old lady only has a few days left. Can't you even wait a few more days? After saying that, Ning Chen shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoran, his face turning pale. Xiaoran, I know you're hurting, Ning Chen couldn't continue speaking halfway through her sentence and choked up again. Lin Xiaoran looked at the scene in front of her without saying anything. An official standing nearby spoke up. The relevant departments will investigate the specific cause of the fire. Please do not be anxious or make unfounded speculations. Gu Yan took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "It wasn't me. It wasn't you." Ning Chen suddenly shouted angrily. Then why did you survive while the old lady is still inside? Gu Yan, you're a menace, you've caused Xiaoran so much trouble, and now you've even killed Grandma, why don't you just die? A glint of light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He actually knew that he couldn't frame Gu Yan for setting the fire. He knew best how the fire started. To clear himself of suspicion, he staged the scene to make it appear that the old woman had accidentally knocked over a small stove used for brewing tea, which caused the fire. However, what he wanted was for Gu Yan to feel guilty about it. Ideally, his depression would erupt, causing him to commit suicide. Then he can clear away all obstacles and leave in one go. Gu Yan's head was spinning. He stayed at the scene for too long and then jumped from the third floor. I feel completely dizzy right now. I told you, it wasn't me, Gu Yan said through gritted teeth. At this moment, the forensic doctor came over, put the old lady's blood into a box, and brought it over. These are the remains of the old lady, please accept my condolences. Lin Xiaoran nodded and stepped forward to take it. The old lady has a childlike temperament and often argues with her. But he would often call her and ask her to come home for dinner. He always made her bring Gu Yan along. Sometimes, when she gets angry, he yells at her and tells her to get lost, but then he'll call her an hour or two later and remind her to treat Gu Yan better. After an unknown amount of time, the cause of the fire was found. Preliminary assessment indicates that it was not arson. However, because the person involved was not of ordinary status, officials did not immediately make a ruling, but said they would continue to conduct an in-depth investigation. Lin Xiora stood there, lost in thought. Somewhat numb, he turned and walked out. When she walked up to Gu Yan, she reached out and grabbed his arm. I was just about to say something. Gu Yan fainted immediately. He was already physically weak, and then he suffered so many injuries. Upon seeing the old lady's remains, he was overwhelmed by the shock and fainted. Ning Chen sneered from the side. What's the point of pretending to be so sentimental now? Grandma's gone. Ning Chen's words did not make those around him feel that he was being mean. After all, everyone had seen how Ning Chen risked his life to save people. At this moment, he's in a fit of anger, and no one will criticize him for saying something inappropriate. After Lin Xiaoran arrived here, she also heard from the people around her about Ning Chen's actions at the time. Lin Xiaoran took Gu Yan to the hospital, and then called Lin Zhe, asking him to go to the hospital and take care of Gu Yan. He then took the old lady's remains back to the Lin family's old residence. The old lady took Gu Yan out, but lost her life in a fire. This led many in the industry to believe that Gu Yan was a jinx. For so many years, I've been causing trouble for others. When he was with Lin Xiaoran, he caused her a lot of trouble. Now, they've killed the old lady too. Even his biological mother lived an inhuman life back then. Suddenly, the situation reversed after many people's attitudes toward Gu Yan had changed because Gu Yan and Professor Gu had recognized each other as relatives. The death of a person is a great loss. Those who cause the death of others are despised by everyone. At this moment, no one cared whether Gu Yan was Professor Gu's grandson or not. When people talked about Gu Yan, they were filled with contempt and hatred. She even wanted to stay away from him, fearing that she would be tainted by him and bring bad luck upon herself. At this moment, old Master Lin was sitting in the hall of the Lin family's old house. He watched Lin Xiaoran walk in carrying the box and couldn't help but cough in anger. "Look at the man you found. Will you only be willing to accept it if he kills everyone in the Lin family? I heard from Xiaochen that he ran away by himself, leaving your grandmother alone in the office to fend for herself. Does he have no heart at all?" Lin Xiaoran, the divorce papers have been signed. When the time comes, there absolutely cannot be any more accidents. This divorce must go through. 300, Chapter 300. You didn't actually intend to just let it go like this. Lin Xiaoran just stood there, holding the box, without saying a word. It seems like they haven't recovered yet. Grandpa Lin was not sure what kind of effect hypnosis would have on Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran was supposed to go back to the old house this morning. However, shortly after Gu Yan and the old lady left the old house, he cancelled the trip. He turned around and went to the company, where he held a trivial meeting. So this was the first time old Master Lin had seen Lin Xiaoran since she was hypnotized. After such an incident, old Master Lin was unable to suppress his anger. "What? Don't tell me you regret it now. You signed the agreement yourself. It's no use regretting it now. If it weren't for the fact that he's Professor Gu's grandson, I would have made him disappear from this world completely." Lin Xiaoran opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But then the butler came over and said, "Young Master Ning and young Master Yan have arrived." Ning Chen and Yan Shang walked into the main hall of the old house. Ning Chen was still wearing the same clothes she had worn at the fire scene. They hadn't even washed the dust off their faces. He strode in and came to old Master Lin's side, his face filled with endless grief. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I could have tried harder, maybe I could have rescued Grandma." Upon hearing Ning Chen's voice, a strange emotion flickered across old Master Lin's face. Before he could say anything, Ning Chen continued, "Grandpa, you must seek justice for Grandma. She loves Gu Yan so much, and she cares about him so much. But Gu Yan abandoned her alone in that room just to save his own life. He's heartless. Grandma called us over this time to speak up for him, but in the end, he was so selfish." Ning Chen wailed and groaned in pain. Grandpa Lin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Child, go back and get some rest, and tidy up." Ning Chen still looked quite disheveled. Ning Chen, however, was crying uncontrollably. "Grandpa, I'm just so angry. How could Gu Yan be so selfish? How could he be so wicked?" As he spoke, Ning Chen began to breathe heavily, as if he was about to run out of breath. "It looks like she's overwhelmed with grief." Old Master Lin hurriedly instructed the housekeeper to have someone take Ning Chen to another room to rest. Then, old Master Lin looked at Yan Shang. He frowned and asked, "What brings you here today, Yan boy?" Yan Shang was not involved in this incident. He was somewhat confused as to why Yan Shang had come over. He had heard about the conflict between Yan Shang and Lin Xiaoran. Yan Shang said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "The old lady has always been good to me, so of course I had to come and visit her." Grandpa Lin still frowned and rubbed his forehead. Yan Shang then spoke up, "What does old Master Lin intend to do about this matter?" Old Master Lin looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Yan Shang glanced at Lin Xiaoran, his eyes somewhat gloomy. "Grandpa, even if Gu Yan didn't do it himself, he's still indirectly responsible for Madame's death. Are you really just going to let this go?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Yan Shang with icy eyes. Old Master Lin also felt a headache when he heard this. He had also considered the angle that Yan Shang mentioned. But he couldn't possibly ignore Professor Gu's concerns. Moreover, no one was arrested by the authorities. This means that Gu Yan did not cause the fire. He didn't actually have a good reason to offend Professor Gu. He took a deep breath. "All right, you can go back now. I'll think about it." When they met with old Master Lin, he did not give a clear answer. Yan Sheng didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, the way he walked seemed somewhat unnatural. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and looked at old Master Lin without saying a word. Alright, you should go back now, prepare for your grandmother's funeral, Xiaoran, don't disappoint me again. In the morning, Lin Xiaoran originally intended to question Grandpa Lin about hypnosis. But now, Grandma is gone. If she continues to make a scene, it will be inappropriate. Without saying a word, he got up and left the Lin family's old house. Soon, news spread that the old lady of the Lin family had died in the fire. At the same time, news also spread that Gu Yan was in the same room as the old lady, but he jumped out of the window to escape, leaving the old lady alone in the room to fend for herself. More and more people are starting to discuss this matter. There used to be many people who looked down on Gu Yan and hated him from the bottom of their hearts. However, because Gu Yan and Professor Gu had recently become relatives, those people no longer dared to speak rudely to Gu Yan. They finally found an opportunity. Previously, because of Professor Gu, they dared not insult Gu Yan unjustly as they had before. Now that they have a reason, they naturally have nothing to worry about. I heard from people at the scene that Brother Chen kept trying to rush into the office to save the old lady. Many people tried to stop him but couldn't. Brother Chen was almost going crazy. This incident must have been a huge blow to him. I remember Brother Chen has depression. I hope this hasn't made his condition worse. It seems that Brother Chen has a chance to rescue the old lady, but the office door is locked. He can't open it from the outside. I really can't understand it. Why wasn't it Gu Yan who died? I'm so angry. He ran away for his life, ignoring the old lady. He didn't even think to open the door. That way, Brother Chen might have had a chance to rescue the old lady. Why wasn't it him who died? Exactly, he even a single strand of Brother Chen's hair can't compare. It's infuriating. There was a lot of discussion about it in the circle. Many people are waiting to see news from the Lin family. Some people know that Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran have already signed a divorce agreement. They wanted to see if the Lin family would hold Gu Yan accountable for this incident. Some people were unaware of this news and wanted to see if Lin Xiaoran would divorce Gu Yan this time. The news is getting bigger and bigger. Even Professor Gu heard some rumors. She couldn't help but call Gu Yan. Xiaoyan, I heard someone say that the old lady of the Lin family has passed away? Professor Gu's mood was somewhat complicated. He had previously heard Gu Yan say that in the Lin family, the old lady was the kindest person to him. He certainly believed that his grandson was not as heartless and ungrateful as those people said. Gu Yan must have his reasons. His biggest worry right now is that Gu Yan won't be able to handle such a blow. To put it bluntly, before he appeared, the care that the old lady of the Lin family gave to Gu Yan should, in a sense, have been done by him. 301, Chapter 301 makes all those connected to Gu Yan the target of public criticism. Hearing the concern in her words, Gu Yan felt a little better. Grandpa Gu Yan had only managed to utter 2 words when he could no longer continue. He didn't know what to say. Tell Grandpa that the old lady left right before his eyes? Or was it that he never even had a chance to rescue the old lady before she passed away? Professor Gu on the other end of the phone seemed to have noticed that Gu Yan was in a bad mood. He sighed and said, "The old lady's funeral is in a couple of days, and Grandpa will go with you." "No need, Grandpa, I can manage on my own." Hearing Gu Yan's words, Professor Gu did not insist. "Okay, then come back sooner, it'll be good for you to talk to Grandpa." Professor Gu was deeply saddened upon learning of the passing of the Lin family matriarch. At the same time, a strange emotion was overflowing. He's not young anymore. You never know when you'll pass away. How many meals and chats can he have with Gu Yan? Gu Yan hung up the phone and stared at the hospital ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, I heard a commotion coming from outside. Ning Chen also arrived at the hospital. He was also moved to a private VIP ward. Ning Chen actually didn't have any injuries. The marks on his body were only scary to look at. His purpose in coming to the hospital was to leave a deeper impression on others. He was injured while saving the old lady. The days passed quickly. During this period, Professor Gu would visit Gu Yan at the hospital every day. This injury allowed Gu Yan to cover up the fact that he had been injured during his previous kidnapping. On the day of the old lady's funeral, the Lin family did not hold a grand ceremony. Not many people were invited to the old lady's funeral. Instead, they quietly buried the old lady. Ning Chen was the first to go to the funeral. After kowtowing to the old lady several times, he cried again. She cried terribly. Everyone was marveling at Ning Chen's feelings for the old lady. Who wouldn't be moved to see a man crying like this for an elder? Gu Yan went to the cemetery after everyone else had left. He kowtowed several times to the old lady. He didn't want to see anyone else. His feelings for the old lady didn't need to be shown to others. He just wanted to talk to the old lady quietly. Everyone else thought he didn't attend the old lady's funeral, and rumors even circulated that he didn't show up because he felt guilty. When Gu Yan returned to the hospital, the people who had taken Ning Chen back to the hospital had just left. Ning Chen lay alone in the hospital room, looking at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but laugh. He simply refused to believe that Gu Yan could escape this calamity again. No matter how soft-hearted Lin Xiaoran is, or how deep her feelings for Gu Yan are. This time, it was her own grandmother who got into trouble. Could she possibly forgive Gu Yan? Ning Chen felt exceptionally happy. Some time ago, his statement that Lin Xiaoran wanted to have a child for him and that he and Lin Xiaoran had already been together caused a lot of discussion. Some of them mistook him for a mistress and bad-mouthed him behind his back. However, most people still felt sorry for him. I think he's a pitiful person who has to compromise himself for love. In addition, there's this matter concerning the old lady. Everyone who looked at him felt a sense of pity for him. Most people felt sorry for him, yet he was kind. Devoted yet restrained. He intends to use one thing after another to completely crush Gu Yan. It completely broke him down, leaving him no chance to recover. What good is Professor Gu's protection? He has plenty of ways to deal with Gu Yan. He would spare no expense, no matter what it took. This is one of Ning Chen's few opportunities. Even though Gu Yan had already signed the divorce agreement with Lin Xiaoran, he still felt it wasn't a safe bet. He wanted to make Gu Yan disappear completely from the industry and from Lin Xiaoran's sight. Whether it's being arrested and imprisoned, or committing suicide due to emotional breakdown. Gu Yan must disappear. Suddenly, Ning Chen heard a sound. Immediately afterwards, the door to the ward was pushed open. Yan Shang walked in. Ning Chen stiffened for a moment when he saw Yan Shang. Why are you here? Ning Chen felt a little uneasy when Yan Shang suddenly contacted her when she went to the Lin family's old house and said he wanted to go with her. Now, he's come to me again. Ning Chen didn't know if Yan Shang had discovered some clues or if he had some ulterior motive that Ning Chen hadn't expected. Yan Shang walked to the bedside in the ward and looked at Ning Chen, his eyes showing a hint of pity mixed with a hint of caution. You are more ruthless than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen tensed up instantly. Yan Shang had indeed discovered some clues. This man is too smart. He was so smart that he was somewhat afraid. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ning Chen pretended not to understand. Suit yourself, but remember, we have the same goal. Hearing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Shang had no intention of reporting him, nor did he intend to use this matter to threaten him. In terms of hating Gu Yan, Yan Shang was not much weaker than him. Both of them wished Gu Yan would die immediately. I must make Gu Yan disappear completely, it's my revenge. Halfway through his sentence, Ning Chen glanced at Yan Shang. And my sister's revenge, I will avenge her, I will make her pay the price. Yan Shang's face remained expressionless upon hearing this. What are you planning to do? Ning Chen took a deep breath. Gu Yan used to suffer from severe depression, is probably under a lot of pressure right now. If that pressure is too much for him to handle, his depression will definitely flare up. Best of all, it meant he took his own life. Yan Shang nodded upon hearing this. But the recent pressures are probably not enough. Then bring more, keep the pressure on him until he understands himself. Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile. Gu Yan has a senior classmate named Yi Qingyu. That woman has a terrible temper. If you provoke Gu Yan a little, or insult him a few times, she'll retaliate with insults. She's currently on tour in China, so try to cause her trouble and make her overwhelmed. Also, have someone tell her that Lin Xiaoran has been with me for a long time and even hired someone to kill Gu Yan. Now that Gu Yan is in trouble, Lin Xiaoran hasn't cared about him and has been protecting me the whole time. As long as Yi Qingyu finds out about this news. In addition, her tour was disrupted. Ningchen didn't believe she could sit still. Oh, and by the way, let her find out which hospital I'm in and which ward I'm in. Ideally, she should come looking for me. He not only wanted Gu Yan to disappear, but also wanted everyone connected to Gu Yan to become the target of public criticism. To become someone despised by everyone. It's just a pity that we couldn't deal with Lin Zhe last time. However, everyone has a chance, no one can escape. 302, Chapter 302. I really didn't do those things, you've been lied to by him. Yan Shen left. He had no objection to Ning Chen's plan. Yi Qingyu is a person in the music industry. Her piano skills are outstanding, and she has recently gained increasing fame in the country. But Yan Sheng can't contribute much to this circle. Therefore, Ning Chen's plan can only be implemented by himself. Ning Chen acted quickly, and soon someone found out Yi Qingyu's current location and even found several group chats she belonged to in the circle, where a lot of information was released. In order to avoid exposing oneself as much as possible. Ning Chen did not have anyone directly mention Gu Yan's name. Instead, they pretended to be discussing some gossip about Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. Even without mentioning Gu Yan's name, Yi Qingyu could immediately identify who the protagonist in those messages was. Yi Qingyu was a bit impatient, so she quickly took out her phone and called Gu Yan. But Gu Yan didn't answer. This made Yi Qingyu even more anxious. He gripped his phone restlessly, unable to sit still. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and called Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran answered the phone, her voice icy cold. Who? I am Yi Qingyu. Gu Yan's senior? Yi Qingyu was somewhat surprised that Lin Xiaoran knew her name and remembered that she was Gu Yan's senior. Yes, where's Gu Yan run? Why didn't he answer my calls? He is recovering from his injury. After saying those words, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. She wasn't really sure why Gu Yan hadn't answered the call. The fact that he was able to say even a few words to Yi Qingyu was all out of respect for Gu Yan. Upon seeing the call end, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, her anger undisguised. When she saw Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen together at the coffee shop earlier, she wanted nothing more than to beat them up and vent her anger for Gu Yan. When I picked up my phone again, I happened to see someone in a group chat talking about the hospital and room number where Ning Chen was staying. Yi Qingyu snorted coldly, walked out of the studio backstage, and drove straight to Kyoto. She just finished a tour in a city next to Kyoto today. It took less than 2 hours to arrive at the hospital where Ning Chen was staying. After getting out of the car, they went upstairs and headed straight for Ning Chen's ward. The bodyguards from the Ning family, who had been waiting outside the ward, were nowhere to be found. Yi Qingyu pushed open the door and went in, and immediately saw Ning Chen lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, resting. His face darkened, and he immediately began to berate, "Was Gu Yan injured because of you?" Ning Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw Yi Qingyu. Then she put on an innocent look and started to refute. "No, I didn't do it." Seeing Ning Chen put on such a pitiful look in front of her, Yi Qingyu's anger instantly boiled over. She only learned about some of the grievances Gu Yan had suffered over the years after returning to China. Unexpectedly, he married the woman he loved and entered into a wealthy family like the Lin family, yet he lived such a miserable life. Lin Xiaoran cheated on her husband with a scoundrel like Ning Chen. It even caused quite a stir. Everyone now knows that Lin Xiaoran said she wanted to have a child with Ning Chen. It also practically told everyone that even though Lin Xiaoran was already married, she was still with Ning Chen. Most importantly, there are still many people online supporting them. They said they were truly in love. It's just that a villain ruined their future and prevented them from getting married. The more news she saw, and the more people supported this despicable couple, the angrier Yi Qingyu became. Ning Chen, how shameless are you? Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran have known each other for so many years, and they've been together for so many years, they're already married, and you're still clinging to them like a ghost. Let me tell you, a mistress is a mistress, and a slut is a slut. Don't put on that pretentious act in front of me, and don't think that just because some idiots online support you, you're right. You're a mistress and you still have the nerve to tell others how much you love Lin Xiaoran. And that she's going to have your child, is all you do is steal what belongs to others? Yi Qingyu became increasingly angry as she spoke. In her eyes, Ning Chen was just a piece of trash who only knew how to steal other people's things. It's not just about taking Lin Xiaoran away from Gu Yan. There are others. Besides Lin Xiaoran, you also stole that piano piece Gu Yan wrote. Why don't you write any new piano pieces now? You've won quite a few awards abroad these past few years with that piece, haven't you? You've run out of ideas after just one piece? Or is it that you can't keep up the act because Gu Yan isn't writing anything new? Ning Chen, have some shame. If it's not yours, you should honestly give it back. Speaking of that piano piece, Yi Qingyu felt both angry and somewhat sad. That piano piece was something she watched Gu Yan refine little by little. It contains Gu Yan's deep love for Lin Xiaoran. But Ning Chen stole this love from her. He even packaged it as his love for Lin Xiaoran. They even elevated Lin Xiaoran to the top, making her the focus of everyone's attention. He's been making headlines abroad these past few years. Lin Xiaoran also accompanied him as he enjoyed a carefree life abroad. Gu Yan was left alone, having given up his career and his pride, suffering from severe depression in the villa. In her opinion, Ning Chen was the most shameless one. They stole other people's things and were so nonchalant, without the slightest guilt or remorse. She had thought that by questioning Ning Chen in this way, and with no one else present, Ning Chen would reveal his true colors. At the very least, they'll retaliate with insults. After all, Yi Qingyu had some idea of Ning Chen's true nature through Gu Yan's solution. He is definitely not as gentle and humble as the rumors suggest. Upon hearing her words, Ning Chen's face paled, and she remained lying on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with endless grievance. His voice was hoarse and trembling. I don't know where you heard these things. I didn't do any of those things and I didn't cause Gu Yan's injury. Halfway through his sentence, Ning Chen paused, a knowing look flashing in his eyes, followed by a flustered expression and a slight tremor in his body. To understand Yuri Gu Yan's friend, right? Is this what he told you? I really didn't do any of these things. You've been lied to by him. Hearing these words, Yi Qingyu felt a little dizzy. He casually picked up a chair from the side and was about to smash it at Ning Chen. But before she could even lift the chair, a group of people rushed into the ward. They are all Ning Chen's friends in the entertainment industry. Even Yin Sheng was there, standing on the very edge of the crowd, seemingly not having much of a presence at this moment. The women who rushed to the front immediately restrained Yi Qingyu and pinned her to the ground. One of the women had a fierce expression and was glaring at Yi Qingyu with a hateful look in her eyes. 303, Chapter 303. He stole someone else's piano piece and then stole their wife. How disgusting. Smack. With a loud bang, the woman slapped Yi Qingyu across the face. Brother Chen is a man, so I'm embarrassed to do anything to you, but I'm a woman, and I'm not afraid. It's unbelievable that anyone would dare to talk to Brother Chen like that. That's right. What did Gu Yan give you to make you speak up for him like this? Did he satisfy you in bed? That's interesting. Who is Brother Chen, the future heir of the Ning family? Would he steal someone else's original piano piece? I remember Gu Yan only majored in piano in college, right? Over the years, let alone composing any piano pieces, I've never even seen him play the piano, and he still has the nerve to say that Brother Chen's original piano piece was written by him. How shameless. He's just jealous of Brother Chen's talent and came up with such an outrageous lie. Don't you know who would believe such a ridiculous lie? If you ask me, she deserves a beating. A good beating will shut her up. You guys hold her down. I'll go first. The group started fighting as they were talking. Two people held Yi Qingyu's arms down, while another grabbed her hair and slapped her repeatedly. So it's your mouth that's spreading rumors, isn't it? I'll slap your mouth shut and teach you a lesson for talking nonsense. Yi Qingyu couldn't remember how many times she was slapped. All I could tell was that the blood in my mouth tasted sweet and metallic, and my face was so swollen and numb. There were still many people standing at the entrance. There were men and women, a dozen or so people plus quite a few bodyguards. She simply didn't resist. Resistance will only lead to a more brutal beating. The men who had started the fight seemed to be getting tired as well. He waved his hand, beckoning the bodyguards at the door to come over. "Throw this bitch out, she's bad luck to look at." Several bodyguards stepped forward, lifted Yi Qingyu up, and threw her out of the ward. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, and Yi Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to get up, feeling the pain in my body, my eyes remained fixed on the group of people in the ward. She knew that if she stayed here any longer, her fate would be even worse. He spat at these people, expelling a mouthful of blood, and turned to leave. A bunch of idiots. His face was in excruciating pain, and his mouth was full of sweet-smelling blood. Despite her disheveled state, she showed no sign of being convinced. With his hands clenched into fists, he slowly walked step by step to the elevator. I went downstairs and registered for a number. Her current condition definitely requires medical attention. While waiting in line outside, I suddenly overheard several nurses chatting. "What do you think that handsome guy who lives on the same floor as the young master of the Ning family does? I heard that he was also rescued from the fire. Perhaps he's a friend of the Ning family's young master? Really, if the two are really friends, why are their hospital rooms so far apart? There are quite a few empty VIP single rooms here. Who knows, but who could have imagined that such a fire would cost the life of the Lin family's matriarch? Even the wealthy can't avoid these kinds of natural and man-made disasters." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyu frowned instantly. She had just come down from the VIP private room floor. On the entire floor, only 2 wards were occupied. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but step forward and ask softly, "Excuse me, what's the name of that handsome guy you mentioned? Is his surname Gu?" The nurses were chatting when they suddenly heard someone talking to them, which startled them. He took 2 steps back. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu's face, he couldn't help but take a half step back. "You face?" "I'm fine," Yi Qingyu waved her hand. The nurse swallowed hard and said softly, "His surname is Gu, I think Gu Yan. I heard that there was a fire in a tea house and he escaped by jumping out of the window." Yi Qingyu is not stupid. You can glean some general information just from the casual conversation among these nurses. A fire claimed the life of the Lin family's matriarch. Gu Yan and Ning Chen were both present. Both of them must have been injured, which is why they were sent to the hospital to recover. But Ning Chen just now didn't look like someone who had been injured in a fire at all. Fire? How could such a large fire suddenly occur during the day? And it even cost the old lady of the Lin family her life? Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, and the numb pain on her face made her gasp. It must have been Ning Chen who did it. He must have started that fire. The nurse's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. "Hey, you need to provide evidence before you speak, okay? The officials haven't even said who set the fire, and you're already accusing them of being the culprit?" Ning Chen's persona of being a gentle and humble rich kid in front of outsiders is very appealing to many ordinary women. Especially considering the many awards they've won. The nurse in front of me is clearly one of Ning Chen's fans. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu snorted coldly. "It's just loading cargo, that's all. I can fool you guys." "You." The nurse pointed at Yi Qingyu. His angry expression vanished suddenly, replaced by a mocking sneer. "Now I understand what happened to the injury on your face. With a mouth like that, it would be strange if you didn't get beaten up. You deserve it." Yi Qingyu ignored the nurse's sarcasm. She had figured it out by then. She was tricked into coming here. A fire, especially one that led to the death of the Lin family matriarch, is bound to cause a huge stir online. The so-called gossip that people in the group are talking about is all fake. Just by looking it up online, you can find out roughly what's going on. If those people are gossiping, how could they not see these messages on the internet? It's because she's been busy with her tour lately and hasn't had much time. I went to check out the news online. That's why I got scammed. She wouldn't have been fooled if she had seen those messages online. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and happened to call her name. She got up and walked into the consultation room. After she came out of the clinic, she picked up her phone and cancelled all her upcoming tour plans. She has a bad temper. If you suffer a loss, you will never just swallow it. In any case, she's in such a state now that she can't go on tour. I might as well take a break and then deal with Ningchen properly. I returned to my rented apartment in Kyoto. He logged into his Weibo account, edited a message, and posted it, which included a hashtag about the recent rumors between Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. Young Master Ning Chen of the Ning family will never be able to write any new piano pieces again. The piano piece that won him the award was stolen. I'm not making this up. All these years, he's only had that one original piano piece. He hasn't written anything else. And the internet says he had his fiancée stolen. That's pure bullshit. He has no shame whatsoever. Lin Xiaoran's current husband is her childhood sweetheart. Before she made her career and returned to the Lin family, the two of them had been together for many years, relying on each other. Ning Chen is a thief. He stole someone else's piano piece and even stole someone else's wife. Disgusting. 304, Chapter 304. Yi Qingyu goes mad. Yi Qingyu's account doesn't have a large number of followers. However, the gossip and rumors about Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen have been generating a lot of buzz lately. So even though she didn't have many fans, she quickly attracted a lot of attention. Those so-called rich kids around Ning Chen fawn over him every day, calling him Brother Chen all the time. Lin Xiaoran has been married for so many years, and they still keep saying that Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran are a perfect match. Don't you feel disgusted by these petty tricks, especially these trending topics now? Don't you find them ridiculous? If Lin Xiaoran really wanted a divorce, she would have done it long ago. She and her husband have known each other for over 10 years. Can a mistress like Ning Chen easily shake a relationship that has lasted for over 10 years? You netizens who have been fooled are the truly pitiful ones. Yi Qingyu was unaware that Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran had already signed a divorce agreement. To those who messaged me privately, don't ask who I graduated from the music department of Peking University and have achieved some success abroad. Don't think I'm some clueless newbie. Your so-called piano master Ning Chen. When will you write a decent piano piece before you talk, stealing other people's piano pieces and passing them off as your own? How shameless. Yi Qingyu doesn't have many fans, so although her words have generated a lot of buzz, not many people are willing to stand by her side. Instead, the doubts and criticisms are particularly strong. No way, you girl, are you crazy? That's the eldest young master of the Ning family, and you're already tearing him apart? Aren't you afraid of dying? Ning Chen has so many fans, you're probably going to be driven crazy by all the criticism in a little while. Where did this clown come from? You dare to question Ning Chen? Who do you think you are? Is it because you can't win any international awards that you're jealous of Ning Chen? I've seen plenty of clowns like you. I don't even want to criticize you. Less than a few minutes after Yi Qingyu posted those messages, Ning Chen's fans were already leaving angry comments on her Weibo. Yi Qingyu's temper naturally wouldn't tolerate it. So he posted another Weibo post. Ning Chen, don't you like acting? Don't you like to act out your deep affection for Lin Xiaoran? Why don't you dare to stand up and speak up? You let these fans who have been deceived by you speak up for you, while you cower like a turtle. Are you even a man? You say you've been deeply in love with Lin Xiaoran all these years, but hasn't Lin Xiaoran been married for several years already? Did you actually write that piano piece? Speak up. How come the world is so tolerant of mistresses these days? Or is it because this mistress is a rich second generation that your moral standards have automatically lowered? How shameless. Yi Qingyu's crazy post on Weibo instantly attracted the vast majority of attention that was about Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran. The comments section on Weibo is filled with insults directed at Ning Chen by her fans. However, Ning Chen did not step forward to respond. Where did you come from? If you want to ride on someone's coattails, at least choose your target, okay? Ning Chen isn't someone you can mess with. People these days are shameless when it comes to trying to get attention. You even have the nerve to ask Ning Chen to stand up and talk to you. Who do you think you are? You're a clown. I see you play the piano too, so why are you so envious of others' good grades and ability to write good works? You graduated from Peking University and studied abroad for a few years, yet you have no manners at all. Yi Qingyu didn't seem to care much about the mockery and insults directed at her by Ning Chen's fans. What she wanted was for Ning Chen to step forward and talk to her directly. Moreover, besides Ning Chen's fans, many other netizens who are still somewhat rational are also confused. I just looked her up, and this Yi Qingyu seems pretty impressive. She's quite popular abroad. Her recent solo recital back in China was also very successful. Does she have some kind of conflict with Ning Chen? Why is she suddenly going crazy online like this? I don't understand either. If she wants to ride the wave of popularity, she doesn't have to do it this way, does she? Isn't this just a thankless task? She shouldn't need to take the path of becoming famous through controversy, right? Seeing that some netizens had raised questions, Yiqingyu simply explained in the comments section. I can't be bothered to ride on the coattails of such a scumbag. Ning Chen's piano piece was stolen from my friend. Using my friend's piano piece to swindle people is shameless. This comment pushed the buzz to yet another peak. On Weibo's trending topics list, Yiqingyu's rant against Ning Chen has gradually taken over the list. Although most netizens sided with Ning Chen and hurled insults at Yiqingyu. But Yiqingyu wasn't without help. When Shang, who had just finished recording a variety show, saw this argument in the dressing room and had a complicated expression on his face. He'd wanted to scold Ning Chen for a long time. But he was always fighting alone. He simply couldn't handle Ning Chen, a rich second-generation heir with a large fan base. Now that someone is taking the lead, he naturally won't let this good opportunity slip by. He quickly logged into his account and posted a Weibo message. The content is just a recorded conversation. It contains the entire recording of when Ning Chen's people contacted him, wanting to buy Qinyu's account. This is irrefutable evidence. This proves that Ning Chen originally wanted to buy that account. He used this to pretend that he was Qinyu, and to accept an identity that did not originally belong to him. The topic exploded on Weibo, occupying 7 of the top 10 trending searches. Ning Chen was unaware of these events at the time. He was still in the hospital, talking on the phone with his subordinates. What's wrong with Su Ting? Is it so difficult to get her to do anything? And what about the people I sent to assist her? Why haven't they replied yet? If these people don't want to work here anymore, then get rid of them. I'll give them a monthly allowance. They have so much money, and this is how they get them to do things. They can't even handle Lin Zhe, a bunch of useless trash. He didn't believe Guyan's depression wouldn't relapse if Lin Zhe and Yiqingyu both got into trouble. He can't make any moves in Wencheng for the time being. As public figures in the entertainment industry, their popularity and exposure are still quite high for now. Dealing with him isn't difficult, but it will take some time. It would be much simpler and faster for Lin Zhe and Yiqingyu to clean up here. He didn't even need to lay a hand on Guyan. Murder can lead to someone committing suicide. He still preferred the second option, which was less risky and brought him great pleasure. After hanging up the phone, Ning Chen had a smug look on his face. This time, he didn't believe Guyan could pull through. He picked up his phone again and sent a message to Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran, I know you're very sad, but this time I really can't bear it anymore. I always thought that when two people are together, feelings are the most important thing. You and Guyan have a very deep relationship, so I always advised you to stay together with Guyan, but this time is different. I really can't stand what happened to Grandma. 305, Chapter 305. Honey, let's move to another city. Lin Xiaoran was in the study of the villa at this moment. She had been busy with the old lady's funeral for the past few days and had not been able to give herself a break. I haven't slept well for several days and look very haggard. The officials have been keeping in touch with her to confirm the progress. To date, there is no evidence to prove that this was arson. Everything at the scene was almost completely burned. The remaining evidence almost entirely points to the fire being an accident. However, the fact that such a fire occurred in the urban area of Kyoto has attracted the attention of those in power. Therefore, the case needs to be closed as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoran rubbed her temples and couldn't help but sigh softly. He Qing walked in and, seeing her like this, thought for a moment before speaking. Several merchants and shop owners near the tea house are demanding an explanation. The fire caused them serious damage as well, especially the shop next door, which basically needs to be renovated and will take a long time to reopen. Now those people are making a fuss about compensation. People who can buy shops or rent storefronts in Kyoto to run a business are not exactly wealthy. These people tend to value their own interests the most. The old lady's tea room was in a very good location. The surrounding shops are naturally very expensive, and the profits they bring to those people each month are quite considerable. This fire will keep these people from operating their businesses for at least several months. Prolonged closure of physical businesses can lead to significant customer loss. This was truly an undeserved disaster for these people, and they were unwilling to suffer this loss in silence. Moreover, the death of the Lin family matriarch due to the fire put immense pressure on officials. Lin Xiaoran's voice was a little hoarse, and her eyes were bloodshot. They haven't given us a result yet? Yes, the fires all started inside the office, with the most serious area being behind the old lady's seat. It appears that the fire started when the old lady's tea stove was touched. The person in charge of the tea room doesn't have the password to the surveillance equipment, so it will take some time to access the footage. Therefore, we cannot provide a definitive conclusion at this time. Lin Xiaoran had a terrible headache. She has been experiencing frequent headaches ever since she was hypnotized. Let me know when the results are out. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and pressed hard on her forehead, trying to relieve the pain. He Qing, however, did not leave. She sighed softly. It seems the old master has some reservations. The passing of the old lady has only intensified his resentment towards you, sir. Everyone believed that Gu Yan was the one who killed the old lady. Previously, because of Professor Gu, old Master Lin wouldn't do anything to Gu Yan. But this time it's hard to say. If Mr. Lin does nothing, he will be ridiculed in the industry. His wife was murdered, but he didn't utter a single word. This is a significant blow to the Lin family's reputation. What old Master Lin values most is the reputation of the Lin family. So it's normal for some people to be restless. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and said nothing. He Qing didn't linger and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoran called out to her. Come with me to the hospital. For some reason, when she was feeling so agitated, she suddenly wanted to look at Gu Yan. It's as if seeing him makes me feel less agitated and calms me down. He Qing drove Lin Xiaoran to the hospital. Gu Yan was asleep at the moment, seemingly having a nightmare, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Lin Xiaoran stood beside the hospital bed, looking at Gu Yan's furrowed brows, and took out a tissue to wipe his sweat. Gu Yan seemed to sense someone beside him, and suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with inexplicable emotions, and he couldn't help but call out. Grandmother! When he came to his senses and saw Lin Xiaoran, his mood gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but cough twice, then shifted his gaze from Lin Xiaoran to the window of the ward on the other side. Seeing Gu Yan like this, Lin Xiaoran felt a mix of emotions. A silence fell over the ward. Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke up. Honey, let's move to a different city. How about abroad? I remember you told me before that you wanted to see Australia and see what kangaroos look like. Gu Yan frowned instantly upon hearing this. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he started coughing. Lin Xiaoran took a glass of warm water from Mi Cheng and brought it to Gu Yan's lips. Gu Yan took it and drank it, only then did her throat feel a little better. Lin Xiaoran, have you had too much to drink? Her voice was a little hoarse. Lin Xiaoran's mouth was slightly open, seemingly not expecting Gu Yan to say such a thing. No, I've had a terrible headache lately. I just feel like Kyoto is too annoying. Gu Yan was somewhat surprised that it was Lin Xiaoran who said this. She has always been a fearless person. Why are you suddenly so afraid of getting annoyed? And why should he listen to Lin Xiaoran? Lin Xiaoran, we're practically divorced. Why should I move to another city with you? Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran with a strange expression in his eyes. What you need to do now is find out the truth about Grandma's death, instead of coming to me and saying you want to go live abroad with Lin Xiaoran. We're not husband and wife anymore. I can't give up the family I finally found for you. You should have some self-awareness. Lin Xiaoran fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, he opened his mouth, frowned, and seemed to have a headache. He said with difficulty, at that time, I was hypnotized, so I signed the document. She paused for a moment, then managed to utter 3 more words. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. How you think it doesn't count? And it just doesn't count. Lin Xiaoran, you're not a child anymore. Don't act like a child with me. People have to be responsible for their actions. Lin Xiaoran looked at Gu Yan's face and suddenly laughed, reaching out to grab Gu Yan's arm. Take responsibility, then tell me, what really happened with Ning Meng? Why didn't you take responsibility for Ning Meng's situation? If it weren't for me, the Ning family would have killed you long ago. Gu Yan, the Ning family wishes you were dead. There were only 3 people in the car at the time, you, Ning Meng, and the already dead driver. What was the truth behind that, and why didn't you take responsibility? At this point, Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Many things aren't about whether you did it or not, nor can they be resolved with a simple question of responsibility. You say you didn't do it, but you have no evidence. Everyone thinks you did. Even if I forcefully suppress the matter and silence everyone else for your sake, everyone will think I'm crazy. You always say you're innocent, but the facts are there. You have no evidence to prove your innocence. Does that mean you have to take responsibility for it? 306, Chapter 306. Now that you've finished speaking, let's go. Lin Xiaoran's emotions were inexplicably agitated. Over the years, he had rarely seen Lin Xiaoran so emotionally agitated. Lin Xiaoran released Gu Yan's arm and instead tried to grab his hand. Grandpa wanted me to follow the family's arrangements and inherit the Lin group according to his ideas, and take the Lin group to new heights. Back then, when you and I returned to the Lin family, they kept trying to brainwash me, but I chose you. This also means that I chose a path that is not understood by everyone. Similarly, you chose me, which means you are destined to become the target of everyone's criticism. Lin Xiaoran had already taken Gu Yan's hand. This was the first time Gu Yan had heard Lin Xiaoran say these words, and he was somewhat taken aback. They all say you are a burden to me, a stain on my reputation, Gu Yan, but I feel that I am the one who ruined you. If I weren't a member of the Lin family, no one would think you are not good enough for me. No one would see you and say that you are my man, Lin Xiaoran's man, the Lin family's son-in-law. You would not have lost the light that originally belonged to you and become an appendage in other people's eyes. Gu Yan listened to Lin Xiaoran's words. If it were before, he would have been very moved to hear Lin Xiaoran say these things to him, and his love for Lin Xiaoran would have deepened. But now, he didn't feel anything at all. He no longer cares at all about the words he once longed to hear from Lin Xiaoran. He endured the pain and pulled his hand away from Lin Xiaoran's. He tried to turn his body to the side, facing the window, so as not to look at Lin Xiaoran. Belated affection is worth less than grass. He doesn't need it anymore. Naturally, they stopped caring. Now that you've finished talking, let's go. Lin Xiaoran stiffened upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Gu Yan to react this way, and felt a little confused for a moment. In fact, she herself didn't know what kind of reaction she hoped to see from Gu Yan. But it was this indifference that made her feel extremely uneasy. Lin Xiaoran stood up, walked up to Gu Yan, and wanted to say something. But Gu Yan didn't even open his eyes. She just frowned and said, I'm very tired lately. I want to rest by myself. You can go now. These past few days, Gu Yan has been having nightmares almost every day. I dreamt that on that day, I saw the old lady fall in front of me, and no matter how I called out to her, I received no response. With his hands and legs injured, he couldn't even carry the old lady's body out. This feeling of despair lingered in his mind. He even tried more methods in his sleep. He had tried every method he could think of. But not once did they succeed. He was struggling with himself. They were desperately trying to find a way to rescue the old lady. But if he could actually find this so-called solution, he would probably fall into deep self-blame again. Lin Xiaoran was somewhat confused by Gu Yan's words. I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. After an unknown amount of time, when Gu Yan opened his eyes again, Lin Xiaoran was no longer in the ward. Neither Gu Yan nor Lin Xiaoran knew what was happening online. At this moment, both of them were exhausted, both physically and mentally. I had no interest in paying attention to anything else. Yi Qingyu also made efforts online. He posted several Weibo posts in succession, making the public opinion even more sensational and attracting the attention of countless people. Those who had previously assaulted her in the hospital room became anxious after seeing these Weibo posts. No way, is this woman crazy? How dare she cause such a scene? We really didn't hit her hard enough today. Next time I run into her, I'll teach her a lesson. I want to see if she dares to be so arrogant again. This person is a complete clown. I'll contact the authorities and have her account banned. Yes, just ban her account directly, don't bother with her otherwise, it will make us look like we're not respectable. Little did they know that banning the account was the worst possible course of action. This incident has already caused quite a stir. At this point, forcibly suppressing the trending topic will only provoke a backlash from netizens. This will inevitably make netizens suspicious. These people all come from powerful and influential families. I want to ban an account. Especially for accounts like Yiqingyu's that don't have many followers, it doesn't take much effort at all. So much so that when Yiqingyu's account was banned, neither Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran, nor Ning Chen knew about it. Upon discovering that her account had been banned, Yiqingyu burst out laughing. I immediately registered a new account and then posted a Weibo post on it. Young Master Ning, you've got some serious skills, you just had my account banned. What, are you so guilty, you don't dare to respond to me directly, so you resort to such underhanded tactics? You really are powerful and influential, you can ban other people's accounts whenever you wanted to buy Qingyu's account, but you couldn't, so you had it banned, right? Below Yiqingyu's Weibo post, she also uploaded a screenshot showing that her original account had been banned. Soon, netizens discovered her alternate account. The buzz she had attracted on her previous account quickly shifted to this new account. I wonder how competent the Ning family's PR department is, and what about your cronies? What kind of PR are you planning? Are you just going to keep silencing me by banning accounts time and time again? It's useless, unless you respond to me directly. Banning any number of my accounts won't help. Is this all the future heir of the Ning family is capable of? The Ning family is truly shameful, making a mistress their heir and never daring to respond directly, only resorting to despicable tactics. I think the Ning family then decline was not far off. As Yiqingyu berated Ning Chen, many of Qinyu's fans also stood up. Qinyu's fans were holding a grudge after her account was temporarily banned. Now that Yiqingyu's account has also been banned, she had no choice but to create a new account to speak out. It's hard for Qinyu's fans not to suspect that Ning Chen was behind the account ban. Moreover, when Cheng presented very clear evidence proving that Ning Chen was not Qinyu, and even tried to buy Qinyu's account to impersonate Qinyu herself. This is something that many of Qinyu's fans cannot accept. The things Ning Chen said to reporters before, and the expressions she made, dominated the trending topics. It touched the hearts of countless Qinyu fans back then. This has already disgusted many of Qinyu's fans. This kind of deception is something they hate from the bottom of their hearts. In no time, the online outcry against Ning Chen intensified. 307, Chapter 307 Ning Chen's response. Is Ning Chen really not going to come out and explain? Is it really true that he wants to buy Qinyu's account? How shameless. I never believed Ning Chen would want to buy Qinyu's account. Although Qinyu has a lot of fans, Ning Chen is someone who has won awards all over the world. He should look down on such a popular internet celebrity account, but I was really proven wrong. By the way, have you guys heard of Ning Chen releasing any other original piano pieces? It seems like there isn't even a fragment, right? Is he really the kind of person who plagiarizes others' work? Is he used to taking other people's things for himself? Hee. When that video clip of him answering a reporter's question went viral last time, I said this guy was no ordinary person. He went viral but didn't say a word, hiding in the background and letting netizens speculate. Even if he's exposed later, it won't affect him. Instead, his fans will say we're trying to piggyback on his fame. Isn't this just a green tea *tch? This is the first time I've ever seen a man be this green tea. So shameless. He's always trying to create a persona for himself. Piano prodigy, the pride of China. If that piano piece he played really was stolen, that would be a huge scandal. After all, he really doesn't have any other representative works. The online discussion became increasingly heated, with many people commenting on Yiqingyu's alternate account and tagging Ning Chen, hoping to get a response from him. Although it's a newly created secondary account, it has only posted a few Weibo posts. However, the number of comments below increased by hundreds of thousands in just half an hour. Moreover, Yiqingyu posted a screenshot showing that her account had been banned. Just a moment ago, he was criticizing Ning Chen online. The next second, my account was banned. Not many people can do something like that. Ning Chen happened to be one of them. The Ning family is wealthy and powerful. Blocking someone's account would be an easy task for them. Ning Chen has already aroused the resentment and disgust of many people. People who resent the rich are not the majority. However, the idea of using one's wealth and power to enjoy privileges is something that almost everyone abhors and hates. Nobody likes it except those who have already benefited from it. After all, nobody wants to suddenly be given such inexplicable privileges one day. The popularity is increasing. By the time Ning Chen learned about these things, it was already dark. Ning Chen looked at the messages in the group and saw that someone had paid to have Yiqingyu's account blocked. He was so angry that he smashed the cup next to him. In this situation, how can you find someone to ban the account? Doesn't this just confirm that Leon himself is guilty? Moreover, those netizens will completely lose the good impression they worked so hard to leave them, and instead feel disgust. Originally, if he had simply stopped responding, the matter would have gradually lost its momentum. That means this trouble is over. It won't have any impact on him. But now that things have blown up so much, he can't stay silent. I took a deep breath and put my phone aside. As I closed my eyes to think about what to do, the group chat started buzzing again. Brotherchan hasn't shown up all day, I wonder how he's doing. That's right, the matter of the old lady of the Lin family was a huge blow to him. He must have been feeling terrible these days. How could he have the mind to pay attention to anything else? The more I think about it, the angrier I get that Yi Qingyu is really courting death. She still comes to cause trouble and bully Brother Chen at a time like this. Ning Chen pursed her lips, but still replied to a message in the group chat. I just saw what happened online. Thank you everyone for wanting to help me, but I will handle this myself, so please don't worry about it anymore. After replying to the message, he got out of bed. After this happened, he couldn't sleep. Ignoring the attempts to comfort him from the group chat, he instead called the Ning family's public relations department. He is the future heir of the Ning family. This was something he had worked very hard to obtain, and it also reflected the persona he had maintained. This prevents him from going crazy online like Yi Qingyu. Every word he says and every character he posts online needs to be carefully considered to avoid any mistakes. The Ning family's public relations team quickly came up with a well-developed plan. I contacted a lawyer for Ning Chen to prepare a lawsuit against Yi Qingyu for defamation. Ning Chen is very smart. She naturally knows what netizens want to see. He quickly received a response on his Weibo account. It's just not quite what many netizens guessed. This response was devoid of any emotion. Instead, they responded to each of Yi Qingyu's Weibo posts one by one. Regarding Tsai's statement that someone wanted to buy Qingyu's account, this was not done by me, nor by any employee of the Ning Group. This matter has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I am not acquainted with Ms. Yi. Secondly, Lin Xiaoran did know her husband for many years, and the two had a very good emotional foundation, but after Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family, that man changed. It took Lin Xiaoran several years to gradually get rid of the hurt that relationship caused her and accept her own pursuit. It was that man who regretted giving up on the relationship. He drugged Lin Xiaoran at their engagement banquet, forcing her to marry that man under pressure. Finally, that piano piece was indeed composed by him alone. The burden of proof lies with whoever raises the question. MSE, before you slander someone next time, please provide evidence first, instead of trapping them in a self-proof trap. These 3 points are enough to satisfy the desire of most netizens who have been wanting to see a positive response. And in the end, Ning Chen was still. He then commented on his own Weibo post. Regarding the lack of timely response, it was due to the passing of a family member, so I did not learn of Yi Qingyu's slander against me immediately. The entire Weibo post was well-reasoned, dignified, and respectful. This is enough to show the demeanor and courage that a true scion of a wealthy family should possess. In particular, his explanation of why he didn't respond immediately made most netizens instantly put away their anger. The reason I didn't respond immediately was because of the passing of a family member. No one can disagree with this reason. Furthermore, an insider later revealed that Ning Chen had been recuperating in the hospital for the past few days due to excessive grief over the death of a loved one. Among them are several photos of Ning Chen crying at the hospital and at the funeral. Respect for the deceased is paramount. No one would speak ill of someone after their loved one has passed away. Moreover, Yi Qingyu's previous Weibo posts were indeed somewhat insane. In addition, Ning Chen's response this time was very forceful, with almost no nonsense. The whole thing was logical and well-founded, which fits the persona expected of a scion of a wealthy family. The vast majority of netizens are ordinary people. They had no idea that Ning Chen could find such a top-notch public relations team to help him handle this crisis in such a short time. I thought Ning Chen had written this response herself. 308, Chapter 308, Money Worship, Slavery, and Kowtowing. In this era of information overload, netizens are easily swayed by public opinion. Once public opinion shifts, many people's thoughts will also change. In this society, everyone longs for beautiful things. Money, to some extent, can be used to describe most of the good things in life. Therefore, many people have a special kind of longing for the rich and the wealthy. This aspiration brings them a sense of looking up and dreaming. Some people always think that rich people are cultured and have good manners. Because they don't need to worry about material needs, they will possess all the good qualities and have an excellent mental state. Gu Yan had thought about this before. This is why, when live streaming first emerged, those internet celebrities who gained popularity by flaunting their wealth were able to quickly achieve the results they wanted. The person who gets the results the fastest can accumulate tens of millions of fans in just a few months. In addition, Ning Chen's Weibo post was indeed very well written, showcasing the elegance and sophistication expected of a wealthy young man. Therefore, many netizens began to side with Ning Chen and started to condemn Yi Qingyu. Look, this is the demeanor a true second-generation rich kid should have. He's neither arrogant nor humble when faced with problems, and every word he says is clear and logical. Exactly, who is Yi Qingyu? She's just a clown who worked abroad for a few years, thought she had gained some prestige, and came back to China to start trying to make money. What right does she have to question Ning Chen, a legend who has won countless awards abroad? Ning Chen is quite pitiful just because he's so outstanding. There are always people trying to step on him to climb to the top. His family member just passed away, and now he's being harassed by this crazy woman. He's even in the hospital, and he still has to deal with this kind of thing. But even so, he hasn't overstepped his bounds or been impolite at all. In comparison, that Yi Qingyu has no class at all. She doesn't even know how to fabricate any evidence to slander people. She just relies on her mouth. Does she really think we're fools? Do you think Yi Qingyu might have been trying to woo Ning Chen, and then staged this whole thing out of spite after being rejected? It's possible she's like a mad woman. I wouldn't be surprised if she did something. In fact, I'd find it a little funny. Netizens seem to be engrossed in mocking and sarcastic remarks about Yi Qingyu. However, some people's attention was not entirely on Yi Qingyu. Speaking of which, with the internet so developed and information flowing so freely now, how come no one has been able to get information about Lin Xiaoran's husband drugging someone else's engagement party? What's the difference between that and raping someone? It's too despicable. I never imagined that even a young master from a wealthy family could be troubled by love. I just don't understand. Who is Lin Xiaoran? She started her own business in college and became a rising star in the business world before she even graduated. She's quite famous in Kyoto back then. Everyone sighed that she was an orphan with no good background or connections, but she ended up becoming the eldest daughter of the Lin family. She's practically perfect, putting everything else aside. Even just dating her for a day would be enough to make my life complete. What the person upstairs said is wrong. Two people who truly love each other should love each other for life and grow old together. If someone uses despicable means to ruin their future, it's not something that can be forgiven simply by saying that they once loved each other. Have you guys seen Lin Xiaoran's photos from her university days? I'll post them for you. You really have no idea how stunning Lin Xiaoran was back then. In my opinion, no one in this world is good enough for her. The comment also included several photos. These are photos of Lin Xiaoran taken by someone secretly during her university years. Although it was just a side profile, she was simply standing quietly on the podium where the freshman representative was giving her speech. But the blurry image quality couldn't hide her stunningly beautiful face. Just a side profile is enough to make one's heart race and face blush. Netizens were instantly abuzz after seeing those photos. No, to be honest, if it would allow me to marry Lin Xiaoran and become a rich second generation, I would be willing. The guy upstairs is even taking food and drinks. Have you no shame? Now I understand why this guy said no one is good enough for Lin Xiaoran with looks like that and such strong abilities. Who in this world could be worthy of her? I would think any man standing next to her is climbing the social ladder. Now I can understand why Ning Chen pursued Lin Xiaoran. Who wouldn't yearn for someone like her? I even kind of understand why that person drugged her at the engagement party. To be honest, if it were me, I would only feel inferior, and I wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye or say a word, for fear of tarnishing a goddess like her. What are you all talking about? Isn't the main point right now that Yi Qingyu is being sued by Ning Chen? As the netizens chatted, the topic eventually returned to the above. Yi Qingyu had barely caught her breath when she was once again overwhelmed by the insults from netizens. Yi Qingyu had only recently returned to China, and her career was just beginning. She didn't have many fans yet. Even her fans dared not say a word in the face of such widespread online abuse. However, Qin Yu's fans are not so panicked. They've disliked Ning Chen for a long time. Especially the fact that Ning Chen had deceived them before. No, have you been kneeling for so long that you can't stand up anymore? How come there are still so many people who fawn over rich people? You're the eldest young master of the Ning family, right? Why don't you just sign a contract of servitude with the Ning family and become servants or maids? If I remember correctly, slavery was abolished a long time ago, right? How can so many people willingly become slaves to the rich? Isn't that despicable? This draft is actually being praised, isn't it just a template? Isn't this how all the people in the entertainment industry issue apology statements or lawsuit statements? What, just because Ning Chen is a rich second generation, he can be praised like this? Exactly, the template the PR team found turned out to be Ning Chen's own Weibo post, and people are praising it like this. I think He Qingyu is right, this person is addicted to stealing other people's things now. He's even stealing a lawsuit statement, as if he's admitting that he wrote it himself. Qin Yu's fans are very powerful. Especially when facing Ning Chen, who had deceived them. Although outnumbered, they quickly overwhelmed the netizens who were blindly criticizing Yi Qingyu. The words gold digger, slave, and sycophant made those fans feel as if they had been stabbed with steel needles. 309, Chapter 309. It turns out he really was a bit silly. When Ning Chen saw these comments, she was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. They were about to win this battle of public opinion. But Qin Yu's fans suddenly stood up. Ning Chen smashed the cup in her hand on the ground, scattering shards of the cup across the tiles in the ward. Who exactly is this Qin Yu? Why are so many people defending him like this? Even though he didn't say anything. Even though his account is currently banned. Why are these fans still standing up against him? Ning Chen tried her best to adjust her emotions, took a deep breath, and calmed her voice as much as possible. He took out his phone and made a call to Bai Yan. Bai Yan was quite surprised when she received Ning Chen's call. She never expected that Ning Chen, who was in such a troubled situation, would call her. Her relationship with Ning Chen is alright. Ultimately, it was all because of Lin Xiaoran. Ning Chen never used to call her if she encountered any trouble. Bai Yan, I need to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, Bai Yan said, her brows furrowing slightly. Do you know Wen Cheng? Bai Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. She now understood why Ning Chen had called her. Both she and Wen Cheng are in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she has recently recorded several variety shows with Wen Cheng. It's impossible for her not to know Wen Cheng. Why did Ning Chen suddenly go to inquire about Wen Cheng? We know each other, I guess we just finished recording a show together. Hearing this, Ning Chen smiled. Qin Yu herself has never shown her face. The only information available online is about the works he has previously published. Only his hands and part of his back could be seen inside. Finding out who Qin Yu is from this information is as difficult as climbing to the sky. However, Wen Cheng and Qin Yu knew each other. The simplest way to find out Qin Yu's true identity is to ask Wen Cheng. However, he also knew that Wen Cheng would never cooperate with him. But as long as I can find Wen Cheng's whereabouts, I'm not worried that I won't get any results from asking him. Now that he has some clues, he has a plan. As long as we can find a way to kidnap Wen Cheng. At that point, we'll either find out Qin Yu's true identity or find a way to buy Qin Yu's account. The difficulties he is facing now will no longer cause him any trouble. On the contrary, it will become his help. Why are you suddenly asking this? Bai Yan couldn't help but glance at Wen Cheng, who was standing not far from her. It's nothing. Where are you filming the show now, Hangzhou? When are you coming back? I'll treat you to dinner. Ning Chen was naturally not foolish enough to tell Bai Yan her thoughts. Bai Yan found out, and naturally Lin Xiaoran found out as well. Tomorrow, I guess there's another recording tonight. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. I'll invite Xiaoran along then, to help her cheer up. You know she's been in a bad mood these past few days. Hearing this, Bai Yan temporarily dispelled some of her doubts. Lin Xiaoran's mood must be bad lately. It makes sense that he contacted her to ease Lin Xiaoran's emotions. The two hung up the phone. Ningchen immediately called his subordinates and told them to rush to Hangzhou that night. Bai Yan looked at the phone that had already been hung up, and then at Wen Chang, who was walking towards her not far away. "Miss Bai, thank you." Bai Yan was somewhat surprised by Wen Chang's sudden expression of gratitude. Her relationship with Wen Chang was nothing more than a transaction. Use resources to shut him up. She had even threatened him. But he never expected that the man would thank him. "No need," Bai Yan said in a cool voice. "I still have to thank you. Without you, I probably would never have had access to these resources." Seeing the sincere expression on Wen Chang's face, Bai Yan pursed her lips. She suddenly remembered what Wen Chang had posted on Weibo earlier. Perhaps that's why Ning Chen asked about him. She didn't really care about Wen Chang at all. For her, no matter what kind of celebrity or internet celebrity they are, she doesn't care about them. Not to mention actors like Wen Chang, who aren't very famous. So no matter what Ning Chen did to him, she didn't care. But at this moment, the sincerity on his face still touched her. "You don't seem very smart. You've blocked your own escape route for the sake of Qin. You can you afford to offend the Ning family? If I had to consider any backup plan when speaking up for my best friend and clarifying the facts, then I wouldn't be myself. I don't care about those things, I just want my friend to be happy." It turns out really was a bit silly. Bai Yan's eyes held a complex expression. This kind of foolishness is extremely rare in their circle. She hadn't seen it much. At that moment, I didn't know what to say. He simply turned around and left, walking back to his lounge. Wen Chang watched her leave, then picked up his phone and started scrolling through Weibo again. Since Qin Yu's fans took the stage, public opinion has shifted again. He had only posted a Weibo post online while recording a program. Now that he has some free time, he posted another Weibo post. Is what Renang said about Lin Xiaoran and her husband really true? Shouldn't Renang provide some evidence to prove it? Or do you think Lin Xiaoran rarely pays attention to things online, so no matter what you say, no one will expose you? Otherwise, I'll call Lin Xiaoran now and ask her what the truth is. I am really curious. Do you think Lin Xiaoran is really considering giving you, her mistress, a legitimate status? All the things you've stirred up online, like Lin Xiaoran risking her life to save you, or being forced to marry you because you were drugged. Does Lin Xiaoran know about these things? Has she admitted it? Wen Chang added another comment below this Weibo post. If you're so capable, then stop fooling the public into bullying a girl online. If you're so capable, come at Muse whatever power your Ning family has to blacklist me. I'll just quit. Just wait, I'm calling Lin Xiaoran right now. This Weibo post immediately went viral across the internet. Unlike Yi Qingyu, Wen Chang had already garnered a lot of attention from onlookers due to the online controversy surrounding him. She is an actor herself, and she has attracted a lot of attention. His Weibo posts can attract the attention of countless people in a short period of time. Moreover, the content released by Wen Chengfa shocked countless people. Who is Lin Xiaoran? The founder of Zhuguan Group. The future heir to the Lin Group. How could someone like that be someone and nobody like Wen Chang could possibly know? Even if he accidentally obtained Lin Xiaoran's contact information, wouldn't he be afraid of angering her if he contacted her rashly? Lin Xiaoran is known for her cold and aloof temperament. In an instant, Wen Chang's Weibo post received over 100,000 comments. 310, Chapter 310. Everything I did had nothing to do with Ning Chen. Wow, that's quite the boast. He even claims to have Lin Xiaoran's contact information. There are probably only a handful of people in the entire entertainment industry who would have that, right? Exactly. How dare a nobody actor who previously tried to ride the coattails of someone else's popularity spout such nonsense? Isn't he afraid Lin Xiaoran will see this and punish him? But then again, if he wants to go down the path of infamy and fame, he's already offended the eldest son of the Ning family, so offending Lin Xiaoran won't make a difference. He's probably just betting that Lin Xiaoran won't hold it against him. I graduated from Peking University, and as far as I remember, Lin Xiaoran really didn't pay much attention to things online. There were a lot of messages about her online back then, and she never responded to them, whether they were true or false, as if she knew nothing about them. That seems to be the case. I remember when Lin Xiaoran was first brought back by the Lin family, she became a sensation online later. Many people went to make a scene, going to Peking University and Zhuguan Group, just wanting to see Lin Xiaoran. As a result, Peking University couldn't help but issue a statement saying that Lin Xiaoran had already graduated at that time. There were many people blocking the Zhuguang Group building every day. Those fans were like madmen. It seems that Lin Xiaoran got annoyed around that time and simply withdrew from the internet, and even stopped giving interviews. Yes, I remember now. Lin Xiaoran was very low-key when she was in school and never tried to be flamboyant, but even if she wanted to be low-key, she couldn't. There were also people saying that she had a childhood sweetheart who also graduated from Peking University. Many people wanted to know who that man was, but in the end, they only found out that he seemed to have graduated from a music academy, and that was the end of it. Childhood sweethearts, oh my god, could Lin Xiaoran's current husband be that childhood sweetheart? Is Ning Chen really a homewrecker? They've had a relationship for so many years. Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran have only known each other for a few years. Wait, didn't any of you notice the key point? It's the music academy. When Chang is Qin Yu's good friend, and suddenly he stood up and accused Ning Chen of being a mistress. Is it possible that Lin Xiaoran's husband is Qin Yu? I know this guess is a bit far-fetched, but the years Lin Xiaoran has been married seem to be the same years Qin Yu disappeared. Is it possible that Qin Yu is not well liked in the Lin family and doesn't want his identity to be exposed? That's why he has never shown his face? Besides, a social media influencer is probably not respectable in the eyes of wealthy families, right? That's why he gave up the account. Netizens have very divergent and quick-thinking ideas. We're basically about to discover the truth. And those fans of Qin Yu are extremely loyal fans. Pianos are not considered a major category in the Chinese online influencer community. The smaller the category, the higher the fan loyalty. Qin Yu indeed had a lot of fans back then. It has more followers than many other online celebrities across various categories. This last comment immediately garnered countless likes and shares. Everyone was shocked by this speculation. For a moment, everyone thought it was impossible. What a coincidence! But because it was such a coincidence, everyone felt that it might actually be true. Countless people left comments under Wencheng's account, wanting to get an answer. She wanted to know whether Lin Xiaoran's husband was still Qin Yu. When Wencheng saw these comments, he didn't post a single word about them online. Gu Yan's identity cannot be revealed right now. Wencheng only knew that Gu Yan was now disliked by the Lin family. They were despised by the elite circles of Kyoto. He has been ridiculed by countless people in this circle for many years. If others were to find out at this point that he once had such an identity, it would be disastrous. He will likely face even more ridicule and mockery. Moreover, Gu Yan has now signed a divorce agreement with Lin Xiaoran. Those people will no longer care that Gu Yan is Lin Xiaoran's husband. Wencheng is unaware that Gu Yan already has elders protecting him. There's no need to be afraid of these things anymore. He just didn't want Gu Yan to get hurt anymore. Especially recently, with the passing of the Lin family matriarch. He didn't want to hurt Gu Yan's already sad heart even more at this time. Moreover, Gu Yan himself has never revealed his identity. He couldn't make this decision for Gu Yan on his own. He didn't want to gain popularity and traffic by betraying his friends. He didn't say anything, but the netizens had no intention of stopping there. I put my phone aside, just as the recording of the last episode began. Wencheng continued recording the program. Only the netizens were left to continue to let their thoughts wander. Isn't Wencheng the kind of person who's always been reluctant to speak up? Last time he was criticized so badly, he didn't even stand up for himself. He only spoke up for Qin Yu. Now he's said so much and isn't answering questions anymore. I guess we've guessed pretty much right. If it weren't for Qin Yu, why would he suddenly stand up and offend the Ning family? Last time he was criticized so badly, Qin Yu had been missing for several years, and she was the first to stand up for him. The two of them must have a very good relationship. That's right, and he just said he was going to call Lin Xiaoran. He's just an actor, not very famous or talented. How could he possibly contact Lin Xiaoran? Unless Qin Yu is Lin Xiaoran's husband, I can't think of any other possibility that would allow him to contact Lin Xiaoran. And don't you think that what Wencheng said seemed to indicate that he also had some issues with Lin Xiaoran? If I knew that my brother's wife was cheating on me, I would definitely not scold her for my brother's sake, but I would definitely have some issues in my heart and wouldn't be able to suppress my emotions. The key point is that the matter between Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran has always been. Ning Chen stepped forward and said, everything is just based on his own words, plus those marketing accounts echoing him, spreading all sorts of nonsense and rumors. If Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran were truly in love, would Lin Xiaoran have kept quiet and not spoken up for him? The online uproar is getting louder and louder, showing no signs of stopping. After recording the program, when Chang actually called Lin Xiaoran, it was already past midnight. Lin Xiaoran has been sleeping poorly these past few days. After answering the phone, his tone was very cold. What's up? Ever since he was criticized by the entire internet last time, he has made it a habit to record audio and video. Leaving a trace can really be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Lin Xiaoran, do you really like Ning Chen? Back then, you rushed into the car accident scene to save him, and almost lost your life when the car exploded. Those netizens are going crazy over it now. They're saying that you and Ning Chen are truly in love. Lin Xiaoran had a terrible headache at this moment. The aftereffects of being hypnotized, coupled with her grandmother's death and Gu Yan's indifferent attitude towards her. She's been restless these past few days and hasn't had a good night's sleep. Hearing Wen Cheng's questioning, he felt even more annoyed. I'll be blunt, this once everything I've done has nothing to do with Ning Chen. Don't call me unless it's something important. 311, Chapter 311. You should call Lin Xiaoran too. Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone and stared blankly out the window. I instinctively reached my hand under the covers. There was no warmth at all on the other side of the double bed. It's very cold. She also felt uneasy from the cold. When Chang directly uploaded the entire recording online and even tagged Ning Chen. Listen to this, Lin Xiaoran herself said that everything she did had nothing to do with you. A mistress is a mistress even if she manages to become the wife later. She needs to recognize what dirty tricks she used to get there. Don't act like you're the rightful wife. You stole someone else's things and didn't find a secluded place to hide them, but instead shamelessly stood out and flaunted them. You want people to think you're the rightful wife? We're all men, and I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. During this time, when Chang harbored a deep resentment towards Ning Chen kept making a fuss online, trying hard to portray himself as someone who was truly in love with Lin Xiaoran. They wanted to portray themselves as victims. Wen Cheng had long been fed up with this attitude. Gu Yan's identity is sensitive, so it's not appropriate for him to speak out. But he couldn't stand it. At worst, I'll just quit. Although he had given all his savings to others. But the money he's earned recently is enough to ensure he'll have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life. However, many people also questioned this post. This woman's voice is cold, but also quite pleasant. But who knows if it's Lin Xiaoran's voice? We've never heard her voice before. Does anyone have a video of Lin Xiaoran being interviewed before? Go and compare the voices. Before long, gossipy netizens found videos of Lin Xiaoran being interviewed before, compared them, and then came back to comment. I just checked, and it's definitely Lin Xiaoran's voice, but with such a cold tone. I guess she doesn't really like Wen Cheng either? I'm Lin Xiaoran's college classmate, and this is definitely her voice. Although she's always been quite cold, this tone definitely shows that she doesn't like Wen Cheng. The content of Wen Cheng's Weibo post is absolutely explosive. He was even more insane than Yi Qingyu had been. It seemed as if they were about to drive Ning Chen into a corner and tear away all his pretense. This matter was already generating a lot of buzz. This Weibo post went viral almost instantly, becoming the top trending topic. Many netizens, eager for a good spectacle, even went to Ning Chen's Weibo to stir up trouble. Why don't you call Lin Xiaoran too? Make her admit that she loves you. Prove that what you said before was true. That's right, when Cheng dared to make this call. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiaoran almost lost her life to save you. What's there to be afraid of making a phone call? Everyone says you and Lin Xiaoran are truly in love. She's even divorcing her husband to marry you. Wouldn't it be easy for her to just call and prove it? You can't possibly be the one who loves her but can't even get through on the phone, while a nobody like Wen Cheng can contact Lin Xiaoran, can you? Seeing these comments, Ning Chen got so angry that she threw her phone against the wall and smashed it to pieces. Wen Cheng! Ning Chen roared. You're asking for it. Ning Chen trembled with anger and gasped as he looked at the comments that questioned, stirred up trouble, and mocked him. Today's netizens have learned their lesson after experiencing many online storms. Those who are arrogant and cocky from the start are not necessarily right. However, someone who can present evidence so readily and decisively must have a solid foundation. At the very least, he must have other, more important evidence. On the contrary, those who consistently fail to produce evidence are mostly people who are somewhat guilty. Moreover, Wen Chang himself has experienced a storm of online public opinion. He himself knew best how dangerous it was to be at the center of such a media storm. One wrong move and it could be utterly disastrous. If he didn't have enough confidence, how could he dare to stand up and speak out? If it were tomorrow, he would go directly to Lin Xiaoran, conduct an interview in person, and then post the entire interview content online. Then Ning Chen is completely finished. There is absolutely no chance of turning things around. All his previous efforts will have been wasted, and he will become a laughingstock on the internet. Whether it's Wen Chang or Yi Qingyu. Both of them were absolutely insane today. Either of them could be capable of doing something like that. Ning Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I took out a new phone and put the SIM card in. Then I made a phone call. Hurry up and bring him back, make him disappear from this world completely disappear. Also, send people to guard the Lin group, the Lin family's old residence, and the villa. Every place Lin Xiaoran might appear must be guarded. We absolutely cannot let Yi Qingyu or Wen Chang have a chance to get close to Lin Xiaoran. Ning Chen's voice was urgent, her eyes were bloodshot, and her tone was full of hatred. He wished he could tear Yi Qingyu and Wen Chang to pieces immediately. The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly agreed after hearing Ning Chen's words. After hanging up the phone, Ning Chen thought for a moment, then picked up her phone again, logged into a social media app, and said a few words in the group chat. Don't go around spreading rumors about Guyan's death, Madam Lin. I am afraid it will upset Xiaoran. Ning Chen said that on purpose. He knew these people's personalities very well. Some people are easily impulsive and lack common sense. The more he said it, the more they couldn't resist spreading the news. It shouldn't be long before the news spreads far and wide. Brother Chen, even at this point, you still only have Xiaoran in your heart. Sister Ran, how can you not see your true feelings for her? I feel so sorry for Brother Chen, it's not worth it at all. Even at this point, Brother Chen still doesn't want Sister Xiaoran to feel bad. Damn it, why can't I meet a good man like Brother Chen? It's outrageous. How come such a good man has so many scumbags who want to bully him? Ning Chen didn't say another word after saying that. It's like someone has touched a sore spot in you, and you don't want to say anything more. His behavior made the people in the group even angrier. No matter what, Ning Chen is considered a source of pride in the Kyoto elite circle. Although she can't compare to a prodigy like Lin Xiaoran. But he has indeed achieved considerable success, making him someone many of these people admire among his peers. He doesn't need to say anything more, these people will be indignant and ready to fight for him. But Ning Chen still had to put on an act. When it got light, Ning's mother arrived at the hospital. Sitting beside his hospital bed, I gently stroked his forehead and sighed deeply. 312, Chapter 312. We must ensure that Guyan has no chance to turn things around. You silly child, you risked your life to save the old lady. How could you be so foolish? It was a fire. If you weren't careful, you could have lost your own life. Everyone knows about this incident now. Although not many people in the circle attended the old lady's funeral. But in Kyoto's elite circles, such a big matter is not so easy to keep secret. Many people also want to say something about Guyan. But Lin Xiaoran's current condition is clearly not very good. Many people don't dare to say much. In addition, there's Guyan's current identity. They no longer dared to say hurtful things so openly as before. Upon hearing his mother's words, Ning Chen said nothing, but slowly closed his eyes, a glimmer of light in the corners of his eyes. Ning's mother knew he was feeling wronged. They've already gone to this extent for Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran has even signed the divorce agreement. Yet she still refused to say a word in support of her son to outsiders. If all else fails, Mom will go and talk to Grandpa Lin on your behalf. In Ning's mother's view, her son just couldn't bring himself to say it. In addition, given the recent uproar online, he didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Xiaoran. That's why I've been so patient and tolerant. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see her son suffer such injustice. Ning's mother looked at Ning Chen and sighed deeply. Son, are you really sure? A woman and a man have been together for over 10 years. The feelings that have accumulated in their hearts over such a long time can't be erased in a short time. If you marry her, you might not be happy in the future. Lin Xiaoran is a cold-hearted girl who knows what kind of grievances you might suffer. Ning's mother was not without reason in saying this. Although she didn't like Gu Yan either. But I do feel that Lin Xiaoran doesn't seem like a woman who knows how to care for others. Otherwise, Gu Yan wouldn't have been bullied like this all these years. Ning Chen wiped his eyes, but his eyes were filled with determination. Mom, I've decided that Xiaoran is the one for me in this life. I even dream every day that I'm afraid she'll find out how much I love her. I am afraid that if she finds out, she'll distance herself from me. That's why I've been trying to get her back together with Gu Yan. But as you can see, even if Gu Yan has now acknowledged his relationship with Professor Gu, he's still not good enough for Xiaoran. This time, Gu Yan abandoned the old lady and fled alone, causing the advantages he had gained in the circle because of his kinship with Professor Gu to disappear again. No matter how strong your connections or how powerful your family is, no one will want to be friends with someone so heartless, ungrateful, and ruthless. At least within the elite circles of Kyoto, people still despise Gu Yan. Even though he is Professor Gu's grandson, it couldn't change people's opinions of him. Upon hearing this, Ning's mother tenderly stroked Ning Chen's forehead. Alright, Mom knows you have deep feelings for Xiaoran. I'll go to the Lin family's old house in a bit and talk to old Master Lin. The divorce agreement has already been signed, and we can't just keep dragging on the rest. Hearing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This is exactly the result he wanted. One is to make Gu Yan's reputation in the industry indisputable once again. This completely negated any advantage that Professor Gu's status as his grandson had brought him. Another reason is that he wants an elder to help him achieve his desired goal. Since Gu Yan and Professor Gu became relatives, Ning Chen has become increasingly anxious. He couldn't wait any longer. In the short term, Gu Yan probably won't be using Professor Gu's power and resources to do anything. But given enough time, he'll eventually learn to do it this way. Who knows what changes might occur in the future? The sooner things settle down, the less he needs to worry about failing at this final step. Ning's mother soon arrived at the Lin family's old residence. A few hours later, she called Ning Chen. I've already gotten a hint from Grandpa Lin. After the cooling-off period for divorce ends, Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan must get their divorce certificate, and Gu Yan will be strictly prohibited from appearing in the Lin family afterward. It seems Grandpa Lin also wants to communicate with Professor Gu and ask him to provide appropriate compensation to the Lin family. Old Master Lin had actually reached his limit long ago. Except for the moment when he learned that Gu Yan was Professor Gu's grandson, he felt a little relieved and was willing to try to accept Gu Yan. But Gu Yan was unwilling. In addition, there was Lin Xiaoran's suicide and the passing of the old lady. All of this pushed old Master Lin's patience with Gu Yan to its limit. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Yan is Professor Gu's grandson, then old Master Lin probably already made a move. The outcome for Gu Yan was predictable. Son, just rest in the hospital for a few days and don't get involved in these things. I reckon Grandpa Lin is trying to get enough benefits from Professor Gu this time. It looks like things are going to fall apart between the two sides, and I have a feeling that Grandpa Lin still has a backup plan. Once you're discharged, you definitely won't see Gu Yan around Lin Xiaoran anymore. Ning Chen's lips curled up in a smile. This time, he's determined to leave Gu Yan with no chance of turning things around. He actually knew a bit about old Master Lin's personality. He harbored such strong resentment towards Gu Yan, it was already quite remarkable that he refrained from taking action. Moreover, he is a very decisive person. Given that it's clear there's no way to mend the relationship with Gu Yan, and that the two sides are bound to break off relations in the future, old Master Lin will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to get enough benefits from Professor Gu. Later, when Gu Yan and Professor Gu became even closer, it's practically impossible for the Lin family to reach another cooperation agreement with Professor Gu. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that Gu Yan is in the wrong this time and extort a good sum of money from him. Get the good one at once they got their hands on everything. This way, even if we can no longer cooperate with Professor Gu in the future, there won't be too much loss. There might even be an opportunity to develop and improve during this period. Ning Chen hung up the phone and continued to observe the public opinion trends online. Most netizens are now questioning him. Too many netizens are making sarcastic and cynical remarks, trying to get him to speak out. This time, however, Ning Chen did not lose her temper. In a few days, these netizens will find out who the real clown is. I'm no longer going to read those comments. Anyway, these people won't have any effect on him at all. In other words, ordinary people are nothing more than ants in Ning Chen's eyes. There is absolutely no need to pay excessive attention to it. For these people to be able to reach them online is perhaps the only opportunity they'll ever have in their lives to transcend social classes. After thinking about it, I was about to post a Weibo to add fuel to the fire, and then just wait for the show to unfold. But when he saw a comment, his fingers involuntarily stopped moving. 313, Chapter 313. It's good enough that she doesn't hate him, right? Could Gu Yan be Qin Yu? When Ning Chen saw this comment, she almost burst out laughing. Gu Yan playing the piano? How could that be? He remembers it very clearly. I had heard that Gu Yan was a music major. She even played a piano piece in front of him. On that occasion, Gu Yan attended an industry gathering with Lin Xiaoran. He told others that Gu Yan also studied music. Just then, Lin Xiaoran was about to sing, so he called on the others to join in the fun and had Gu Yan play the piano to accompany her. There were quite a few people present at the time. Lin Xiaoran seemed somewhat tempted as well. But Gu Yan sat at the piano with her hands at her sides the whole time, without even touching the keys. Finally, he suddenly got up and walked out of the private room. This put Lin Xiaoran in an awkward position. In the end, Ning Chen accompanied her on the music. At that time, everyone knew. Gu Yan is a music major. In reality, he doesn't know how to play any musical instruments. He had never even mastered a relatively basic instrument like the piano. I dare not play it because I'm afraid of being laughed at. How could someone like that be Qin Yu? He had also watched Qin Yu's videos. Judging from her video works alone, Qin Yu's piano skills are indeed outstanding. He is definitely not an ignorant and incompetent person who only talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk, nor can he be compared to a beginner. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many fans. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with disdain and sneer. I contacted the PR team and posted another Weibo post. The content is very simple. It means that I'm currently busy dealing with the passing of a loved one. Once this matter is resolved, we will address everyone's questions. We also hope that Qin Yu's fans will not be misled by others and thus be deceived. He only needs to wait quietly for a few days. At that time, all the troubles and doubts will disappear. At this moment, Gu Yan was still extremely weak after waking up. He seemed listless. I tried to open my eyes, my mouth was a little dry, and I wanted to drink some water. A hand reached out and handed him a glass of warm water. Gu Yan took it and drank it in big gulps. Only after putting the cup down could I clearly see what the person in front of me looked like. Why are you here? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned. Just as I was about to say something, the door to the ward was opened from the outside. Feng Shuo walked in and paused for a moment when he saw Lin Xiaoran. Then he asked the same question. What are you doing here? When Lin Xiaoran saw the abundance, her brows furrowed even more. Why can't I be here? What are you doing here? Feng Shuo looked at Lin Xiaoran with a half-smile on his face. TSK, does visiting a patient require reporting to you? Has President Lin been used to throwing his weight around at the company? Shouldn't I report to those who come to visit me? Feng Shuo never expected Lin Xiaoran to say such a thing. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Instead, it was Gu Yan who suddenly spoke up. We are divorced. I am who I am, and I don't belong to anyone. Lin Xiaoran's aura instantly darkened, and an inexplicable low pressure began to spread. Feng Shuo laughed when he heard this, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he kept scrutinizing the expression on Lin Xiaoran's face. Then, as if Lin Xiaoran didn't exist, she walked to Guyan's side. "Didn't I tell Scarface to follow you? How did things turn out like this?" "It was an accident." Guyan pursed his lips. He still doesn't understand why a fire suddenly broke out that day. He always felt that this was not a coincidence. The old lady was in very poor condition that day. But it doesn't seem like it's about to leave this world. How could it have suddenly turned out like this? He also found it hard to accept this fact. In just over an hour, Grandma passed away. If he hadn't gone to the tea house with his grandmother that day, but had stayed in the old house instead, would his grandmother have been spared from this accident? Even if she is feeling unwell, she can find a doctor to check her health immediately. Instead of being trapped in a fire and losing their lives. Guyan's eyes gradually became confused. He didn't even know what he was thinking. "My mind is just very confused." Lin Xiaoran gritted her teeth, watching the two of them act as if she didn't exist, and said coldly, "Now that you've finished your visit, you can leave." TSK, has Mr. Lin lost his mind? If I heard correctly, you two are divorced. What right do you have to interfere in these matters? Lin Xiaoran's eyes grew even colder, seemingly carrying a strange murderous aura. Feng Shuo, however, remained completely unfazed and retorted with a glare. The tense atmosphere between the two was once again broken by Guyan. "I'll need to trouble you to send a few more people to help my brother stay home as much as possible these days." Guyan felt a little uneasy. "Although I don't know why, it's definitely a good idea to do more preparation." Feng Shuo turned to look at Guyan, just about to agree. But then Lin Xiaoran spoke up, saying, "I'll make the arrangements." Guyan didn't even glance at her. "It just looks plentiful." TSK, alright, I'll get some people to report to Scarface later. I have another friend who might also need some protection. He has a quick temper, and I'm worried something might happen to him. Fine, since the price you offered wasn't low. Feng Shuo naturally had no objections. Guyan hired people at market price, so he wouldn't lose out either way. It would also make Guyan owe him a favor. Most importantly, looking at Lin Xiaoran's increasingly unpleasant expression, he felt exceptionally happy. Lin Xiaoran looked at Guyan, and forced suppressing my emotions, I took a deep breath. Guyan didn't speak. Feng Shuo said from the side, "Alright, I see you're alright, so I'll be going now." He just came to see how Guyan was doing. "Now that we've achieved our goal and gained other benefits, there's no need to stay here any longer." After saying goodbye, he left. After thanking him, Guyan closed her eyes, turned around, and rested facing the window. Seeing Guyan's attitude, Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt a little helpless. For the first time, she felt that she would one day encounter a situation that she felt she couldn't handle. She didn't even know what she should do. "I was just feeling extremely flustered." He clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and then turned and left the ward. Back in the car, his brow was furrowed tightly. He Qing couldn't help but ask a question. "Mr. Lin, what happened?" Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and did not answer. "Find some people to keep watch near Lin Zai's house, make sure nothing happens to him." Lin Zai doesn't usually go online and doesn't know much about what happens online. The next morning, when I went out to the early market, I overheard some young people chatting as they were getting ready to go to work. Lin Xiaoran's husband really succeeded in marrying her by drugging her. I never thought someone like Lin Xiaoran would encounter something like this, letting such a slut like her take his place. She definitely doesn't have any feelings for her husband. It's a wonder she doesn't hate him, right? 314, Chapter 314. In other words, Lin Xiaoran's husband is also an orphan. These are the biggest gossip stories lately. When this was mentioned, the expressions on the faces of the people around them became excited. Who knows if the news online is true or false? It's all just following the crowd. People believe whatever others say. Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran have been trending on social media for days. If Lin Xiaoran really cared about her husband, how could she let those trending topics stay online indefinitely? Removing a trending topic and reducing its popularity would be an easy thing for her, wouldn't it? That Ning Chen is amazing. She won so many awards abroad, which is a great honor for the country, and she seems like a kind and gentle person if you ask me. That Nguyen is trash, he's despicable. Lin Zhe has always had a very gentle personality. To put it bluntly, he's a bit cowardly and weak. A few days ago, when he first checked into this hotel, he felt it was a bit unreal. Having lived in Kyoto for so many years, he has always felt that being able to live in such an old neighborhood is already a very lucky thing. Land in Kyoto is incredibly valuable. Even old, dilapidated apartments are very expensive. Such a high-end hotel has a price he never dared to dream of before. So every time I leave my room, I encounter hotel staff or other guests, and I keep my head down and don't say a word. But ironically, he was often accompanied by several burly men. It looked as if they were imprisoned. His presence made him memorable to many hotel staff. Hearing someone cursing Nguyen at that moment, his aura suddenly changed, and he walked up to those people with his head held high. "Don't you guys have any manners? What did Lin Xiaoran's husband do that you have to insult him like this, and with such vile language?" Several staff members were stunned when they saw Lin Zhe. The group was happily gossiping when they were suddenly scolded, which naturally made them a little annoyed. But when they looked up and saw that the person who was scolding them was a hotel guest, and that there were several burly men behind him, they still didn't say anything. Ultimately, they are still staff members and cannot easily offend customers. Even if a customer seemed very timid a few days ago, they cannot risk being fired or fined for saying something just because they want to speak up. Seeing that the others were silent, Lin Zhe took a deep breath, said nothing more, and turned to leave. There's no point in arguing with these people. Back in my hotel room, I took out my phone and logged onto Weibo. He hasn't been in the mood to check Weibo for the past few days. He wasn't someone who frequently spent time online before. Clicking on the trending topics, all the top ones are about Lin Xiaoran, Ning Chen, and Nguyen. Many people are criticizing Ning Chen, and many people are also criticizing Nguyen. Lin Zhe had seen these netizens hurling insults online before. He had also witnessed what happened in Wenchang. But this time, these netizens went too far with their insults. Lin Zhe felt a kind of indescribable sadness in his heart. I gripped my phone tightly, trying to calm myself down. He wanted to do something. He simply changed the name of his Weibo account. Lin Xiaoran's husband's older brother. He has been staying in the hotel for the past few days. She was just waiting for Wenchang to return to Kyoto so that Nguyen could take her to see him. From now on, he will most likely work as Wenchang's assistant. I had plenty of time these past few days, so I just started arguing with those netizens on Weibo. Why is he not good enough for her? Does Lin Xiaoran have extra arms or an extra mouth? She's a human being. What's this about being good enough or not? Or do you think you're the only one who's good enough for Lin Xiaoran? Stop daydreaming. When Lin Xiaoran met my brother, Ning Chen was still messing around with some woman and living a life of debauchery every day. My brother and Lin Xiaoran have been together for many years, and they used to be very much in love. Lin Xiaoran even promised me that she would definitely stay with my brother. You have no idea how outstanding and handsome my brother is. He absolutely deserves any woman in this world, and if it weren't for Lin Xiaoran, he wouldn't have suffered so much. He could be living a much better life. It's all Lin Xiaoran's fault that he's enduring so much abuse and pain. The account's name was too obvious, and it was constantly active on Weibo, which quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after, a new hashtag appeared on Weibo's trending topics. Lin Xiaoran's husband's brother started criticizing her on Weibo. Lin Zhe himself did not expect that what he did would become a trending topic, especially in such a short time. This is enough to show just how much attention this incident has attracted. Lin Zhe calmed down a bit at this moment, but suddenly felt a little panicked. He was just an ordinary person. They are not even as good as ordinary people. He was an orphan struggling at the bottom of society. For so many years, it has never received any attention. Not to mention that it's being followed by so many netizens. He originally wanted to quit Weibo and calm down by himself. But the insults these netizens used were really too harsh. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xiaoran's husband's brother, are people these days so shameless at trying to gain attention? I've seen this kind of trick too many times, trying to make money by riding the coattails of trending topics. I bet they'll be starting live streaming e-commerce in a couple of days. What a clown. If he really is Lin Xiaoran's husband's brother, then I am this person's father. Lin Zhe only replied to this comment once. I am an orphan, and my parents are probably long dead. The number of comments, which had been skyrocketing, paused for a moment after this comment was posted. The netizens were stunned. The netizen who just said it was his father. I am dumbfounded. Someone replied below. This guy woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to go downstairs to buy cigarettes. Instead of taking the elevator or walking down the stairs, he jumped off the roof. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight, buddy. The netizen hurriedly began to apologize to Lin Zhe. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, I really didn't know. Lin Zhe replied very quickly. Fine. These comments even trended on social media. At first, many people were just watching the spectacle. Now that they've seen this news, many people have gone to Wencheng to verify it. Wencheng knew Lin Zhe. Seeing that he also stood up to speak for Gu Yan, he naturally wouldn't disappear at this time. Both of them are Gu Yan's best friends, so they must stand together against a common enemy at this time. This is his older brother, but not his biological brother. He did grow up in an orphanage. Many netizens had been criticizing him for trying to gain attention by associating with trending topics. Now that Wencheng has provided proof, these people are finding it harder to continue their criticism. However, many netizens also noticed some details. So, Lin Xiaoran's husband is also an orphan, and they've been relying on each other for many years, right? 315, Chapter 315. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. His despicable nature is known to all. As soon as this comment was posted, netizens immediately noticed this detail. So these two aren't just childhood sweethearts, but truly inseparable. Lin Xiaoran and Ningchen have known each other for several years, which means she's known her husband for over a decade. How old were they back then? Teenagers, right? Two homeless children. It must be so hard to find work for them when they're teenagers, right? How did they survive as children? This is true mutual dependence. They couldn't have been begging together, could they? Oh my god, no wonder Wencheng and his brother both spoke up. Everyone knows what kind of situation Wencheng's family is in. Neither of them has had a good life growing up, so that's probably why they became friends, right? Suddenly I feel sorry for him. So is he really Qinyu? I remember Qinyu once replied to a fan's comment, saying that she had no relatives. No way, is Lin Xiaoran's husband really Qinyu? He had such a hard life growing up, yet he can still play the piano so well. How much effort must he have put in to achieve that? He didn't have the chance to learn to play the piano from elementary school like me. I feel even more sorry for Qinyu. He's never had a good life since he was a child. He finally got married to the person he loves, but he has to give up his career, and then there's a mistress who messes things up. He hasn't been able to have his love life or his ideal careers. Really suffered a lot. Why hasn't Lin Xiaoran spoken up yet? Her husband's friends have all spoken out, but she remains silent. Does she really love her husband? Can she just keep enduring this and watching him suffer? Perhaps it was the identity of being an orphan that brought such a strong emotional impact to netizens. This led many netizens to leave comments on the official account of Zhuguan Group. Zhuguan Group is very large. Large companies tend to share a common tone or style. The responsibility for everything is clearly defined. Who is responsible for what? The entire company is like a machine, perfectly integrated. Official accounts are usually managed by mid-level managers within the company. The content released each time is very formal. Aside from official announcements, they almost never release any other information. Every statement needs to be carefully considered by the company's public relations team and legal department. Content will only be published after confirming that there will be no errors. Generally, these official accounts don't have many followers. The number of comments and likes on each Weibo post is also not high. These types of groups generally don't have particularly large traffic. Unless they release content featuring a celebrity who endorses the group, they won't get good traffic data. The head of Zhuguan Group opened the official account while at work. When I saw tens of thousands of private messages on Weibo, and the number of private messages was still increasing rapidly at a rate of several thousand per minute. His computer almost crashed. The person in charge frowned, thinking that something had happened to the celebrity endorser the company had hired, causing a backlash against the company. Although Zhuguang Group is very cautious when looking for celebrity endorsements, having conducted numerous investigations. However, it's hard to avoid the possibility that hiring a celebrity endorser will guarantee that the business won't collapse. But after reading some of the private messages, he realized that things weren't quite as he had imagined. It has nothing to do with the company. Instead, everyone was asking about the relationship between the boss and her husband. This was the first time the person in charge had encountered such a situation. In the past, the official accounts were only a small part of the content he was responsible for. There's usually nothing that requires me to be busy within this area. I was suddenly overwhelmed by all the private messages I received. Zhuguang Group has a dedicated public relations team. When something happens that affects the reputation of Zhuguang Group, we will collect and analyze information as soon as possible, so as to react quickly and resolve public opinion problems. But this incident has nothing to do with the company. It's about the boss's personal feelings, not his. It doesn't even have much to do with Lin Xiaoran herself. More importantly, Gu Yan's status as an orphan evoked sympathy from many netizens. But those netizens had no other way to contact Lin Xiaoran. That's why this situation has arisen. The person in charge hurriedly made a phone call to Lin Xiaoran. But Lin Xiaoran didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Yi Cheng again. After receiving the call, Yi Cheng immediately turned the car around and drove towards the villa. Time ticked by, but the official account of Zhuguang Group remains silent. Netizens are gradually becoming impatient. Various messages and complaints have spread online. No, this account of Zhuguang Group never had much popularity before. I reckon the person in charge was probably stunned when you guys questioned him. What's the point of going to the company about such a personal matter? The people in charge of the account are just employees. What could they possibly know? Asking them would be pointless. Exactly, even if you ask, they most likely won't know, and even if they did know something, would they dare to come out and say it? Don't they want their jobs anymore? Yi Cheng had already arrived inside the villa. Just as she was about to go upstairs to the bedroom to find Lin Xiaoran, she heard the maid tell her that Lin Xiaoran was still asleep and hadn't gotten up yet. Yi Cheng stopped in her tracks and sat down on the sofa in the living room downstairs to wait. Lin Xiaoran hasn't been sleeping well lately. She had finally fallen asleep, and she didn't want to disturb her. If Lin Xiaoran doesn't get some rest soon, Yi Cheng feels that her health could deteriorate at any moment. It can completely collapse. Although these things are troublesome right now, there's no need to rush them. However, without Lin Xiaoran's permission, she dared not make any statement on Lin Xiaoran's behalf. On the other hand, those in the industry who were close to Ning Chen were furious when they saw the whole internet pitying Gu Yan and speaking up for him. They all logged onto their Weibo accounts and launched a tirade against Gu Yan. Originally, some people wanted to expose Gu Yan's identity. Since the Lin family had not yet revealed Gu Yan's identity, they naturally did not dare to act on their own initiative. Even though Gu Yan is now considered divorced from Lin Xiaoran. But Gu Yan wasn't without protection. He no longer held the status of being a son-in-law of the Lin family. But he also gained the identity of Professor Gu's grandson. Therefore, they dared not reveal Gu Yan's whereabouts. But they made no attempt to conceal their condemnation of Gu Yan. I am the son of the chairman of Qianqing Real Estate. I want to say that since we are not in the industry, there is no need for so much speculation about Ning Chen as for what kind of person Sister Xiaoran's husband is. We know him better than anyone. He doesn't deserve your pity. There's a saying that's very true. Those who are pitiful often have something hateful about them. His hatefulness is common knowledge in our circle. He's a menace. 316, Chapter 316 The Rich Kids Counterattack. This Weibo post immediately attracted a lot of attention after it was published. The person who posted the Weibo post already had a lot of followers on Weibo, and used to attract followers by flaunting their wealth. Later, due to policy changes, those extravagant lifestyles were no longer permitted. However, most of his fans are well aware that he comes from a very wealthy family. He seemed particularly angry about Ning Chen being criticized, and posted several more Weibo posts after that one. Let me give you a simple example. Many people probably know about the accident that happened to Ning Chen's sister, Ning Meng, right? It was caused by Xiao Ran's husband. At the time, there were only him, Ning Meng, and a driver with over 20 years of experience who had never had an accident in the car, but they still had a car accident for no apparent reason. The driver died on the spot. Ning Meng was seriously injured, and only Gu Yan suffered minor injuries. After the subsequent investigation, it was basically determined that Gu Yan was the one who caused Ning Meng's accident, so he is very unpopular in our circle and is hated by many people. We absolutely did not bully him because he was an orphan. Perhaps he was a good person before, otherwise, Sister Xiao Ran wouldn't have taken a liking to him, but the poor change after suddenly becoming rich, he became extremely greedy, to the point that even Lin Xiaoran couldn't tolerate his greed, so their relationship broke down. As for why they haven't divorced all these years, Sister Xiaoran has said that she didn't want their affair to become too public after a divorce, at least to those who don't know the truth. He and Lin Xiaoting have been through thick and thin for many years, and he's an orphan. Everyone would sympathize with him, but none of us who know the truth can help but hate him. Xiancheng Real Estate is very famous. It is a very well-known company in Kyoto. This is also the first time this person has revealed their family background on Weibo. The son of a real estate company that ranks among the top 20 in the country. He definitely deserves to be called a rich kid. Besides him, 3 or 4 other people in the industry also spoke out on Weibo using their real names. What he said was basically the same as what this person said. Furthermore, Gu Yan refused to help Lin Xiaoran's grandmother after she was in trouble, only caring about his own escape, leaving Lin Xiaoran's grandmother alone in the fire. They even locked the door, not giving anyone a chance to rescue the old lady's body intact. News of a fire in a prime location in Kyoto had already spread online. Many people know about this fire. To this day, the relevant departments have not been able to provide a result. According to this group of people, Lin Xiaoran has been enduring for several years and is now at her limit. One after another, wealthy second-generation individuals stood up to speak in Ning Chen's defense. There are also the cases of Ning Meng and the old lady of the Lin family as evidence. No matter how you look at it, it at least explains why Lin Xiaoran and he no longer love each other. In addition to these people, Ning Chen's psychologist, Fang Ying, also stepped forward. Ning Chen's depression diagnosis report was posted online. Ning Chen is my patient. His fiancée was stolen, and then his own sister was murdered and remains in a coma, practically a vegetable after that. Ning Chen was sent abroad by his family to recuperate. However, his depression showed no signs of improvement. In fact, it worsened. Even though Ning Chen has a very good family background and financial resources, it doesn't mean he won't be bullied. Mr. Ning Chen is a very good person and has never done anything to harm others. I hope everyone can stop discussing this matter here. The Lin family matriarch has just passed away, and I hope everyone can show some respect for the deceased. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen are also in very poor mental condition because of the Lin family matriarch's situation. It's already very difficult for him to stand up and answer a few questions. I hope everyone can focus on their own lives and also take care of Ning Chen's severe depression, and not cause him any more harm. Every media storm undergoes multiple reversals. This time, the number and speed of the reversals in the public opinion storm are astonishing. Now, it's Ning Chen's turn to have the upper hand again. When Ning Chen saw that the online public opinion was starting to lean towards him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He opened Lin Zay's account, looked at the Weibo post she made, a ferocious look flashed across his face, and then took out his phone to make a call to his people. Tell him to hurry, and tell Su Ting that if she wants money, today is her last chance. The person on the other end of the phone quickly replied. What do you mean you can't contact them? Where are the people I sent? Where's Su Ting? Can't find her either. I don't care what these people are doing, find them and get things done, otherwise, I'll send you all to mine in Africa. Ning Chen angrily hung up the phone, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. He didn't know why, but the subordinates he had previously sent out were the ones who had given him the least trouble. But this simple task has not been completed yet. They couldn't even find where the person had gone, and they couldn't contact them at all. He wasn't worried about whether something had gone wrong. How could Lin Zay's men possibly be unable to handle him? It's likely that something went wrong on Su Ting's end, which is why the task hasn't been completed yet. He slowly opened his eyes and called Ning's mother again. Mom, call Grandpa Lin and tell him that the internet is buzzing about Gu Yan and the old lady. The Lin family has been acting strangely lately. Whether they hold high positions in public or only know how to indulge in pleasure, they mostly stay at home and rarely go out. Clearly, the passing of the Lin family matriarch has dealt a significant blow to the Lin family. The most crucial person, Lin Xiaoran, the future heir of the Lin family, is in an even more depressed state at this time. Grandpa Lin has definitely not been paying attention to news on the internet lately. This is precisely the time for him to show himself. At the very least, we need to leave an impression on Grandpa Lin that he was a very sensible person. As expected, after the Lin family learned of the news, various media outlets began reporting the passing of the Lin family matriarch. This kind of thing can't be hidden forever. Many people at the scene of the fire already knew that the matriarch of the Lin family had died in the flames. With so many people, it's hard to guarantee that not everyone will talk about it. Ning Chen's purpose in spreading this news was very simple. The old lady of the Lin family is not just someone of high moral character and prestige. She has a lot of assets. It even includes a portion of the Lin Group's shares. This inheritance dispute is the focus of everyone's attention. This has also attracted a lot of attention from various media outlets. This is a portion of the Lin Group's shares, therefore, no one discussed the matter between Ning Chen and Gu Yan. The final confrontation ended with Ning Chen gaining the upper hand. 317, Chapter 317. A lowly person who accidentally stumbled into the heavenly palace, bringing 2 pieces of trash, wants to fight me. The Lin family will definitely intervene in this matter. No wealthy family would want their family affairs to become gossip and be discussed by everyone. This undoubtedly became a laughingstock in their industry. Only the matriarch of the Lin family died in the fire, the rest were only injured. Aside from the elderly lady, the biggest damage suffered by everyone else was financial loss. Now, some people are saying that Gu Yanfang started the fire. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why, in such a huge fire, only the old lady of the Lin family, who was sharing a room with Gu Yan, lost her life. Ning Chen also took the opportunity to hire online trolls to guide public opinion on this issue. Those netizens who were initially pitying Gu Yan's background have now started criticizing him. Some netizens, who were eager to stir up trouble and wanted to gain attention, even started to make fun of and criticize the passing of the Lin family matriarch. The Lin family acted swiftly, with their professional legal department filing a lawsuit directly. The matriarch of the Lin family held a high position within the family. Even an ordinary person should not be slandered and insulted like this after their death. This is disrespectful to the deceased. Not to mention, the person who passed away was the old lady of the Lin family. The Lin Group has a very strong legal department. Or rather, every wealthy conglomerate has a very strong legal department. The legal department of the Lin Group is known as the top team in Kyoto. Together with the legal department of Zhuguan Group, it is said to be comparable to the legal department of Nanshan Group. They've never lost in all these years. It saved the company a considerable amount of costs and also brought in a great deal of benefits. None of those who have been prosecuted have had a good ending. With this precedent in place, the online discussion has noticeably subsided. Even the media outlets that usually chase trends by any means necessary dare not say anything at this moment. The previously heated public outcry subsided in an instant. No one dared to offend the Lin family. After this incident, everyone knows that the Lin family takes the passing of the old lady of the Lin family very seriously. The entire Lin family seems to be shrouded in gloom, and the atmosphere is very serious. This is also the effect Ning Chen wanted. Seeing the online controversy subside, Ning Chen smiled smugly and took a sip of red wine. The sourness at the corner of his mouth now felt strangely sweet in his heart. The public opinion was stirred up by Gu Yan's friend, Wen Chang. Gu Yan's brother, Lin Zhe, pushed this public opinion to its peak. At this moment, these two people have become objects of scorn within the industry. Many people, because of Professor Gu, did not want to offend Gu Yan anymore. But these two insignificant people didn't care. Moreover, Gu Yan's current identity is different from his previous one. As Professor Gu's grandson, can he still maintain good relationships with his former friends? Who knows, Guyan probably doesn't want to have anything to do with these two people anymore. Just like when Guyan followed Lin Xiaoran back to the Lin family back then. They couldn't wait to please everyone around Lin Xiaoran. In the eyes of those in the industry, this is simply a case of someone who has suddenly become rich from humble beginnings and is so eager to stay in this social class that he resorts to such despicable means. It is despicable and invites ridicule. Ning Chen also found it laughable. A lowly person who accidentally wandered into the heavenly palace, with two trashy people, thought he could fight him? Keep dreaming. He Qing was still waiting for Lin Xiaoran to wake up in the villa. But before Lin Xiaoran woke up, she saw Old Master Lin first. Old Master Lin walked into the villa leaning on his coffin cane, his expression somewhat somber. I sat on the sofa, picked up the tea that the maid had brewed, and took a small sip. He then looked up and glanced at He Qing, who was standing to the side. Is something wrong at the company? He Qing shook her head slightly upon hearing this. I was just about to say something. But then they heard Old Master Lin speak first, telling them to get rid of the people. If there's nothing else, you can go back first, Xiaoran, and I have something to talk about. We can discuss other things next time. Hearing this, He Cheng understood that what Grandpa Lin wanted to talk to Lin Xiaoran about must be a very serious matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed to help Lin Xiaoran, and Lin Xiaoran's most trusted subordinate wouldn't have left. Most of them are family matters. She really had no reason to stay. He nodded and said something expressionless. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll head back now. It was left to Lin Xiaoran by the old lady. Actually, she didn't have a particularly good impression of Old Master Lin. After Yi Qing left, Old Master Lin asked a servant to go upstairs and call Lin Xiaoran down. Lin Xiaoran's expression was not very good at this moment. Grandfather. His voice was a little hoarse, and anyone could hear the fatigue in it. How do you plan to handle Guyan's matter? This time, there's no need to worry about Professor Gu. Our Lin family doesn't need his patent licenses. This time, the Lin family was slapped in the face. If it's still because of the patent licenses Professor Gu holds. The Lin family has truly become a laughingstock in the industry. Becoming a top-tier aristocratic family isn't something that can be achieved simply by pursuing profit. They also need to possess the pride and temperament expected of the wealthy and aristocratic. If the Lin family tolerates this for the sake of some benefits, then the future of the Lin family will naturally be coveted by more people who want to take a piece of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoran looked up at Old Master Lin with a serious expression, but said nothing. Old Master Lin put down his teacup. He used his cane to support his body. If you have no plans, then I'll do it. You two are practically divorced, and you're not allowed to interfere this time. Or are you saying you're doing this for him? You don't even care about my life and my reputation? The Lin family has just lost their matriarch. We definitely can't lose the old man again. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, just about to say something, when the doorbell rang. The maid opened the door, and Wang Lin rushed in. With an anxious look on her face, she called out, Xiaoran. As soon as I called out Lin Xiaoran's name, I turned around and saw that Old Master Lin was also there. Wang Lin's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Dad, you're here too. Old Master Lin's face darkened. What kind of behavior is this? All flustered and panicked. Wang Lin opened her mouth, then closed it again. Only then did Old Master Lin speak. Tell me, what happened? Wang Lin took a deep breath, her face still looking grim. Your aunt has run into trouble abroad. She went to contact the local authorities, but I heard there was a riot nearby, and she's lost contact with everyone who was with her. I just received the news, so please try to contact them as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoran's aunt is Wang Lin's younger sister. Wang Lin was able to marry into the Lin family largely because the Wang family was very powerful. It wields considerable influence both domestically and internationally. Lin Xiaoran's aunt has been in charge of projects abroad and is an official. She and Wang Lin have had a good relationship since childhood, and they also have a very close working relationship with the Lin family. This disappearance threw Wang Lin into a panic. 318, Chapter 318. Old Master Lin's favoritism was no longer concealed. This is a very serious matter. Lin Xiaoran's aunt is an official. If not handled properly, it could lead to conflict between government officials. Therefore, this matter has not been publicized yet, and not many people know about it. Lin Xiaoran's aunt has a lot of collaborations with the Lin family. If something really happens, it will not only sadden relatives, but also cause great losses to the Lin family's interests overseas. The Wang family wields considerable power. However, when faced with such situations, we can only rely on official support. However, negotiations between officials cannot yield results in a short period of time. Wang Lin panicked immediately. They had no choice but to ask Lin Xiaoran for help. In her heart, her daughter was omnipotent. No matter how troublesome the situation, she always manages to find a way to resolve it. This has been the case for so many years. Therefore, Wang Lin also has exceptional trust in her daughter. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran has been in charge of most of the Lin family's overseas business over the years. Lin Xiaoran is arguably the most capable member of the Lin family when it comes to controlling things abroad. Lin Xiaoran frowned upon hearing this. I want to take Gu Yan with me. As soon as he finished speaking, old Master Lin snorted coldly. Why are you taking him there? You're divorced, he has nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. Grandpa Lin actually knew very well what Lin Xiaoran was thinking. She was afraid that someone might do something to Gu Yan while she was away from the country. If the Lin family really wanted to do something to Gu Yan, even with Professor Gu around, they would still have a chance. That's why Grandpa Lin said those things to Lin Xiaoran today. Unless, Professor Gu keeps Gu Yan by his side all the time. However, Professor Gu, who had multiple research tasks to complete, obviously couldn't do that. At this moment, Wang Lin looked anxious and simply knelt down in front of old Master Lin. Dad, can't we just leave that bitch alone right now? Wang Lin was completely panicked at this moment. The old lady has just passed away, and the atmosphere in the entire Lin family is very bad. With trouble brewing in her own family, she is now completely distraught. When old Master Lin heard her words, he couldn't help but frown. Lin Xiaoran's aunt is indeed very important. This will indeed have a significant impact on the future development of the Lin family. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up, leaning on his cane. You can take him with you if you want, but don't bring him back. Upon hearing old Master Lin's words, Lin Xiaoran understood what he meant. They drove Gu Yan out of the country. In a sense, it also helped the Lin family regain some face. However, at the same time, it wouldn't offend Professor Gu. This is probably the best possible outcome. However, no one can say for sure whether Gu Yan will encounter any trouble abroad in the future. Perhaps old Master Lin will not do anything more. But what about the others? Lin Xiaoran frowned. He's not feeling well right now. He should rest for a few days until his injuries are better before going. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's anger flared up instantly. She shoved Lin Xiaoran and screamed in despair, Lin Xiaoran, that's your own aunt. Lin Xiaoran stumbled from the push and fell onto the sofa. She didn't say anything. But this silence only made Wang Lin angrier, so she simply slapped him across the face. Lin Xiaoran could have dodged, but she didn't. A crisp sound, and a handprint. Lin Xiaoran then slowly spoke, you are my mother, yet you drugged my man. This is my own grandfather, yet you drugged me and had someone hypnotize me. You think I, Lin Xiaoran, am someone who can be manipulated by others? In the entire Lin family, the only person I care about is my grandmother. Only she truly cares about whether I am doing well, whether I am happy or sad. As for you, don't use so-called family ties to threaten or blackmail me. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's eyes widened instantly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Xiaoran slowly stood up. And another thing, when I went missing, were you this concerned about me? The Lin family was facing some difficulties at the time, and we couldn't let anyone discover any flaws, but because of these difficulties, you tolerated it, selectively forgetting the fact that you had a child who was missing. Only grandma couldn't stand it and secretly sent people to look for me. She would wander around Kyoto all the time, ostensibly to do charity work at orphanages, but actually hoping to find me since you don't Care about me? Why should I care about you? Selfish people are born selfish. If I have to go, I'll take Gu Yan with me, otherwise, you can let Lin Xiaoye go. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin's face darkened considerably. 3 days? I am only giving you 3 days. Dad, this. Wang Lin was so angry she could hardly breathe. 3 days. Who knows what will happen to her younger sister? In chaotic foreign countries, losing your life is not impossible. Old Master Lin slowly walked towards the villa entrance. I'll have people look for clues in the next few days. Your sister isn't someone who can't handle things, she won't get into trouble so easily. In terms of personal ability, Wang Lin's younger sister is indeed much stronger than her. Wang Lin couldn't help but clench her fists, her chest heaving rapidly, her eyes reddening, filled with indescribable hatred. Everyone knew who the person she harbored hatred for was. Even if that person isn't here right now. Wang Lin and Grandpa Lin have both left. Lin Xiaoran then returned to the room and looked at the other side of the double bed, where there were no signs that anyone had lain down. It was clean and tidy, but it made her feel very uneasy. He found the medicine, shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it all at once, then went to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and stared blankly into the distance. And old Lin, after returning to the old house, the grandfather immediately called Lin Xiaoye over. When Lin Xiaoye arrived at the old house, old Master Lin went straight to the point. You said last time that you were willing to give up everything and leave Kyoto with Gu Yan, is that right? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye's eyes showed a complex mix of emotions. She knew that the old man's resolve was wavering. Yes, Grandpa, you agreed? Talk to Gu Yan privately. He'll be going abroad with Lin Xiaoran in 3 days. Find a chance to leave with him, then you should understand what I want you to do. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye lowered her head and nodded. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. What does old Master Lin want? All they wanted was to control Gu Yan and ideally, to hand over all of Professor Gu's patent licenses to the Lin family. Furthermore, he must keep his promise and give up everything from the Lin family. For a moment, Lin Xiaoye felt only sorrow. By this point, old Master Lin's favoritism was no longer concealed. Seeing Lin Xiaoye nod, old Master Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoye, the Lin family has wronged you in this matter, but don't worry. No matter which country you go to in the future, the Lin family will not mistreat you and will not let you have any worries. 319, Chapter 319. The first time I saw Gu Yan like this, he was just as terrifying as Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoye appeared mature and gentle, and simply said, I will discuss it with Xiaoyan. Upon seeing this, old Master Lin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After you leave with your people, tell Xiaoran let her see how the person she so desperately wanted to protect and care about abandoned her. She's fighting with her family like this over a man. What Lin Xiaoran said today really angered old Master Lin. He wanted Lin Xiaoran to understand. No matter what time it is, the only people who can truly care about her and help her are her family. Grandpa Lin gently tapped his cane. He did all this for the Lin family, for the Lin family's future. Lin Xiaoran has been deceived by that man for too long and is still too naive to understand. Xiaoye, you must do this well. Grandpa, don't worry, I've never let you down. The only person who will disappoint him in the end is Lin Xiaoran. Since Lin Xiaoran was abandoned by this family before, she can be abandoned again. Moreover, who knows if the person we find is the same child from back then? Further evidence is needed. Lin Xiaoye knew very well what was going on. She didn't need to fight Lin Xiaoran to the death at the company or at home. By controlling Gu Yan, she essentially controlled Lin Xiaoran's lifeline. She could use this to control Lin Xiaoran. But for everyone. Whether it's Lin Xiaoran, Lin Xiaoye, or Grandpa Lin. None of them considered whether Gu Yan would actually do what they wanted. They didn't seem to have considered what Gu Yan was thinking. Everyone involved in this incident had their own ulterior motives. The people Ning Chen had sent earlier, as well as Su Ting, were currently being held in a small courtyard on the outskirts of Kyoto. At first, Su Ting was very flustered. She had no idea what Gu Yan would do to her. But as time went on, she realized that she seemed to have been forgotten, and she began to feel desperate. She wanted to run away. He wanted to find someone to rescue him. But the person in charge of detaining him said, "They are from the Toyo family of Kyoto." She knew a little bit about what the Feng family did. If it were just Gu Yan, she might be afraid that Gu Yan would call the police. Kafengji's not exactly a clean business to begin with. She didn't dare to risk the consequences of being discovered while trying to escape. She now even more hoped that Gu Yan would remember her existence and come to see her. This is much safer than staying under the Feng family's control forever. She had once hoped that Zhang Peng could save her. After all, Zhang Peng's uncle is also a senior executive of the Lin Group. They should have some influence in that circle. Moreover, Zhang Peng must have found out about my disappearance after such a long time. He knew he was going to find Lin Zhe. But so many days have passed. There's not a single word from them. Su Ting had no choice but to use her meager savings to try and bribe the person guarding her to see if he could help her contact Zhang Peng. The result was that Zhang Peng didn't care about where he went at all, and even cursed at that person, saying that it had nothing to do with him. Whether he lives or dies is none of his business. After learning this news, she was utterly desperate. Even though he was in trouble, Zhang Peng seemed somewhat happy, relieved to have gotten rid of his own entanglement. If it were Lin Zhe, he would never have stood idly by after realizing he was in danger. He will do everything he can to save himself. Su Ting gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stop thinking about these things. Thinking about these things now is pointless. Moreover, what she needs most right now is not to reminisce about Lin Zhe. Instead, they tried to find a way to escape this dangerous situation. Just as I was thinking this, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Gu Yan walked in. Upon seeing Gu Yan, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Su Ting's face. But what followed was panic. To his surprise, after so long, Gu Yan finally remembered her. The panic stemmed from her uncertainty about how Gu Yan intended to deal with her. Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Yan frowned as he looked at Su Ting in front of him. To be honest, if Feng Shua hadn't visited him in the hospital that day, he would have almost forgotten that Su Ting was still being held captive by his men. So much has happened lately, he's really overwhelmed. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Tell me everything you know, record a video and I'll let you go. Gu Yan's voice was cold. Su Ting's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. What is it? Who told you to kidnap Lin Zhe? What did they tell you? How did they contact you? What did they promise you? Tell me everything, word for word. Upon hearing this, Su Ting couldn't help but swallow. Nah, nobody. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Yan interrupted her. Stop talking nonsense. I am letting you talk because I have enough evidence. If you behave yourself, you can go back safely. If you don't, you know what the people around me are for. Su Ting, I won't do anything to you because of my brother, but don't push your luck. For some reason, when Su Ting faced Gu Yan, she felt as if she were seeing Lin Xiaoran, who used to sit in the middle of company meetings and had a fierce aura. This was the first time she had ever seen Gu Yan like this. Just as terrifying as Lin Xiaoran. After the passing of the old lady, Gu Yan also developed a more ruthless aura. This fierce aura made Su Ting's heart beat faster. Tool say. She was scared. Gu Yan nodded, turned around and gave a word of advice to the Feng family bodyguard standing beside him. I'll release her once she finishes recording the video and sends it to me. Okay, Mr. Gu, what should we do with the other people? Examine it, and then close it up properly. The others are most likely Ning Chen's subordinates. These people can all serve as witnesses later. Gu Yan certainly wouldn't let these people go easily. After giving his instructions, Gu Yan was about to leave. I had just stepped out of the yard when my phone rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was Lin Xiaoran calling. When I answered the phone, my voice was cold. What's up? Lin Xiaoran, on the other end of the phone, paused, her tone somewhat complicated. Why aren't you at the hospital? Something's up. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Gu Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. Lin Xiaoran, in less than 2 weeks, we can get our divorce certificate. I've already hired a lawyer, we don't need to be there. The certificate will be mailed to you. We're over, understand? Lin Xiaoran's tone instantly turned cold. Finish? Yes, it's over. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were filled with anger, and her fingers gripping the phone turned white. 320, Chapter 320. Su Ting's terror. Where are you now? I need to talk to you. Don't waste your time, I can find you sooner or later if I want to. Hearing this, Gu Yan did not refute it. Lin Xiaoran was telling the truth. Finding herself wouldn't be difficult if she wanted to. Gu Yan glanced back at the courtyard behind him, took a deep breath, and said, I'll go back to the hospital later, see you there. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan got into his car and drove towards the hospital. He hasn't been discharged yet, so he's going back to the hospital to complete the necessary procedures. At this time, Su Ting had already returned to the hotel. Su's mother has been staying in the hotel for the past few days, although she has been unable to contact Su Ting. However, Su Ting had left her some money in advance. So she's been quite comfortable living alone during this time. When she saw her daughter return, she was still in the hotel putting on a face mask. Daughter, why are you only coming back now? It's been days, and you didn't even send your mother a message. When Su Ting saw that her mother was wearing a face mask and there was dinner delivered from the hotel, she was surprised. An exquisite and luxurious steak dinner. It's obviously quite expensive. A surge of anger welled up in Su Ting's heart. She almost lost her life these past few days. But his own mother didn't even bother to check on him. He wondered if he was in any danger, having been unable to contact her for so long. Instead, I'm enjoying myself here all by myself. Now that I'm back, my first thought is to blame myself. Su Ting's expression was exceptionally gloomy. Su's mother seemed to notice that her expression was a little off at this moment. She removed the face mask and said softly, Honey, what's wrong? Did things not go smoothly? Did that person refuse to pay you? Su Ting had previously told her that someone had asked her for help. If she does a good job, she can get a large sum of money. Moreover, he gave her a deposit before she went there. That deposit was the money that Su Ting gave to her mother. Su Ting took a deep breath. Mom, what about the money I gave you? How much is left? When Su's mother heard this, her face turned somewhat embarrassed. There's still a little left. Upon hearing this answer, Su Ting's expression turned even more unpleasant. She knows her mother too well. If that's the case, then there probably isn't much left. Be more specific, how much is left? About a quarter. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's face immediately turned red. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. A quarter? She gave Su's mother 500,000 yuan back then. In just a few days, she has spent 300,000 or 400,000. When Su's mother heard Su Ting shout, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Didn't you say that as long as you do things well, they'll give you tens of millions? With those tens of millions, my daughter and I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. We'd be rich then. I've thought it through. We need to get used to the life of the rich beforehand, or we'll be laughed at later. The more she talked, the more excited Su's mother became. Mom didn't waste the money. She signed you up for several classes, Pilates, tea ceremony, and all sorts of other things that rich people like. Mom even bought you a few bags. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's face turned deathly pale. She didn't handle things well. She definitely won't get the tens of millions that person told her about. These hundreds of thousands are all she has left. Once the flowers are gone, the mother and daughter will really be broke. Moreover, if things aren't handled well, who knows if that person will try to get the money back. Now that the money is gone, what if they come knocking on our door? Seeing Su Ting's increasingly pale face, Su's mother's heart skipped a beat, and she asked softly, What's wrong, daughter? Has something happened? Just as Su Ting was about to say something, her phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was an unfamiliar number. But she had a feeling that the call was from that mysterious person. I took a deep breath and answered the phone. Before she could say anything, she heard the person on the other end of the phone say, Come downstairs. The call was disconnected. Su Ting felt very flustered. The fact that the other person can say those two words means that they know where she is. She had no choice. The only option is to go downstairs. After going downstairs, a person dressed in black was standing not far away. Upon seeing him, the person walked straight towards him. Su Ting subconsciously took a half step back. But the man grabbed his arm and dragged him out, pulling him all the way to a car. The car starts immediately and leaves from here. Su Ting looked at the men in black in front of her with a look of fear. Who are you? She had just escaped from Gu Yan when she was taken away by someone else. At this moment, she felt utterly desperate. How's the task I asked you to do going? Why haven't we gotten any results yet? A man in black asked coldly. Su Ting opened her mouth, but really didn't know how to answer. He said he tried, but failed, and was instead arrested and detained for a period of time. These people will definitely try to get the money they gave them back. But if she doesn't tell the truth, how else can she explain it? The leader of the men in black frowned when he saw that Su Ting didn't speak. Su Ting couldn't help but shudder. 2VE been trying to contact him, but won't come out. Su Ting quickly came up with an excuse. These people are now unaware that they were arrested and detained for several days. That means that those who were arrested with her have not yet been released by Gu Yan. These people did not receive any definite information. That way, she could hide this failure. At least these people shouldn't be pressuring me to pay back the money anytime soon. Upon hearing this, the man in black had a cold expression. Where are those people who were supposed to assist you? Don't know. I haven't contacted them since Lin Zhe hasn't come out. They haven't contacted me either. Su Ting tried her best to appear as natural as possible. The car suddenly stopped, and Su Ting was pulled out of the car. The car was currently parked on a side road. This is a dead end, and it's very dark around here. Su Ting's legs trembled uncontrollably. The man in black walked up to Su Ting with a small knife and held it up and down her face. I'm giving you 3 more days. If you can't get things done properly, you can try the consequences. The feeling of this knife slowly cutting into a person's face is quite wonderful, just like slicing tofu. It cuts through with a light touch. Su Ting trembled violently and knelt down on the ground, not daring to say a word. Did you hear me? At the reprimand, Su Ting trembled even more violently and hurriedly said, I understand. 3 days. Will definitely get things done in 3 days. The men in black left, leaving Su Ting kneeling there. After an unknown amount of time, she felt a little more strength in her body and slowly got up and left the alley. 321, Chapter 321. You even caused Brother Gu Yan to be hospitalized, and you still have the nerve to come? Gu Yan returned to the hospital and saw Lin Xiaoran sitting there waiting for him as soon as he entered the ward. Upon seeing Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran, who had been quite angry, felt somewhat at ease for some reason. At that moment, she suddenly didn't know what to say. I haven't seen Gu Yan for a while. She clearly had so much she wanted to say to Gu Yan. But at this moment, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Lin Xiaoran frowned, feeling slightly irritated. When did things start to turn out this way between her and Gu Yan? It's so difficult to even have a proper conversation. Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran, and the two remained silent. After a few minutes, seeing that Lin Xiaoran seemed to have nothing to say, he simply put his phone on the cabinet next to him. Then he began packing his things. After tidying up, I took my things and headed outside. Lin Xiaoran then spoke, Where are you going? Complete the discharge procedures. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran wanted to say something more. But Gu Yan didn't give her a chance and had already turned and walked out of the ward. Lin Xiaoran watched Gu Yan's departing figure and was about to chase after him when she caught a glimpse of the phone on the cabinet next to her. As if possessed, I picked up my phone and unlocked the password. Gu Yan had changed the password before. But one time, Lin Xiaoran saw him enter the password to unlock his phone in front of her, and she remembered it. Gu Yan returned shortly afterward. I saw Lin Xiaoran holding her phone, looking flustered and staring at something. He ignored it and walked to the cabinet, only to find that his phone was missing. His phone and Lin Xiaoran's phone are the same brand and model. What are you doing with my phone? Gu Yan walked up to Lin Xiaoran and reached out to take his phone. You really enjoy looking at other people's phones? Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath. You can go through my phone anytime you want. I don't need it. I'm no stranger either. What? Gu Yan didn't quite hear Lin Xiaoran's words clearly. I am not just anyone, Lin Xiaoran said again. The tone was somewhat heavy, as if it were being emphasized intentionally. Gu Yan's eyes held a hint of mockery. Who else could it be but someone else, Lin Xiaoran? When will you finally understand that it's over between us? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. You need to look forward and stop dwelling on the past. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran clenched her fists, but did not directly answer Gu Yan's question. Instead, he asked, where's the chat history? What? Gu Yan didn't understand why Lin Xiaoran suddenly brought this up. Where did our chat history go? Lin Xiaoran gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening slightly. I deleted it. Gu Yan smiled, his tone very calm, and his eyes very frank. It's as if they're talking about something very ordinary. Deleted? Lin Xiaoran refused to believe it and flipped through Gu Yan's phone again and again. However, she couldn't find any chat history between herself and Gu Yan. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes seemed to redden even more. She was so anxious that she almost cried when she accidentally lost her chat history due to a bug. I couldn't sleep all night. I kept trying to figure out how to get the chat history back. No matter what happened, she wouldn't have the heart to delete those chat logs. Those chat logs were too important to her. But now, Gu Yan casually told her that he had deleted all those chat logs. After a few minutes, Lin Xiaoran seemed to realize that she couldn't retrieve the chat history by searching on her own. He grabbed his phone and was about to leave when he said, I'm going to find Yi Chang. I should be able to get the records back. The reason she lost her chat history was due to a bug. It couldn't be retrieved. For messages that are actively deleted, there should still be a chance to recover the chat history. But after taking only a few steps, before she had even left the ward, she stopped again. She turned around and looked at Gu Yan, who was standing there watching her without moving and without any sign of anxiety. I couldn't help but ask, why did you delete it? Do you know how important those things are to us? Gu Yan sighed softly, give me back my phone. Lin Xiaoran held her phone, her fingertips turning white from gripping it so tightly, as if she were struggling or taking it very seriously. He just stood there, motionless. He refused to return the phone to Gu Yan, but he didn't take another step outside. After an unknown amount of time, under Gu Yan's gaze, she walked up to him and was about to return the phone to him. My phone vibrated. She instinctively picked up her phone and glanced at it. It was a message sent by Lin Xiaoye to Gu Yan. She had only read a couple of lines when her face turned frighteningly gloomy. Before he could finish reading, Gu Yan snatched the phone back. What do you want from me? Gu Yan put his phone away. Lin Xiaoran looked up at Gu Yan, her face still grim. Before she could speak, a voice came from the doorway of the ward. Brother Gu Yan, I've come to see you. A woman's voice was heard, followed by a beautiful figure walking in. A man in a navy blue suit followed behind him. Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran both turned their gazes in that direction. The woman was taken aback when she saw that Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran were both there. Then, a hint of resentment appeared on his face. What are you doing here? You've caused Gu Yan to be hospitalized, and you still have the nerve to come and see him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's face turned pale. That statement is actually correct. Gu Yan will be hospitalized. To some extent, it's because of Lin Xiaoran. After the woman finished speaking, she didn't care about Lin Xiaoran's expression. He walked up to Gu Yan, looked him up and down, gently touched his forehead, and carefully examined him. Gu Yan, how are you? Are you still feeling unwell? Gu Yan smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him. Why are you here? Wang Yuyan pouted, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. I had already told my brother that I was going to visit Professor Gu. I thought it would be a good opportunity to visit you, but then you had this accident. I've been waiting until now, and you're still not discharged from the hospital, so I wanted to come and see you. Wang Hanyu also walked over and nodded to Lin Xiaoran with an apologetic smile. He said softly, "I'm sorry, my sister is a bit naughty, please don't mind her." Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. If it were in the past, she definitely wouldn't have held back. But now, she has too many worries on her mind. What Wang Yuyan just said really left her speechless. Wang Hanyu walked up to Gu Yan at random and said, "Mr. Gu, it's been a long time." Gu Yan nodded, "Thank you both for coming to see me. I am planning to be discharged today." "Really, Gu Yan, have you eaten yet? Let's go grab a bite together." 322, Chapter 322. You'd be willing to let someone blatantly use you? Before Gu Yan could answer, Lin Xiaoran spoke first. "No need, he has other things to do." Upon hearing this, all three people's attention was drawn to her. Wang Yuyan snorted coldly first. "I'm asking about Brother Gu Yan. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Xiaoran seemed not to have heard these words, and walked up to Gu Yan with a complicated expression. "I have something to tell you." "Then just say it, I'm in a hurry." Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but just looked at Wang Yuyan and Wang Hanyu, the two siblings standing next to her. The meaning was clear: with these two outsiders present, it was inconvenient for her to speak. This concerns the Lin family's internal affairs, so it's really not appropriate for others to know. The Wang family in Shanghai, in particular, is considered a competitor of the Lin family. They are very strong, not much weaker than the Lin family. Even the slightest clue can give the other side the upper hand. Don't be fooled by how polite the two sides are when they meet. If an opportunity were to be found to extract a piece of profit from the other party, no one would be merciful. Gu Yan didn't want to care about any of that. He has a lot to do today, he doesn't have time to waste here with Lin Xiaoran. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. After saying that, he turned to Wang Yuyan and said, "I have to go back for a while, can we eat later?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Okay, I'll wait for your message." Wang Hanyu, who was standing nearby, also took the opportunity to speak up. "Mr. Gu, are you going to visit Professor Gu? If it's convenient, could we go together? I've also been wanting to visit Professor Gu for a while." Wang Hanyu's goal from the very beginning was to visit Professor Gu. He has never hidden this fact from him. Lin Xiaoran gave a cold laugh. Mr. Wang really doesn't hide anything at all. Wang Hanyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Certainly. There seemed to be a hint of tension between the two of them. Most of the valuable patents that Professor Gu currently holds have already been licensed to others. The Wang family in Shanghai who want to visit Professor Gu now are probably trying to snatch some patent licenses from others. From this perspective, he and Lin Xiaoran have already formed a competitive relationship. Lin Xiaoran looked at Gu Yan. "I'll take you home." Gu Yan frowned. "No need, I can walk by myself." After saying that, she turned to Wang Hanyu and said, "I'll call Grandpa, I'll tell you if it's convenient." He had a good impression of Wang Hanyu, and this request was just something he wanted to ask, so it wasn't unreasonable. Lin Xiaoran said coldly, "Don't you know what he wants to do? He's approaching you with ulterior motives, and you're still willing." "Gu Yan, can you please stop being so naive?" Gu Yan got up and walked out, pretending not to have heard Lin Xiaoran's words. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yan's arm. "You're willing to let others blatantly use you? When did you become so foolish? If you weren't Professor Gu's grandson, would he even come to see you?" These words were very blunt, showing absolutely no consideration for Wang Hanyu. Both Lin Xiaoran and Wang Hanyu were well aware of this. Gu Yan holds a very high place in Professor Gu's heart. In many situations, Gu Yan could actually help with just a few words. In fact, if Gu Yan himself simply said that someone wanted to visit Professor Gu, that person would already be halfway to success. Wang Hanyu stood to the side without showing the slightest embarrassment. Gu Yan stopped and turned to look at Lin Xiaoran using, "President Wang has never hidden his intentions." Lin Xiaoran's face darkened. Wang Hanyu is indeed very capable. Not concealing one's purpose can actually make people feel more at ease. At least, you'll know what the other person wants. Playing with your cards face up requires a lot of confidence. Such a confident person would disdain resorting to dirty tricks. Wang Hanyu is that kind of person. Gu Yan had no problem with this kind of person. On the contrary, he actually prefers to know people like that. There wasn't much backstabbing or infighting. Gu Yan, can you even tell who's truly good to you? Lin Xiaoran's eyes held a hint of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He's really good to me, Lin Xiaoran, at least he wouldn't let me get hurt so much. One sentence made Lin Xiaoran's face turn pale instantly. Who is the person who caused Gu Yan so many injuries and still claims to be good to him? The answer is obvious. Gu Yan shook off Lin Xiaoran's hand that was grabbing his arm and walked out of the ward. Wang Hanyu followed behind, and smiled at Lin Xiaoran as he passed by. There was no emotion mixed in that smile. Yet it seemed to be filled with endless mockery. Wang Yuyan followed behind, glancing triumphantly at Lin Xiaoran. After leaving the ward, Gu Yan made a phone call to Professor Gu. Professor Gu was very worried about him during this time. So after being discharged from the hospital, he wanted to go back and see the old man as soon as possible. There are many things he doesn't want to tell the other person, for fear that the other person will worry more about him. Professor Gu was very happy to learn that he had been discharged from the hospital. He hurriedly put down his work, arranged for someone to pick him up, and then went to the market to buy groceries, saying that he would cook for him at home. Gu Yan also mentioned that Wang Hanyu wanted to visit the other party. Professor Gu naturally agreed. The time was set for the next day. The two siblings saw Gu Yan off into the car and then left. On the other side, Su Ting walked alone for an unknown amount of time before finally returning to the vicinity of the hotel. When she finally saw her mother, Su Ting could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Her experience these past few days has been terrifying. She wasn't the only one who was afraid it's something a person can endure. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you so late? Su Ting had gone downstairs after receiving a phone call and waited a long time before the person returned. Mom, what should I do? Su Ting gave a brief, intermittent account of what had happened recently. After she finished speaking, Su's mother's face turned deathly pale. How could this happen? The damned Lin Zhe, the chinks, if it weren't for him, my daughter and I would never have ended up like this. Upon hearing this, Su Ting did not agree, but kept wiping away her tears. Daughter, if all else fails, we'll find a way to get Lin Zhe out. He's made us suffer so much, we can't just let it go like this. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's eyes still held a hint of fear. What do we do? Gu Yan won't let us get away with this. Upon hearing this, a ruthless and resolute glint flashed in Su's mother's eyes. Daughter, no matter how powerful Gu Yan is, can he be as ruthless as that mysterious man? According to what you said, they really would kill us. Gu Yan might only dare to lock you up for a few days at most, but he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. He's just like that jinx Lin Zhe, a coward at heart. If we can get Lin Zhe out, someone will naturally deal with Gu Yan, and we can get a lot of money. Then we can move to another city. What can Gu Yan do to us? 323, Chapter 323. It's not that she wasn't afraid of Gu Yan, but that there was someone even more ruthless than Gu Yan. Hearing her mother's words, Su Ting calmed down considerably. Gu Yan locked her up for a few days, which made her afraid for those few days. But compared to that mysterious person, they are far inferior. That could really kill her. That mysterious person also wanted to deal with Gu Yan. If I do nothing, that mysterious person won't let me go. If I help Gu Yan, I definitely won't get any benefits in return. She could only gain something by finding a way to help that mysterious person deal with Gu Yan. Moreover, it's not that she wasn't afraid of Gu Yan. Instead, there are people who are even more ruthless than Gu Yan. She had no choice at all. Yes, that's the only option she has. Convincing herself of this, Su Ting gradually made up her mind. But when she saw Su's mother, she frowned again. But Mom, Lin Zhe definitely doesn't believe me anymore. How can I trick him into coming out? And the henchmen of those mysterious people who went with her earlier are still in Gu Yan's hands. She was just a woman, she couldn't possibly handle Lin Zhe, a grown man. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Su said, "Tell that mysterious person that you can't contact the people he arranged for you before, and ask him to send more people over." But would Lin Zhe be willing to come out? We'll look for him, but he won't come out. Someone will always be able to get him out. A dozen minutes later, Su Ting went downstairs and headed straight for the police station. After arriving at the police station, I immediately reported the case. "My ex-husband has disappeared. I am afraid something has happened to him. Could you help me find him?" Su Ting spoke while crying, looking disheveled and with bloodshot eyes. To others, this scene looked no different from that of a frail woman who was desperately looking for a husband. Seeing her like this, the police officers immediately softened and quickly took her to the rest area and gave her a glass of warm water. "Madam, please have some water first, and then tell us the specific situation. We will definitely be able to help you solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Su Ting continued to cry uncontrollably. My ex-husband met a woman a while ago, and then we got divorced. It's only been a few days since the divorce, and there are still some assets to be divided and settled, so I wanted to contact him to meet up, but I can't reach him at all. I've never met that woman before, and my ex-husband has never mentioned her. I am worried something might have happened to him. Su Ting's words were somewhat incoherent. It was a lie that was made up on the spot. There will naturally be many contradictions. At this moment, however, it is easy for people to mistake her for a pitiful woman who was abandoned because her ex-husband cheated on her. It's quite normal to say things that are contradictory. The way the police officers looked at Su Ting changed slightly. His tone became gentler. "Madam, please give us your ex-husband's phone number first, and we'll help you contact him." After getting the phone number, he immediately called Lin Zhe. But Lin Zhe's phone is currently switched off. He caused quite a stir online a few days ago. I don't know who leaked his phone number. After those second-generation rich kids who were close to Ning Chen got his contact information, they had someone call him. There were threats and insults. The noise was becoming unbearable for him. He simply turned off his phone and logged into his social media accounts on his tablet, in order to prevent Gu Yan from being unable to contact him. However, Gu Yan hasn't contacted him recently. Lin Zhe was a little worried. It's been making headlines online lately. Many people say that the old lady of the Lin family passed away because of Gu Yan. Lin Zhe sent a message to Gu Yan, but received no reply. At that time, Gu Yan's phone was in Lin Xiaoran's hands. He wanted to go and see how Gu Yan was doing. He only knew that Gu Yan was injured and hospitalized, but he didn't know which hospital it was. After hesitating for a long time in the hotel, he finally couldn't help but take out his phone and call Lin Xiaoran. Lin Zhe felt that Gu Yan's lack of response to the message was clearly due to a more serious injury. Even if you call him, he might not answer. It would be better to just call Lin Xiaoran and ask about the situation. He rarely calls Lin Xiaoran. Lin Zhe is a very insecure person. He always felt apprehensive when facing someone like Lin Xiaoran. "How is Xiaoyan?" Lin Xiaoran was still angry, and upon hearing this, she immediately sneered. He's perfectly fine. It's good that he would use his people to anger her for the sake of a blatant drug. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's heart clenched. Lin Xiaoran's tone was not very pleasant. This doesn't seem like nothing has happened. What did the doctor say? Is it serious? Serious? The brain injury is quite severe. Lin Xiaoran didn't know why Lin Zhe had suddenly called her to ask these questions. If you want to know Gu Yan's current situation, you can simply call Gu Yan directly. Moreover, Gu Yan's injuries are almost healed. But he always does things that seem crazy. When Lin Xiaoran is angry, she never speaks properly. His words were always barbed. That's how it is with Gu Yan. This is especially true when dealing with other people. Hearing this, Lin Zhe became even more worried. Which hospital is he in? I'd like to visit him. Is that alright? No need, you can't see him anyway. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. Lin Zhe stared at the phone screen where the call had been disconnected, his heart pounding, and he became so flustered he could hardly sit still. Just as I was about to find Wen Cheng's Weibo to ask him about Guyan's current situation, the police station called. Seeing this unfamiliar phone number, Lin Zhe frowned at the number. He hung up immediately. 99% of these unfamiliar phone numbers are harassing calls from Ning Chen's friends. The police discovered that the phone number was initially switched off, and then became busy after being switched on. After finally getting through, the call was immediately disconnected. Based on their guess, it seems like something bad has happened. Su Ting added fuel to the fire. That woman is obviously no good. My ex-husband's younger brother seems to have made a fortune recently, and that woman inexplicably started contacting my ex-husband. I am very worried. Please, you must help me find him. At least let me see him with my own eyes and make sure he's alright. He's always been naive and easily fooled. Upon hearing Su Ting's words, the police officers immediately took the matter seriously. They began investigating information and monitoring overnight. After a night of hard work, they finally found Lin Zhe's image on surveillance footage near a hotel. It was also confirmed through the hotel that Lin Zhe had been staying there recently. Moreover, there were several people who didn't seem like good people living nearby. When Su Ting saw the name of the hotel, her eyes lit up. That hotel isn't cheap. The cheapest room type costs more than 2,000 a night. Most likely, it was Gu Yan who gave the money to Lin Zhe. 324, Chapter 324. We can't just go to the hotel and kidnap the person, can we? The police took the matter very seriously and made multiple confirmations with the hotel. Only after confirming that Lin Zhe was not in danger and that his freedom was not restricted did he comfort Su Ting. He's fine. The hotel has confirmed that he's safe. He probably just doesn't want to answer your call. Su Ting quickly thanked them, her attitude very friendly. Okay, thank you so much. I'll go find him now. Su Ting went out the door, hailed a taxi, and ran downstairs to the hotel. Looking at this rather high-class hotel, she felt a pang of jealousy. I'm so jealous I'm about to go crazy. Not to mention that he has been detained for the past few days. Even if she paid for her own hotel, she wouldn't be willing to stay in such a nice place. After leaving the hospital, Lin Zhe continued to stay in such a luxurious hotel. Why should I? She doesn't care about saving face anymore. They went directly to the hotel reception and started making a scene. Does Lin Zhe live here? Tell him to come down. Upon hearing Su Ting's shout, the hotel receptionist's expression changed instantly. She rushed to Su Ting's side and said, Madam, please calm down. You can tell us what's wrong. In such hotels, if someone shouts in the lobby, it is considered a very serious dereliction of duty by the staff. Su Ting looked at the group and said, Call Lin Zhe down here. I am his wife. Make him come down here. I have something to say to him. Upon hearing this, the receptionist frowned. They've seen scenes like this before. In most cases, one party cheats, and the other party comes to catch them in the act. They hurriedly called for the security guards and the lobby manager to come over. Madam, I'm the manager here. Let's talk in the lounge over there. As he spoke, he gestured to the security guard beside him to escort and coerce Su Ting into the room next door. But Su Ting was unwilling to leave. She also knew that if she left at this time, finding Lin Zhe would not be an easy task. Lin Zhe, get down here, get down. Su Ting cried out loudly, attracting the attention of many people around her. The lobby manager had no choice but to try his best to calm Su Ting down, and then asked the front desk to call Lin Zhe's room. Lin Zhe was surprised that Su Ting would suddenly come here. I don't know her. If she causes trouble, just kick her out. If that doesn't work, call the police. Su Ting had finally found a way to see Lin Zhe, so how could she leave so easily? She snatched the phone from the receptionist and said into the other end, Honey, please give me another chance. I really have something I want to tell you, something very, very important. Please just see me, okay? I'm begging you. Su Ting spoke while crying, which moved everyone present. Although I don't know what happened. It's easy for a woman to shed such shame and beg in public, which can easily win the pity of others. But Lin Zhe remained unmoved and hung up the phone immediately. Several security guards then took the opportunity to kick Su Ting out of the hotel. These people will definitely prioritize helping their own guests. Su Ting stood outside the hotel, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the security guards who were staring at her warily. It was so close. she will be able to see Lin Zhe. As long as she can see Lin Zhe, she will have a chance to take him away. As long as she hands the person over to that mysterious person, she can not only get a large sum of money, but also have someone to deal with Gu Yan, which can be considered as avenging her. Su Ting returned to her hotel. When Su's mother saw her walk in with a gloomy expression, she asked, "Did things not go smoothly?" Mom, I found out where he lives now, but he just won't come down to see me." A hint of despair gradually crept into Su Ting's eyes. The mysterious person only gave her a few days. If Lin Zhe stays in the hotel and doesn't go out for the next few days, then she's doomed. That mysterious person won't let her go. Upon hearing this, Su's mother also looked somewhat anxious. "What should we do? We can't just go to the hotel and kidnap them, can we?" Su Ting wanted to make money. Going directly to the hotel to snatch someone is definitely not an option. Let alone whether she, a woman, could forcibly take a man away in front of those security guards. She didn't even know Lin Zhe's room number. But her mother's words still gave her some inspiration. You can't steal it from the hotel. What about outside the hotel? All we need to do is figure out a way to get Lin Zhe out of the hotel. She could have done it without using her own name. Thinking of this, Su Ting simply went out again. They waited downstairs at the hotel where Lin Zhe was. Not long after, a man walked over. He looked at Su Ting with an impatient expression. "Why did you call me over? If you want it, just go book a room and give me the room number, okay?" Su Ting looked at Zhang Peng and suddenly felt a surge of disgust. Even at this point, the man was still thinking about his lower body. If it were Lin Zhe, he definitely wouldn't say such hurtful things to me. Su Ting took a deep breath. "Do you still want your money?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's impatient expression changed. "Wait here for Lin Zhe to come out. Go find him and tell him you are Gu Yan's colleague and that Gu Yan has something he needs you to pass on. Ask him to come down here. Take him away from me when the time comes. Once things are done, I'll be able to keep all the promises I made to you." Su Ting had previously threatened Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng also had something on her that he could use against her. In addition, Su Ting promised to give him a sum of money. Zhang Peng naturally wouldn't refuse at this point. It's just a scam. Besides, this person is Gu Yan's older brother. For Zhang Peng, this can be considered revenge. Okay, but what if he doesn't come down? Then just call him. The two waited downstairs at the hotel for more than 3 hours. Lin Zhe didn't leave the hotel even after it got dark. Zhang Peng's face was full of impatience. "What are you waiting for? Give me his phone number." I got the phone number and dialed it directly. "Hello, is this Lin Zhe?" "Yes, this is me." Lin Zhe didn't want to answer an unknown number. But when I picked up the phone, I didn't hold it properly and accidentally bumped it, which connected the call. "I'm Gu Yan's colleague. He asked me to bring you something. I am at the hotel entrance now. Come down and find me." After saying that, Zhang Peng hung up the phone. This action made Su Ting, who was standing to the side, somewhat anxious. With such a perfunctory attitude, what if Lin Zhe refuses to come down? Wouldn't they have wasted their time? Zhang Peng didn't seem to care much. He was already quite annoyed from waiting for so long, and now he just wanted to get things done as quickly as possible. But it was precisely this perfunctory attitude that made Lin Zhe hesitate. He couldn't contact Gu Yan, and suddenly someone claiming to be Gu Yan's colleague appeared to deliver something to him. This attitude, in fact, increased its credibility. He was thinking of calling Lin Xiaoran to ask her. But she was also worried that Gu Yan didn't want Lin Xiaoran to know about the things he gave her. After hesitating for a long time, I finally left the hotel. 325, Chapter 325. Didn't you say he went home? Isn't this his home? As soon as Lin Zhe went downstairs and stepped out of the hotel, he saw a man wearing a mask walking towards him. "Lin Zhe, right? Come with me." Seeing the man's impatient expression, Lin Zhe's eyes showed a hint of wariness. Who are you?" "Gu Yan's colleague." "Didn't you say he asked you to bring me something? Where are you going?" Zhang Peng had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Hearing Lindsay say that, his expression became even uglier. "There's too much stuff, it's all in the car, I can't carry it all by myself, come with me to get it." After saying that, he turned around and left. Lindsay heard the man's voice and felt it was somewhat familiar, but since the man was wearing a mask, he couldn't remember who he was. She was still a little hesitant, but after hearing what he said, she didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly followed him. The two walked for several dozen meters and then turned into a small intersection. After walking a dozen or so steps, Lindsay suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. Su Ting rushed to Lindsay, her face full of sincerity. "Honey, I have something very important to tell you." Lindsay shook off her hand. "Su Ting, we're already divorced, what are you doing here looking for me?" Upon hearing this, a ferocious glint flashed in Su Ting's eyes. This is her best chance yet. All they had to do was stuff the person into the car next to them and lock it, so that the mysterious man's men, who were almost there, could come and take the person away. That large sum of money will be in our hands soon. Unfortunately, Guyen probably gave Lindsay a considerable sum of money. There's no way to get this money into my hands right now. Otherwise, Guyen would have known immediately that Lindsay had been tricked by him. Su Ting tried to grab Lindsay's arm. But Lindsay didn't give her a chance at all, and turned to walk out. Su Ting shouted urgently, "Zhang Pang, grab him!" As soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay immediately turned his gaze to the man beside him. He then realized why the masked man in front of him looked so familiar. This is the same adulterer Su Ting had an affair with. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Peng immediately grabbed Lindsay. He was much stronger than Lindsay, and he subdued Lindsay in no time. Su Ting's eyes were bloodshot. "Husband, don't blame me for having to do it this way. I've already told you frankly, as long as I get you into the car, I can get a lot of money. That money is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. If you want to blame someone, blame your younger brother named Guyen as the one who offended someone, it's not my fault." Su Ting practically shouted these words out. Together with Zhang Peng, they grabbed Lindsay and tried to shove him into the car next to them. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Several men in black suits rushed up, kicked Zhang Peng to the ground, and then pinned Su Ting to the ground. Lindsay broke free of Shuai, panting heavily, and hid behind the bodyguards. "Mr. Lin, are you alright?" the bodyguard asked, frowning. "It's nothing." Lindsay was still panting heavily, looking at Su Ting with a complicated expression. "Why did you come to me under Xiaoyan's name, and why did you bring him with you, Su Ting? What exactly do you want?" Su Ting was pinned to the ground, and she felt like she couldn't breathe properly. "I'm looking for you, so why the hell aren't you coming out?" "Lindsay, we were husband and wife, for goodness sake, and you won't even see me, I'm still your wife." Hearing this, Lindsay found it absurd and laughable. She was the one who cheated first, betrayed the relationship, and gave up on their love. Now it's as if she's the victim. Throughout their many years together, Su Ting has always maintained a superior position. No matter what it is, she thinks she is right and that everyone should listen to her. No matter what mistakes were made, Su Ting and her mother would always push the blame onto Lindsay. Gradually, Lindsay got used to it. No matter what happens, I always think first about whether I did something wrong. At that moment, he realized how ridiculous it had been to doubt himself. He was clearly the victim. Lindsay took a deep breath, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He doesn't even want to look at Su Ting now. He ignored Su Ting's cries behind him. Seeing this, the two bodyguards simply called Feng Shuo. He recounted everything that had just happened. After listening, Feng Shuo lit a cigarette, his voice calm. Take him away and lock him up. Lin Zhe returned to the hotel alone, lay on the bed, and his body trembled slightly. He took out his phone, intending to call Gu Yan. But considering that Gu Yan hadn't replied to her messages yet, she thought for a moment and then called Lin Xiaoran again. Is Xiaoyan feeling better? What is it? Lin Xiaoran's voice remained icy. I want to go see him. He went home. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. After receiving this answer, Lin Zhe did not hesitate. I opened the room door and walked out of the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, several bodyguards hurriedly approached. Mr. Lin, where are you going? We'll give you a ride. Lin Zhe thought about it and did not refuse. Once in the car, I sent the driver the location of the villa. We arrived at the villa in no time. He knocked on the door, and a maid opened it, then paused for a moment when she saw him. Turning to Lin Xiaoran, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, he said, Miss, the master's brother has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned, stood up, and went to the door to look at Lin Zhe. What are you doing here? I've come to see Xiaoyan. He's not here. Lin Xiaoran's brows furrowed more and more as she spoke. Especially it was when he saw the men in suits following behind Lin Zhe that he realized what was happening. These people, though they looked very well dressed. But he always exudes a hint of hostility. Not here, didn't you say he went home? Perhaps because he was worried about Gu Yan, this was the first time Lin Zhe had been so humble and respectful when facing Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. I told you, he's not here. Lin Zhe's face was filled with anxiety. What do you mean, isn't this his house? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran's face turned pale. Is this still his home? Lin Zhe wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he suddenly felt that Lin Xiaoran seemed a little fragile at that moment. She stood there, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any time, swaying precariously. Lin Xiaoran remained silent for a long time. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse as he asked a question. Where did these people come from? Lin Zhe followed Lin Xiaoran's gaze to the bodyguards behind him, and a sense of confusion arose in his heart. He always thought that these people were people Gu Yan had borrowed from Lin Xiaoran to protect him. But now it seems that Lin Xiaoran doesn't know these people. She pursed her lips, a resolute glint in her eyes. Tell me first, where exactly is Xiaoyan right now?